Ever since this young kid showed off his insane magical talent, Lewin sensed mana at the age of 6 and could actually channel it by 7. At 10 years old, Lewin outshined countless descendants from prestigious families at Ignis Magic Academy, the top magic school in the Radiant Kingdom, becoming the top entrance student. They called him a genius. Lewin dreamed of elevating his family name to legendary heights, but then he hit a wall at the academy. On his very first day of class, Lewin realized he was nothing. He could not even release mana outside his body under the gaze of the entire class. Lewin failed spectacularly due to a mana disorder. For a mage, not being able to channel mana is basically a death sentence for their pride. In that moment, whispers about his humble origin spread. Some no-name family, with zero talent to speak of, their attitude did a full 180, switching from respect to pure contempt. One jerk even shrugged Lewin off mockingly. Oops. Bumped into a useless loser. Hope you do not turn out as pointless as him someday. Lewin, a mage who can't even cast magic in a magic academy, became nothing more than entertainment for those who envied him from day one. Lewin thought his nightmare was over, unaware that a miracle was waiting at the edge of despair when a player's treasure activated and flipped his life upside down. Lewin felt like he was sinking underwater, lost in an endless, vast space. A system screen popped up. He was the incarnation of Draka, the world's destroyer. What the hell? Before Lewin could process this, a giant with blazing red eyes appeared right in front of him. The giant's lips moved like he was trying to say something. Then suddenly everything around Lewin shifted like a whirlwind. A few hours earlier at Ignis Academy's training grounds, Professor Heidel was leading the combat magic practice. Now it was Lewin's turn. The professor simply asked him to conjure a fireball aimed at a 1-meter-tall dummy. Fireball was basic magic every student could easily cast except for someone like Lewin, who could not even use magic. Lewin was beyond nervous. Could he actually pull this off this time? Professor Heidel gave him a nod of encouragement. Lewin stepped forward. That is right, giving up was not an option. Lewin summoned a fireball, its size leaving the students stunned. How does one person have that much mana? They whispered. Professor Heidel was silently hopeful, and Lewin was tense as hell. Now all he had to do was throw it like tossing a ball. But no, not again. Lewin's arm twitched uncontrollably, his insides twisting like he just rode a roller coaster. Next thing you know, he vomited up his breakfast all over the floor. I can't do it. Lewin wiped his mouth. Professor Heidel still tried to encourage him, but Lewin truly could not release his mana. He did not even know where to start. The professor was at a loss. Lewin was a senior student, but if he could not even cast a basic fireball, how could he pass graduation? I will train harder, Lewin said. But inside he thought he was a lost cause. In this training, students had to create 10 fireballs and hit the target. Lewin could not even cast the spell. Hell, he might never become even a third-tier mage. How could someone so useless be a top entrance student? The class buzzed with familiar sneers and whispers. He was the academy's disgrace, because Lewin was a nobody noble who stole the top spot from students with prestigious family backgrounds. He was an easy target from day one, but the bullies were just the surface. The real crushing blow was that Lewin made no progress and saw no hope. All because of his mana disorder from 6 years ago. Now Lewin wondered how much longer he could keep holding on. At the academy's main building, 2 bullies blocked his way. Hey, who is that? Lewin the idiot. Time for you to pack up and go home. Not just his peers. The juniors even dubbed him Lewin the Dumb. Because of you, the bottom 5 of class 5 tanked. Why did not you just go home to your loser backwater? Haha. Lewin grimaced silently at their cruel jabs. Seeing he did not fight back, they got even bolder. No skills. No talent, at least you got family money. Right, now that I am here, I have heard about the Adil clan. My dad says they are just empty barrels making the loudest noise. At this point, Lewin could not hold back anymore. He spun around and slammed his fist right into the blonde guy's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Say one more word. What about my dad? Lewin snapped, unable to stay silent when they insulted his family. You damn bastard. The blondie clutched his nose, blood gushing out. Ben Fawn. Learn your limits. Who the hell do you think you are? Messing with my dad and our clan? Do you even know who my dad is? The other guy charged in, but immediately got a gut punch from Lewin, doubling him over and writhing on the floor, unable to stand. You arrogant punk. You actually hit me. Ben Fawn, burning with rage, unleashed magic right inside the academy. Did not he care about getting expelled? Go to hell. With this magical attack, Lewin was frozen in place, unable to move. Professor Heidel rushed over at the noise, but it was too late. Lewin was hit full-on by Ben's magic assault. Lewin thought he was done for, but suddenly he found himself in another dimension, face-to-face with a giant wearing a robe and a familiar system interface. Lewin Adele. The man called his name, making Lewin jump in surprise. Slowly, Lewin returned to reality, and the voice calling him was none other than Helen, The senior healing mage. Where an eye. Lewin shot up. Startling Helen, he felt dizzy but could sit up. More importantly, that dream had felt so vivid. Like it actually happened. Helen said he had been unconscious for almost a day. Fortunately, things had not worsened. They still needed to monitor him. But Lewin looked remarkably healthy for someone struck directly by lightning. No injuries. No burns. No internal damage. Helen had never seen a case like his before. Even Lewin could not believe he was alive. Being struck by lightning was like a deadly spell that could incinerate your body instantly. And yet, he took the hit head on, and his body was untouched, as if nothing happened. Excuse me for a moment. Someone entered through the door. Helen said she would check the test results first. It was Professor Heidel, who folded his arms and asked about Lewin's health. After hearing Lewin was still in one piece, the professor said it was lucky. A meeting was underway among the faculty about the incident. First, Ben Fawn would be expelled for using deadly magic attacks and spreading lies about the Adele family and for bullying Lewin unfairly. Based on all the evidence, the teachers had reached their verdict. Of course, Lewin was not off the hook either. He would face punishment for hitting Ben. He was forced to join the academy's volunteer work for a month. After explaining everything, the professor had one more question. Was Lewin currently in possession of any heirlooms? Lewin was caught off guard. If he had one, he would not have been bullied in the first place. Anyway, judging by its value and rarity, the Adel clan leader probably kept it for the family's benefit. The professor mused. Lewin wondered why Professor Heidel was asking that question. When the professor rushed to Lewin's side, he must have seen a red glow enveloping Lewin's body just before the lightning struck, like a high-level heirloom shielding him, repelling Ben's spell. What do you mean, Professor? Lewin asked. Puzzled, remember your earlier dream? Could it be connected? Lewin thought. This guy's nuts, firmly denying he had any heirlooms. Professor Heidel nodded silently and walked away, leaving Lewin curious. What was he thinking? What Lewin experienced was not unlike a dream. The Draka heirloom, the world destroyer, and the player. Lewin caught another line and tried to recall. It seemed like a status window. Just as he realized this, a glowing blue screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, making him jump. Whoa, what the hell is that? Heidel opened the door and asked about his condition. Lewin pointed at the screen. Do you see that? The blue screen. What nonsense are you talking about? Lewin, did the lightning fry your brain or something? Heidel asked. Curious, she could not see it, which meant only Lewin could. The screen showed info about Lewin, the embodiment of Draka, the Draka mage who was cursed and destroyed along with his world after chasing infinite power. Born with a mana deficiency, his power was the source of his strength. Lewin is a player who can open the status window and infinitely boost his power by completing quests. It is nothing. I just got a bit dizzy. Lewin's faking it so Heidel won't think he is losing his mind. According to the tests, Lewin is perfectly normal and cleared to return to the speed test. Today was the weirdest day of Lewin's life. He walked away unscathed after a direct examination, met a red-eyed man from another dimension, and saw a status window calling him Draka's incarnation, plus the professor's questions. It seems Draka's mage relic has been passed on to him. Lewin opened the status window again, and a quest frame appeared, a daily repeatable quest. Punch, kick, and spin each 100 times to earn 10 power points and unlock a skill. Punching and kicking linked to strength. Sure, but Lewin wondered how that would help him become a mage. For now, better just give it a shot. Lewin took a deep breath, flexed, and threw a punch. One left, one right hook. The count went up, and that fired him up. Keep this up and he would finish in no time. Lewin threw a third punch, but the count did not increase because he swung it wrong. He got a rough idea of how it works and got hyped. All right, punch done right. The party was in full swing everywhere, but Lewin was gasping, drenched in sweat, and finally finished. Curious about the reward, Lewin suddenly felt a refreshing lightness. All fatigue wiped away like something even more fundamental than mana. It would been ages since he felt this. That is the feeling you get only when you truly power up. Let us see. Lewin immediately tried throwing a punch. His speed, aura, and impact all changed from before. Thrilling him, the power infused into his magic had definitely grown stronger. Now, the skill reward had him curious, so he opened the status window to check it out. It is called the Power Circle, a passive skill that replaces mana with strength. The mana circle turns into a power circle, and all magic and movements are influenced by his strength. Replacing the mana circle with a power circle, that means Lewin's mana is swapped out for strength. He placed his hand over his chest to feel it. Anyone who has learned or sensed mana knows the mana circle surrounds the heart, crucial for releasing and boosting mana, with stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. Lewin had 4 mana circles more than his peers, but due to his flaws, they were useless. After a moment, Lewin was stunned. His mana circles had vanished, replaced by a wildly spinning, Powerful circle that had to be the power circle. He was confused without mana circles. He could not be a mage. If this new circle could not do what mana circles do, what would happen to him? A bit disappointed that his mage life might be ending like this. But Lewin was a pro at staying optimistic in tough times. So for now, he had to test it out. He tried healing a fireball. The healing speed was faster than usual, surprising him, and it even looked stronger. The moment he saw the fireball's size, Lewin realized one thing. This was definitely the Relicus power. Sorry to break it to you, Professor. Magic usually has a basic activation mechanic. It takes 10 seconds to charge before unleashing power. But Lewin could skip that and directly create a fireball, using his body's strength, clenching his fists in excitement. Lewin knew this was the Relicus power. The status window popped up again, giving info on the mage's chaos technique, focusing mana into his body to attack enemies. When casting magic, power boosts are added, and the magic attack deals extra physical damage. At first, Lewin did not get the Motiji, but Draka used this mana chaos technique too, fighting by concentrating mana into a piercing strike. How could Draka come up with this? Lewin was deeply impressed by his persistence and creativity. A new quest popped up to train using the mage's chaos technique, attacking targets with the power circle and strength. Lewin had never thought of this method before, but if he could become a mage this way, he had to give it a try. Lewin cast a fireball, using it like a fist to strike the target. Alright. Lewin was thrilled when he first managed to channel magic into the scarecrow successfully. Mission complete, and he earned an extra 10 strength points as a reward. But that was not all. Lewin's spirits lifted dramatically, and he happily flopped onto the ground. Every time before, Lewin failed to unleash magic, but this time, he succeeded by throwing a punch. That is when curiosity about Draka crept in. What kind of existence was he? But, man, Lewin's body was getting heavier by the second. He trained until dawn and actually just crashed there. Guess he is not dead yet. The murmurs around him snapped Lewin awake. As he scrambled up, the other students jumped back like they would seen some alien creature. Damn, you are finally up. You scared the hell out of us. Lewin could not figure out why everyone gathered just to watch him sleep. Like, have they never seen a handsome guy pass out on the ground before? Well, it made sense. Who in their right mind would skip the cozy dorm beds to crash on the cold floor? That is definitely a rare sight. Hey Lewin, you been drinking, or what? Drinking? Nah, I was just exhausted, so I crashed. Later, Lewin puffed out his chest and walked off like a boss, making the others exchange looks. He was a whole new man. They remembered the beaten-up scarecrow that was left stuck in the ground, and they were sure Lewin did that. No way, that is him now. Back at the dorm, Jason Damon 56 was brushing his teeth, eyeing Lewin curiously. You out all night? What is going on? You do not usually ditch the dorm this long. Not one to entertain small talk. Lewin gave a bland reply. Jason was the eldest son of the Damon clan, famous for mining. At least Jason treated him like a regular guy, even if he was a booze hound and a ladies' man who often snuck out of the academy. Don't tell me you were out chasing some girl after getting your butt kicked. You finally learned to enjoy life. Spill it. Lewin tossed his shirt at Jason, shutting him up. Lewin soaked in the bath, feeling reborn, but then remembered he still had daily missions to complete. Today's challenge: 100 punches and 200 kicks and spinning kicks each, but the rewards stayed the same. He shot up, thinking, are they seriously gonna double these tasks every day, but keep the rewards flat? Nothing's ever easy. But if this is how he becomes a mage, then no worries at all. A month later, Lewin stuck to his daily grind. Just like he predicted, the demands kept rising, but the rewards, zip. If he missed a single day, progress would reset to 0 the next day, so he never skipped a mission. Looking on the bright side, the daily count never hit 3,000 punches or kicks. If it did, Lewin would be died from overdoing it before even becoming a mage. Over the past month, Lewin had punched, kicked, and spun 3,000 times daily and even unlocked a new skill, a passive skill: body art, boosting physical abilities and making his body stronger and more flexible from all that training. Lewin's image among classmates shifted from a clueless noob always focused in class to a dude who now naps in the back row. That is all they saw. He basically lived in the training yard, just punching and kicking nonstop. They figured Lewin was just coping with his mana disorder, but no one believed he was actually changing. Time passed. Lewin trained while hunting for clues about Draka, but not a single hint or similar name popped up. No whispers about world destroyers, players, status windows, or missions either. Nothing. Draka. Who the hell is he? That question kept spinning in Lewin's head. Lewin, come here. Jiasen suddenly called, asking if Lewin knew anything, but Lewin was clueless. So you do not know, and just chill with your books. Jiasen's sympathetic look made Lewin curious. The hot gossip? Adele's family head is here, that is. Lewin's father came to visit. Lewin dashed to find his dad, who was with Professor Heidel. Seeing his son lit up his face instantly. "Lewin, my boy, you are here." It had been 6 years since Lewin entered the academy without seeing his father. The old man said he was still in perfect health. "Lewin, your little sister's grown and is obsessed with swordsmanship. She swears to protect her weak big brother." Haha, embarrassing as hell. Lewin scratched his head, amused by his sister's boldness. Suddenly, his father showed up, making Lewin scared he would find out about the bullying. Lewin looked at him with fierce determination and addressed him respectfully. "I am doing just fine, sir." His father seemed confused. Lewin insisted he was not hurt physically or mentally at all. Taking a sip of tea, his father said, "Your aunt came by today to ask your thoughts about leaving the academy. If you find it too tough, you can always return to your territory anytime. Honestly, I kinda guessed why you came. But sir, I believe I have found a way." Lewin spoke earnestly and even hoped his father would promise him something for the next exam. Lewin vowed to ace the practical test. But if he failed again, he would follow his father's wishes without question. Seeing Lewin's resolve, his father reluctantly returned to the mansion after their talk. The final exam was here, and the first test was an introduction to magic. The exam had 2 parts, written and practical. The practical was split into 4 sections. Target identification, magic measurement, real combat, and solo battles. Since Lewin's mana was unstable, he could only score perfectly on the written test, while the top practical score always went to Miko from the prestigious Garyu clan. But Lewin was certain this time would be different. He was dead set on kicking Miko's butt and topping the entire server. After the written test, the students moved to the training ground for the first practical segment. Jason anxiously watched Lewin, noticing he seemed different lately. "Got a plan for today's practical test." Hearing Lewin's new approach, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been ages since his roommate felt truly alive. "Lewin, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you are going to use that weak-ass body for the practical test." Miko sneered, dragging some lackeys along to mock him. "So what?" Lewin replied calmly. Miko slapped him on the shoulder and whispered, "As a top student, if I had to give advice to someone who has failed the practical 6 times, it would be, quit now instead of embarrassing yourself. Who knows? I do not think your advice is worth squat." Lewin's comeback made Miko boil with rage. How could this short nobody be so cocky? Miko was fuming and vowed to make Lewin regret it in the solo battles. Just wait and see. The first practical test target acquisition was underway, officially called multi-target elimination. It simply measured how many targets you could take down in one go. This year, the test was tougher than ever. Targets moved nonstop, and average scores plummeted. Some students could not even hit a single target. Well, just a slight difficulty bump and results are already this bad. This year's batch is trash. The proctoring professors whispered among themselves. "Professor, do not lose hope yet. Miko's up next, let us watch." Professor Eric, a master potion brewer and Miko's uncle, said with a grin. Miko stepped onto the field, blue flames dancing in both hands. He was about to show Lewin what real skill looked like. "Go for Miko." He unleashed a massive web of flames covering every target, locking them down even as they moved. The students gasped. That was Miko all right, one cast and he hit every single target. Professor Eric jumped up, clapping loudly. "See, this kid's no joke, the pride of the Gary Helney clan. With skills like that, Miko's definitely our academy's champion. He will be the star of this year's grand tournament." "All right, Professor Eric," said Tyrion, the academy's headmaster and a level 7 archmage, unimpressed and ready to skip watching the rest of the students. Professor Heidel urged the headmaster to stay a bit longer. Lewin was up next. Lewin Adel. "Huh? That kid's still here." The headmaster was surprised but stayed out of respect for Lewin's spirit. Lewin stepped onto the field, his heart pounding. This was his shot to test his strength and reclaim his pride. "Begin," the proctor signaled. Lewin immediately cast a barrage of fireballs in a blink, leaving the professor stunned. "No way! How many targets is that?" The students gawked at the sheer number of fireballs he conjured. "No way! So many targets." Even the trainees were frozen, stunned by the sheer number of fireballs he was conjuring. Miko, despite being a bit of a grump, still believed Lewin was useless. Even if he could summon 100 fireballs, there was no way he could actually launch one. Lewin planted his feet and leaped up, activating time refraction, the distortion and bending of time for 30 seconds, boosting his speed by 200%. This was a skill Lewin had just recently mastered. Time refraction let him move at lightning speed to anywhere he wanted. So when Lewin threw that punch, it looked like he was just blasting out pure mana with no mercy. After a minute of non-stop assault, the scene looks like it just survived an earthquake. The professors and students just stand frozen for a few seconds, like they have witnessed a miracle come to life. Lewin smiles proudly this time. He really nailed it. Lewin hit 27 targets. And the professor has to summon all his calm just to announce the results. Wait. So he casts magic in his hand and then just punches with it. 27 is the record for this test. How is he moving so damn fast? A flood of shocked whispers and debates breaks out among the students. Applause erupts as the principal stands up beaming Lewin is absolutely outstanding. The students cheer and celebrate him. Lewin's hard work finally paid off. But where there is joy, there is always some sour grapes. Take Miko, who is so furious his face can't hide it anymore. Being praised and recognized like this is something Lewin has not felt in 6 long years. Now his heart's blazing with pride and fire. This is the pure thrill he has always dreamed of. Meanwhile, in the professor's meeting, Professor Eric is boiling with frustration. Casting magic in your hand then just punching the target, how is that even magic? I have never heard of any magic like that before, but you see, magic has no limits. Professor Heidel fires back. Magic is a field where anything can happen if it followed strict rules. It would not be magic, it would be math. But Lewin, the principal, raises his hand, signaling Professor Eric to zip it. The principal is thrilled to witness the miracle Lewin just created. This is true magic. Still, the professors can fully agree. Especially Eric, who mutters bitterly to himself. Lewin's boldness is shaking things up big time. Meanwhile, Jason slings an arm around Lewin as they walk down the hall. The ultimate mage has arrived. Lewin, you know my name, right? We have been classmates for 6 years. But the crowd swarming Lewin makes him uneasy, and he quickly ducks back to the dorm, leaving Jason puzzled. Yesterday, no. This morning Lewin was just a nobody at the academy. But now everything's flipped overnight. Still, he prefers to keep to himself, of course. Plenty still do not like Lewin, especially this blonde dude Miko. Bold, he just strolls into Lewin's room like he owns the place, leaving Lewin totally confused. He has scored a few points with that so-called non-magic, already acting all high and mighty. His arrogance is sickening, so I am here to remind him to chill. Lewin does not get what he is saying, probably just salty, because he scored lower than the kid he has looked down on for 6 years. What do you just say? Punk? Miko lunges forward, grabbing Lewin's collar. Lewin calmly grabs his arm and pulls him off, making Miko's arm tremble. Miko did not expect this skinny guy to be this strong. Miko, we both gotta graduate. If you really want to push me, then wait for the solo test this season and settle this fair and square. Miko shoves Lewin's hand away. You think you are skilled enough to fight me? You are just a failure who keeps flunking. Without another word, he storms off, secretly cursing Lewin as an arrogant jerk who will probably fail the practical test today anyway. So why bother with a fight? But watching his arm still shaking from Lewin's grip, he wonders if Lewin really is a mage. The second test measuring mana efficiency begins. This statue is Kingram, an ancient goblin and academy treasure and a rare relic. Only a few exist on the continent. 500 years ago, Archmage Frost turned Kingram into a living relic, trapping him inside to absorb mana, serving as a perfect magic amplifier. This mana efficiency test requires students to cast spells on Kingram to score points. But students avoid Kingram because he grades insanely hard. Scoring over 20 is already impressive. A student trying to make a flashy comeback look cool, but Kingram said, retake the test. Wizard Wanib, you still have time to drop out. The next guy mocked the one before him, definitely leaving an impression on Kingram, but not a good one. More like a first-timer flubbing a spell. What kind of weak magic is that? Watered down leaf juice. That is pure mana, you lousy goblin. If you are not up to par, back to your corner. Next up was Miko, nervous but ready to throw his strongest spell at Kingram. You are George Larry Hill's son. Miko smirked arrogantly at Kingram's question. That is right. I am the third son of George Larry Hill. Proud of it. Kingram laughed. Proud? Haha. Your dad's a hopeless sap. I practically handed him extra points. Kingram rated Miko lower than his old man, 27 points. You are just a regular goblin. Why are you running your mouth like that? Miko's face twisted in frustration. The professor signaled him to shut up and take his seat. Now it was Lewin's turn. For some reason, a wave of anxiety hit him hard. I am Lewin Adil. Pleasure to meet you. This was Kingram's first time seeing Lewin. Previous attempts failed because Lewin did not pass the targeting test. Lewin unleashed the violent flame burst, a level 4 spell that had everyone holding their breath. Kingram frowned, confused by Miko's stance. No wizard stands like he is about to throw down in a street fight. But Miko really was about to throw down. He leapt, channeling mana down to his foot, and kicked straight at Kingram's face. The professor was stunned when Lewin shifted mana from his hands to his feet, causing it to explode instantly. That move alone pushed the spell's energy to at least level 5. Lewin landed, breathing hard. He would clearly cast the violent flame burst. But why was Kingram's reaction so strange? Who are you? Are you Draka? Draka. Is he mistaking Lewin for someone else? The crowd was baffled. Only Lewin understood who Kingram was talking about, a person with no trace anywhere Despite Lewin digging through every scrap of info for 2 months, Draka. Lewin hoped Kingram would tell him more. Kingram was intrigued, never expected to meet Draka's incarnation at this academy. Kingram asked Lewin's name, promising to remember it well before turning to leave. The professor wanted Lewin's score, but Kingram said he would reveal it later. Too many ears around, and abruptly ended the dull evaluation, startling the professor. School rules. Kingram had to give a score. This rule had been ironclad for 500 years since Archmage Frost Ignat's death. Enough! You dare mention rules in front of me. For centuries, I have been the one grading these kids who barely look like wizards. Kingram's frustration, bottled up for hundreds of years, finally burst. But because of the rule, Kingram gave Lewin 2 options, 0 or 100 points. Your pick. Little Destroyer. Lewin was shocked the decision was his. Naturally, he chose 100 points, as word of Lewin's perfect score spread across the academy. Trouble stirred. Professor Heidel approached Lewin, catching him off guard. Since Kingram's 100 points reached the headmaster, the headmaster decided to reward Lewin something that had never happened before. First, the professor handed Lewin a paper detailing the treasure chamber, sparking Lewin's curiosity. The professor gestured for Lewin to follow him. He reached a secret staircase, the academy's only forbidden place. Lewin wondered why the professor brought him here. At the door to the treasure chamber, Professor Heidel stayed outside while Lewin had to enter alone, though clueless about what awaited. The professor said it was a reward and urged Lewin to check it out. Inside was a vast room filled with priceless relics Lewin had only heard about, apparently the treasure vault of Archmage Frost Ignat. In the eerie silence, a voice suddenly echoed, making Lewin's heart jump. Kingram appeared abruptly inside the chamber, and he was no longer a stone statue. This was the only place Kingram could use his body. Thanks to the mana saturating the room, he could exist in his original form, not just as an artifact. Lewin nodded, still puzzled about why that guy said he did not know his true worth. Literally, it meant he had no clue about his real value, and the magic artifact he using was just like Drakus. Kingram knowing about that artifact shocked Lewin even more. This was a rare treasure in the world, so Kingram wanted to find out how Lewin got it, and more importantly, what kind of connection he had with Draka. Lewin himself was wondering who Draka even was. There was no way he knew they were related. Kingram was just as helpless and ended up telling Lewin about Draka, a being who aspired to become a god. One day, Draka visited the Heavenly Peak tribe where Kingram lived. Back then, Draka was a tiny, scrappy mess but packed such insane power that no one in the tribe could challenge him. And every day, Draka just kept getting stronger, even if a horde of goblins attacked all at once. They could not take him down. From then on, the goblins respected Draka, and he lived among them like one of their own. Draka even taught language and magic to the future tribe leader, Kingram, for nearly 100 years. What? How could a human live that long? Lewin could not believe it. But Draka was not human. His true identity was Black Dragon Dracagonia. One shock after another, Lewin could not believe that dragonkind really existed. Didn't he hear once that dragonkind were the origin of magic? Lewin thought it was just a legend. But Draka could not use magic himself, which is why he invented the fighting style Lewin uses, channeling magic through his limbs. Lewin felt a bit of sympathy for Draka. He must have been treated like an outcast. Just like Lewin was, Draka created a power only he could wield, turning magic into raw strength, just like Lewin does now, and with that, he became the strongest being in the world. Yet Draka was not satisfied and kept pushing his power to the limit, ultimately destroying everything including himself. Lewin finally understood why Draka was called the world's destroyer. He could not imagine how powerful Draka must have been to wipe out everything. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification about a new achievement tracking Draka's traces, rewarding him with the Goblin Emblem, Goblin Rage skill, and Chang's Spirit, the embodiment of power. The Goblin Emblem boosts friendliness and communication with goblins. Lewin had no clue why he got this reward out of nowhere, and it was not even a power boost, but hey, beggars can be choosers. The active skill Goblin Rage boosts Lewin's strength by 330 seconds, with effects that grow under physical skill influence and last for 3 minutes. Man, this is definitely a dirty trick skill. Lastly, Chang, a glowing orb suddenly appeared in Lewin's hand. Kingram mused that whoever got this reward always stared into space and talked to it, just like Draka did back in the day. Lewin asked about the orb. Kingram said it was Chang, not just an item but an actual embodiment. Chang was always by Draka's side, so how could Lewin not know? Judging by the current situation, Kingram guessed Draka sealed him inside the Spirit Stone before dying. Chang was the embodiment of power. Though called a spirit, he was not like any ordinary spirit. He had a fiery temper and begged Draka daily for endless power, promising that if his craving was satisfied, he would grant his master unlimited strength. You mean this embodiment will come back to life from this stone? Kingram nodded, eyeing the stone cracking as if Chang was about to awaken. The stone shattered, and Luan's eyes went wide at what he held. It was a bear. The bear had the nerve to call me a bear. And it could talk. Luan's curiosity only grew. Don't he call me a bear? Little brat. Just like Kingram said, this bear's temper is hotter than lava. If he is not a bear, then what is he? Luan had no idea what to call the creature before him, but Chang's an embodiment. He can transform into anything he wants. Watch this, I will show you my power. Chang got ready to bust a move. But then, nothing happened. What the heck? Where's my power? Chang figured it was because he just respawned with an empty belly and demanded food from Luan. Luan had no clue what he ate, and Chang was super annoyed. Why's my master so weak this time? Whatever. I am sleepy, make sure you feed me when it is time. Luan just can't keep up with Chang's smooth swings. It is more confusing than dealing with a girl. As they say, a tiger's stripes do not change easily. Watching Luan and Chang together reminded Kingram of the old days. Their first showdown with Draka and Chang at the old Shincourt clan had Kingram itching to see what Luan would do next. Carrying out Draka's will, the power Luan holds is a double-edged sword. It could either lead him down the righteous path or swallow him whole. Kingram's dying to see what Luan will do once he grows stronger. Luan's reason for chasing power: to protect his loved ones from monsters, restore his family's honor, and prove himself to those who dared to look down on him and his kin. Luan smiled to himself. He has got too much on the line to let this chance slip away. I am gonna live life on my own terms for my family, my loved ones, and myself. Kingram smiled back, impressed. Not bad. I am counting on your future. Day after day, Luan stuck to his missions, the only change being the little chunk of fluff by his side. Chang's life was all about eating and sleeping every time Luan called him to eat. Chang would open his mouth wide and gulp down the power Luan offered. The guy's crazy for food and eats like a monster. Yet despite all that, Chang remained just a 1-star. His special skill: Companion. It lets Luan share 100% of Chang's growth and grants him 100 power points. No hassle feeding him daily either. Every time Chang levels up, Luan gets a power shield, 100 points per star. 200 for 2 stars. Before being sealed, Chang had 31 stars. Luan was amazed. He had not even hit 1,000 points yet, but was already this strong. No wonder Draka got insanely powerful. Besides missions, there is another way to boost power, but it comes at the cost of giving Chang a glass of water. No need to say it out loud, starve him. And do not blame him. Under Luan's pressure, Chang had no choice but to open his mouth. There are plenty of ways to boost power, like tackling higher difficulty missions for better rewards, or using items that boost strength, hunting for treasures, even cooking goblin tendons to craft a loot. But Chang was clear those methods are not for Luan, since you need at least 1,000 power points to unlock those missions. If the power grows too fast, his body won't handle it. Right now, Luan's just a toddler learning to walk, yet he would thought he was already strong. Turns out he is only at the baby steps. The immediate goal: hit 1,000 points. Luan trained daily to rack up points. At 930, the third round of real combat trials officially kicked off. In this test, mages attack from behind, risking friendly fire in the chaos, so this exam checks their crowd control skills and might be the toughest part. Like when Jason cast a fireball but accidentally targeted the knights, protecting him, instantly disqualified. The support team was the foreign knights, ensuring student safety and testing coordination skills. The exam lasted 10 days. Based on scores, each student faced different monsters. On the final day, 13 top scorers faced off, leaving everyone curious about what kind of monster would show up. A giant sea monster emerged from the gate, growling fiercely and scaring the students stiff. Sea monsters live in scattered packs across the continent, bigger than humans and pretty smart too. Their violent nature often sparks brutal clashes with humans. Are you sure this is safe? Professor, what if someone gets wrecked by that sea monster? Professor Heidel encouraged his mage students to stay calm and think logically to handle any situation. The test began. The foreign knights took the front line, supporting the mages attacking from behind. Miko launched an ice spear at the sea monster, but it instantly jumped up, targeting him. Miko dodged, and Professor Heidel shouted commands. Miko wanted revenge for the last time, but was so scared he could not move. Professor Heidel had to intervene, using huge spears to ensnare the sea monster and stop it from tearing Miko apart. The result: Miko was eliminated. Professor Eric clenched his fists. Miko failed again, so he had to step in personally. Next up was Luan's turn. Being the only one Kingram gave a perfect score to, Eric suggested evaluate him differently to keep things fair. The principal agreed, but lamented they had no other monsters left to use. Eric had it all planned out when the foreign knights brought the sea monster. They also brought along a love demon. Before Luan's exam began, Professor Heidel met with him to announce a change in the exam's difficulty. The academy has high hopes for Luan after Kingram gave him a perfect score. So now his target switches from the sea monster to the imp. Lewin's face twisted out of all the monsters. Why'd they have to throw him against an imp? Dude sarcastic like, the very first real enemy you face is an imp. This is gonna be one hell of a show. The imp looks a lot like the sea monster. So Jia-sen thought it was the sea monster's leader. But a buddy next to him said, dude, that is an imp. Jia-sen immediately felt uneasy, worried for Lewin. Even the foreign's knight captain was baffled. He hinted it was not right to have a student fight an imp in this kind of exam. The imp looks like the sea monster, but is way stronger. It can crush a skull and snap spines with a single spin strike. The captain asked Professor Hadel. But this was the headmaster's orders. It seems they want Lewin to put his life on the line for this test. That is right. Lewin stepped up as the contestant, with Lewin's flawless, pale skin looking like a rich kid. The captain could not figure out how he would stand a chance against the imp. The professor and knights were ready to protect Lewin, but he dashed right past them. Hey, you are heading the wrong way. Lewin was supposed to stay behind the knights, but where he would stand was tricky, because his build was different from theirs. If you stand in front, we can T-shield you. It is not like dealing with the sea monster, they warned. Yeah, I know. Lewin's answer made the captain frown. Why was he betting his life like this? I am out of options, Lewin said simply. The captain saw no fear in him. It was clear Lewin was different from the rest. Professor Heidel signaled Lewin to get ready, and then gave the go-ahead to start the test. The imp broke free from its restraints and charged at them. The knights shielded Lewin, but he zipped past them and lunged straight at the imp. The captain shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Lewin summoned a fireball in his hand and threw a punch at the imp. The clash of their massive powers shook the whole arena. Then came a huge explosion of smoke and dust. The knight captain silently prayed that Lewin was still alive. Out of the smoke, Lewin appeared not only alive but standing tall. Professor Heidel smiled softly, proud of his student. Hey, you are lucky you did not die. That is not how you do things. The captain scolded Lewin. Lewin apologized but said if he would warn them, the captain would never let him get close. Besides, now was not the time for talk. They needed to finish this test. The imp was still standing there, even angrier than before. Step back. I know you are strong, but the imp is dangerous. Stay put. I got this. But of course, Lewin refused to stay hidden behind them. This was his test. He was going to finish it on his own. Since birth, Lewin never knew what an imp was. This thing was 5 times his size, and bloodthirsty, yet here he was, staring it down. 2 reasons gave him the courage. First, he had a ton of combat skills effective against imps. He could even communicate with it and understood its screams. Don't he come closer? Please. Set me free. This imp was actually terrified, trapped by mages and knights, even though it had not done anything wrong. Reason 2. The mission. Of course. Objective 1. Attack the enemy first. Objective 2. Defeat the enemy. Reward. 30 points in strength and the skill Sharp Eye. A fitting reward for someone like Lewin who had to grind through boring daily tasks. 1 battle worth 3 days of points. What is stopping Lewin from charging up and punching that thing square in the face? Objective 1. Attack the enemy first. Complete. But it was not over. The imp leaped up, aiming to crush Lewin's skull. Light on his feet like a feather, Lewin dodged its brutal punch. He had to find its weak spot and strike. Using time refraction, Lewin closed the gap and targeted the imp's weak point. The captain just stood there stunned, wondering what the heck that thing really was. The demon blocked Lewin's punch, swinging its left arm, only to have it blocked again by Lewin. Lewin tried a knee strike, but it was too weak, and the demon caught him, tossing him like a ragdoll. Lewin clung to the wall like Spider-Man, barely catching his breath before the demon charged in with a thunderous punch. Lewin leapt up, twisted midair, and launched a spinning kick, something he would trained every day, that instantly sent the demon crashing to the ground. He jumped on top of it. Time to end this. Lewin unleashed the furious demon skill. Are you even human? The demon muttered as Lewin used the clan S skill. No need to answer that, Lewin replied, leaving it shocked. But now it is time to finish this fight. Lewin combined the fiery rage burst with the furious demon skill. Stacking the effects, was shifting into a berserker state, raw power exploding uncontrollably, forcing the knight squad to fall back. Moments later, the demon fell silent. Looks like it is all over. Trang, watching nearby, was stunned. Lewin had surpassed all expectations. He took down the chaotic demon. The crowd erupted, the trainees exploding with excitement over Lewin's talent. The knight surrounded the demoness body, confirming it was defeated. Lewin Adele, who taught you those spells and combat skills? The knight captain asked. Curious, I taught myself, Lewin said, leaving him in disbelief. Lewin then asked Professor Heidel about his test results. The professor paused, thinking Lewin would not make it, but there was no chance to stop him now. You always exceed expectations, Lewin. You passed. Lewin's face lit up with a smile. This was the moment he would been waiting to hear forever. Mission complete. Lewin's reward included the Seer's Eye, an active skill letting him see into people's hearts, gather and digitize info, unlock invisibility, and spot those hidden in stealth. Now you are a true player, Chang said. Knowing well this skill is exclusive to players, Lewin could now see enemies using invisibility skills, outlined with a faint glow. Next up, unlocking the minimap, letting Lewin observe everything within a 500-meter radius around him. He could also check any target a status window, but the info available depends on their level. Chang crossed his arms excitedly. There is still a lot more surprises coming. He told Lewin to try using the Seer's Eye on that chaotic demon. Just focus and think Seer's Eye, and the status window pops up. The demon was a 3-star bladed shoulder from the Violent Storm Mountains. Smaller and less aggressive than usual demons. Lewin glanced at Professor 2, a level 6 wizard, but could not read any more info. He could not access info on those far above his level, but as he grew stronger, more data would unlock. That explains it. Lewin smiled, satisfied. After the combat test, rumors of Lewin defeating the demon spread everywhere in the academy. Lewin, how do you feel about all the buzz? Pretty cool, right? Jie-sun was curious about Lewin's reaction, but Lewin himself did not quite know what to say. Excuse me, are you Senior Lewin? 3 shy girls approached Lewin, offering snacks for when he got hungry. After Lewin took them, the girls blushed and ran off. Want to try some? Lewin coldly handed them to Jie-sun, who instantly lost it. You are totally disrespecting the ladies who braved their embarrassment to bring you lunch. Why get all worked up? Lewin said, eyeing Jie-sun's goofy face. Despite appearances, he had huge potential. Over the past few days, Lewin had checked everyone's stats, and only Jie-sun showed high potential, so Lewin looked at him with trust. Jie-sun, keep pushing. I am sure you will ace the next test. So you are feeling for me now? Jie-sun asked, confused. Lewin told him to chill on chasing girls and focus on confidence and hard work. His skills were not cutting it yet. After a while of curiosity, Jie-sun sometimes wondered if Lewin was really the same guy he would known for 6 years. Even Lewin himself found it hard to believe. But this was the version of himself he wanted to show. There were even rumors that Lewin would outshine Michael, become the top student, and represent the academy. Do not care about that. Lewin walked inside, making Jie-sun even more curious, because this year was the grand festival. Every May, representatives from famous academies gather at a magical festival to choose the best of the best. Every 8 years, all the mages come to the Olympia to pick the strongest one. The grand festival happens in the year when both events coincide. It is a nationwide competition where the brightest students from each academy showcase their skills. The winner not only pockets a huge cash prize for themselves and their academy, but also scores countless perks. The number of participants is limited. 1 solo competitor and 30 for the team event. The top 31 students from each academy enter this massive contest, with the solo competitor representing the academy. I wonder who is the academy rep this year. Probably Michael again. The students gossiped during lunch. Jie-sun confidently claimed that his dormant Lewin would represent the academy because he is the only one who scored a perfect 100 from Kingram. Plus every time Michael joined the Magic Fest, his results were terrible. For the team event, others carried the weight, but Michael ranked 4th out of 5 in solo, so their academy was labeled second rate. Now everyone's counting on Lewin to pull them out of that shame. The test's not over yet. Lewin won't let himself get cocky or excited. The chosen one will be the top scorer in the test and receive nominations from the professors. Plus, the solo duel between him and Michael is coming up, and all Lewin can think about is how to crush Michael. 4 days later, Lewin trained hard and hit 1,000 power points. Chang stretched, his belly full, finally waiting for this moment. The usual missions upgraded to level 2, with double the difficulty and triple the rewards. After a full meal, Chang's whole body burst into a fierce flame that left Lewin stunned. Meanwhile, Eric was salty because his plan to mess with Lewin only ended up boosting Lewin's points. With Lewin's strength, Eric still thought he could not beat Michael, but worried about Michael's top spot and festival participation, Eric schemed a desperate, trashy plan. Meanwhile, Chang's eyes popped wide. He would reach level 2 and granted Lewin 200 more power points. Lewin noticed Chang looked chubbier and stronger, giving him 200 points without lifting a finger. Chang snorted proudly. This is just the beginning. Difficulty and rewards are already ramping up. Speaking of which, Lewin checked. Punching and kicking went from 3,000 to 5,000, plus running 15k daily in real combat training. Lewin had upped his training intensity, so the basics were not hard. What really caught his eye was the real combat practice sounded fresh. Remember when we first met? I said I could turn into anything. Chang was all boastful now that he could shapeshift, but there were limits. Only at level 5 could Chang transform into a human. For now, he could only show simple skills. Chang spun around fast, his soft brown bear fur switching into purple cloth. The ugliest scarecrow ever appeared, making Lewin burst out laughing. Don't underestimate this scarecrow, Chang warned. When Draka started training, this scarecrow helped him a lot, so every day, Lewin had to spar with Chang's scarecrow form, which was useful beyond just being a target. Chang was now as strong as a level 3 mage. Once he got his power back, he would try everything. First, Lewin wanted Chang to turn into a mage. Chang grinned slyly. Ho ho. Got it, little bro. Chang somehow pulled out a tiny staff to demonstrate magic casting. Even if they hit Lewin, it was just a shock with no damage. If Lewin hit Chang, he felt nothing either. Perfect sparring partner. Bring it on. Chang did not hesitate to attack Lewin. Lewin was buzzing with excitement, thinking Miko must be training right now, so there was no way he could afford to slack off. Meanwhile, Miko was busy picking up pipe leaves. What a pain in the ass that guy is. What the hell is he up to now? Kid, you dare talk like that to me? If you were just a bit stronger back then. Miko snapped at Eric, fully aware that Lewin's boosted scores were thanks to Erika's schemes. Thanks to him, Lewin scored a perfect mark. If my family found out what you were thinking, you would be toast. Eric was stung by Miko's jab, but did not dare say a word. Miko was not training. He was just pushing Eric to cook up a plan to beat Lewin, and Eric already had one. Take this. Eric handed Miko a vial of burning core essence. It is a rare herb from the northern illusion zone, used to brew special spirit pills. Once ingested, Miko would enter an awakened state. Mana casting times would shrink drastically, but he would lose pain sensation and could not tell friend from foe. Yeah, basically it blinds you completely. Good luck staying focused in class with that going on. Miko did not get why Eric wanted him to take it. Are you nuts? You do not get to argue here. You already lost to that loser, and now you want to drag your family's name through the mud. Eric's reasoning was brutally convincing. Still, Miko hesitated. He knew exactly how strong Eric was. Kiddo, you forgot who I am? Eric's specialty is dirty tricks. He is the guy who tests for banned substances to cover the tracks. Eric handed Miko a bottle of clear mist potion. Take that after the burning core essence so no one could trace anything back. Don't be scared. Only by playing dirty can you climb the ranks in the Gary Hill lineage. You in or not, man. The way he pitched it was almost touching. Finally, the one-on-one combat exam had arrived. The venue, Jiaochen Mana Square. Whenever these duels happen, the arena always packs in a crowd. Everyone wanted to catch the final showdown, the epic battle everyone had been waiting for. Lewin versus Miko. Lewin stepped onto the field, nerves tingling. Since Miko knew Lewin specialized in close-range magic combat, if he came prepared, it would be a real pain. But if Lewin managed to close the distance, one punch would drop Miko flat. To make the exam as realistic as possible, the terrain was carefully designed and varied inside the arena. Both fighters were ready. But Lewin noticed something off about Miko. He looked like a wild dog itching to be unleashed. Normally, Miko would throw shade and taunts before the fight, but today he was eerily silent. Lewin had to use his expert instincts to investigate. Besides his usual stats, Miko had a hidden rage status. He was definitely hiding something. But before the fight started, all students had to wipe their bodies clean. Then Lewin recalled Professor Eric, who handled that, was Miko's uncle. Looks like the Gary Hill duo was covering for each other's dirty moves. The only magic banned in the fight was shadow magic. The other 4 elemental types were allowed freely. Points would be scored based on the tier of magic used. The arena suppressed magic power by 99%. So there was no need to fear your opponent at spells. Lewin raised his hand. Curious? What if one of us uses banned substances and gets caught? That question hit Miko right in the gut. He nearly had a heart attack. According to the rules, anyone caught cheating would be disqualified and fail the exam, possibly even expelled depending on the severity. Once everything settled and both took their positions, Lewin could only conclude based on what he saw he was the only one who could see the status window, so no one believed him. He needed solid proof. Ready. Begin. At the signal, both launched into attack mode. Go to help. Miko used a vine to wrap around Lewin's leg, but in a flash, Lewin slipped free like it was nothing. Since the arena only reduced mana power, it did not affect Lewin's raw strength. Bottom line, his power was still absolutely savage. You think that is all I got? Miko unleashed a massive fireball straight at Lewin. Lewin blinked behind, dodging just in time, then took cover behind a huge rock from the sidelines. Lewin noticed Miko's casting time had shortened, while his mana pool grew despite the arena's restrictions. Miko spots Lewin hiding behind a rock and smirks cockily. Quit hiding and face me, you scared little rabbit. Judging by Miko's unusually intense energy and his earlier behavior, Lewin suspected he would take in the awakening herb. Fire Bloom. His hands trembled with excitement. Pain sensitivity dropped, and he could not tell friend from foe, though the pain suppression effect had not kicked in yet. So that is why he is so cocky. It is the Fire Bloom talking. Huh, Miko's face twisted when caught. No way he could sneak around Luan's watchful eyes to take him down. Luan did not need any tricks, he charged forward. Luan bent time and shot at Miko like an arrow. Panicked. Miko raised an ice barrier to block him. Useless. Luan's sweep shattered Miko's ice like it was dust. Woo! What kind of magic is that? Everyone watching was left speechless at Luan's show, but the battle was not over. Miko unleashed his level 3 fire blast, conjuring a fire-breathing T-Rex right in front of Luan. Luan met it head-on with an earthquake punch true to its name. The destructive force shook the ground like a real quake. Miko's little dino got slammed away without a fight. The crowd gasped as Luan used earth magic to snuff out the flames. Miko hit the ground hard. Luan closed in, making Miko panic. Hey. Watch out. Sataja, don't be such a coward. Take this. Luan jabbed his finger sharply into Miko's chest. Asterisk pop. Asterisk, the sound was loud enough to echo across Vietnam. That little jab packed the punch of a knockout blow. Any normal person would be out cold from that, but Miko stood tall, laughing mockingly. Luan, you really underestimate me. Luan was not done. He kept raining down punishment. Miko crumpled to the ground with cracking sounds, but still chuckled. Haha, does not even faze me. After all those hits, Miko was still conscious. Luan worried he was at risk of fatal shock if this kept up. Imprison him, Luan commanded, locking Miko down, then raised his hand to report. Sir, Miko's been using banned substances. The professor needed to double-check. A wrong accusation meant losing his right to compete. Luan was certain Miko's doping was cleverly hidden, or someone was turning a blind eye. Only one person had access to rare ingredients and oversaw inspections, Professor Eric, who also happened to be related to Miko. Whispers filled the room about Eric's family ties with Miko. Eric jumped down and confronted Luan. Luan, do you even know what you are saying? You accuse Miko of doping, and I am supposed to ignore it. Yes, I have proof, Luan said, though Eric insisted on a retest. But Luan knew Eric was using special pills to mask Miko's symptoms. So what do you want now? Eric pressed. Where's your proof then? Eric stood firm. Right here, Luan declared. He stood before an ancient tree and flicked his fingers. The trunk exploded and burned to ash in a flash. That is the flick I just threw. Luan's words hit Eric like a thunderclap. This was serious trouble now. Even if Miko's magic had improved a ton, there is no way he could take those hits and still stand laughing. Right now, his skull must be rattling violently, and at least 4 ribs broken. Yet Miko grins like he is pain-free. Got anything left to deny? Professor Eric. Eric could not argue. Luan was too spot on. The principal sprang up, visibly furious. How dare you pull stunts like this in such a sacred place? Come with me to the office right now. The 4th exam was over in no time. The downfall of the Gary Hill lineage was laid bare. Professor Eric returned to his hometown to fish, while Miko got expelled. Professor Eric went back home to raise fish, while Miko got expelled. From that day on, the school started calling Luan the exorcism saint instead of the dull Luan he used to be. More importantly, Luan finally earned the principal's approval to train. Standing before the principal's office door was a magical gate, and stepping through, Luan saw a familiar scene, Adele's domain, but he quickly realized this was not reality, especially with a throne called Tyrannus' seat, reserved for the supreme mage. The moment Luan took it all in, the principal appeared right behind him. This place was forged through the eyes of Malorok, the warlord who ignited the invasion of the Freya continent. Legend has it, he had the power to show a person their deepest desire. After Malorok's blade was reforged into a sacred relic, his eyes became a treasure that reveals what one truly longs for. What just appeared before Luan were the things he desired most in the world. Exactly what Luan yearned for was to reclaim the Adele territory and become the most powerful mage. As for the principal, he saw a world where everyone just played their rightful roles. Students are students, and mages are mages. The principal knew achieving that was not easy, but even so, it remained his secret hope. Before stepping through another door, Luan glanced back at the relic. Visions of people cheering for him as he became the top scholar flashed before his eyes. That was the dream he had chased all along. After passing through the relic's realm, the two arrived at the principal's main office. Today, the principal summoned Luan to ask him something important. Among countless forbidden substances, how could one tell that Miko used the Flameheart Blossom? Luan answered honestly. First, Miko's attitude was not his usual self-aggressive but anxious. His mana flow was unstable, and his movements shaky. So Luan guessed he would use the Flameheart Blossom. But from what I see, this is not just a guess anymore, it is a certainty. Why is that? The principal leaned in, curious, because the mana barrier only suppresses magical power, not physical strength, and what Luan saw was physical strength, not magic. He carefully avoided mentioning the most refined tactician part. I am sure Miko was pushed beyond his limits, but he still sneered without a hint of pain. That can only mean he used the Flameheart Blossom. Luan's straightforward answer. Without hesitation, made the principal extremely pleased. Though only 16, Lewin immediately spotted even the smallest changes in his opponent. Not to mention, he remained calm under pressure and wielded magic flawlessly. As the academy's principal, I deeply regret this mishap and sincerely apologize to Lewin. I promise the Gary Hill family won't harm you again. Also, the principal had another proposal. He nominated Lewin to represent the academy in the Grand Festival this July. Lewin was stunned. That was a spot everyone dreamed of. Honestly, he would already sense this when he arrived. He had not achieved anything remarkable at the academy so far, and the Grand Festival gathered only the best schemers. Lewin was not sure if he could compete. That is not a problem. The principal is a judge at the festival and believes Lewin deserves to be a top contender. He insists Lewin is a promising candidate, and the scary part is, he is a secret weapon no one expects. To everyone else, Lewin is a mystery. No one knows his techniques or fighting style, so no one knows how to counter him. Because Lewin always finished last, no one was on guard. It stings a bit, but that is his strength this time. He will land a knockout punch no one sees coming, should he join or not. At this point, Lewin could not hold back his excitement. He was determined to give it his all and not disappoint anyone. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to the principal's plan. He invited a professor to help Lewin develop his physical skills, rather than magic. You holding up okay, kid? Lewin blinked in surprise at the man before him. This was Gutter Pyranty, captain of the foreign knights, and one of only 5 level 5 knights in the kingdom of Gideon. He was also the one who fiercely opposed Lewin in the third test. Would-be thought Lewin would be training his physical skills under him. First off, Gutter wants to clear up a few things. According to Professor Heidel, Lewin is a unique mage because he can only fight up close. Lewin nodded in confirmation. From what he observed, Lewin's movement flow is solid, quick, precise, no wasted moves. But honestly, it is obvious Lewin's never been trained in sorcery. Your midday technique might have worked on the goblin back then, but against the knight squad, Lewin's moves will be completely read. No matter how strong you are, any opponent with good body control can predict your attacks by reading your shoulder movements. Right? Everything the professor said was spot on. Lewin's midday technique is just repeated movements from missions, so it does not translate well into actual combat. But do not worry. If you learn from me, your movement flow will transform from the ground up. Professor Gutter does not want to waste time, so the two of you will get started right away. The first lesson is how to walk properly. Steady footing means stronger sword swings. Plus your feet help predict your opponent's next move. Only when you master the right way to walk can you truly use your body skills. So Lewin practiced walking like a true hero. Next up is Qinwu, a martial art commonly used to train knights. Consists of 36 stances, not to mention sword techniques. Following Professor Gutter's guidance, Lewin trained hard to sharpen his movement skills. The professor was thrilled with Lewin's progress and dedication. He remembered when Lewin first wondered why he was teaching him martial arts. Gutter has to go to the academy every day, yet here he is, giving extra lessons to Lewin. Just think of it as an investment. That is the professor's reasoning. Met someone with the potential to become a top-tier mage in the future, and if he can support that person, it is a worthy investment. After hearing that, Lewin decided to entrust his body training to him. I am counting on you. Professor Gutter. Calling me professor sounds so stiff. Just call me bro. I am barely hitting 30. Gutter said with a hint of disappointment. The more Gutter watched Lewin fight, the more impressed he got, especially with his grit. When Lewin defeated that goblin, its jaw was actually broken. A close combat made stronger than a goblin. No wonder Gutter found him so intriguing. 3 weeks later, Lewin's body art skills leveled up to 10, earning him skill boosts and chaos mage abilities that let him channel magic through his body. Senju mastering Xinwu was a big plus too, and Shang even hit level 3 by tagging along with Lewin, holding over 2,000 power points. Lewin could feel just how massive that strength was. Shang noticed something even crazier. Lewin's speed in gaining power dwarfed others. Even Draka took over a year after meeting him to reach that level. Lewin, Jia-sun's rushing over. Did you see that? Lewin was so caught up in training, he did not notice outside news. They would just released the contestant list for the Grand Festival at the Academy. At the opening ceremony, Lewin stood on stage representing the new students, instantly becoming the target of jealousy and suspicion. In response to that envy, Lewin endured 6 years of miserable acts, only able to watch from afar as Miko received everyone's congratulations. But now, things were different. Lewin's whole body tingled when he saw his name as the Academy's representative. It is, congrats on becoming the rep. It took a long time, but Lewin was finally soaking up this kind of praise again. At last, Lewin had become the Academy's representative once more, and Jia-sun made it too, even if only at number 31. Heidel heard Lewin had mastered Qian Wu. He was stunned, almost scared that a 16-year-old 5th-level student could pull it off. He believed Lewin could make it. Preparations for the Spring Festival at Xuan Sivu, marking the journey to Tiananmen. We're underway. Some students were riding the mana train for the first time, and were super excited. Rodden Kingdom only had 2 relay stations, but the Rhynek Empire Federation boasted over 100. Slow down, you country bumpkins. It is just 1 mana train trip, and you are losing your minds. That jerk Hanker, Miko's lackey who joined last year's Magic Festival, sneered, if you think Lewin's gonna pull off some miracle at the Grand Festival, forget it. He is just cocky because he scored high on the exam. Plus, reps from other academies are like shadows. They believe their chances to win are better with experienced fighters like Miko around. They refuse to accept Lewin as the academy's representative, which really ticks off Gyesen. Tons of jerks are trying to leech off the Gary Hill family. But you have got to crush this competition, even if you are stuck on a squad with those losers. Miko would be thrilled those dogs stay loyal to their master, even after he has been kicked out. Hanker bluntly asks if Lewin is calling them out, but luckily, they get the hint. So Lewin does not have to spell it out. Listen up. Lewin needs to school him. The Grand Festival is a whole different league from those magic fairs they have been to before. Nail this, and you will unlock opportunities no Gary Hill can hand over. Sure, if we get good results, everything changes, but is that even doable? Even Hanker spooked. All the participants are monsters, and their fate is to be stuck in the kingdom of Doidian. Working under the Gary Hill family, we can do it. Lewin insists, because at the Grand Festival, unity is everything. We need to cut out anything that drags down morale and teamwork. So you are saying you will compete without us? On the way there, think again, consider who is representing you now. And besides, the Gary Hills are not here to witness anyone's loyalty. Hanker yells back, you are messing up my first solo match by picking a fight with Lewin. I want to take orders from anyone at this festival. On the mana train, the hypest dude by far is Chang, who won to stop rambling about how there used to be no mana trains, making Lewin's ears ache. Suddenly, a train car door swings open. I smell fresh losers nearby, let us check it out. Hey, country bumpkins from the 5 Idiots Academy. 3 students from the National Magic Academy Iota just boarded. That is the only school in Iota, a desert nation known for its ancient history and punishing sword training that pushes body and mind to the limit. Lewin's curious what the Iota crew is doing in their train car. Hey, 5 Idiots Academy. Where's Michael Gary Hill at? Donnie tell me he bailed cause things got rough. I was counting on him to babysit us this year like our personal slave. Haha, he's going around greeting familiar faces from last year's Magic Festival like a total bully. Cheng cracks up every time Lewin hits a snag. Dude's patience is unreal. He hears all that and still stays put. Lewin never knew about this before because he never got to come. But it looks like their academy does not get much respect. Professor Heidel casually reads his book, not planning to step in. Right now, he is just a guide. Bottom line, all authority and responsibility now rest with Lewin. Their representative. Hey Hanker, where's your guy Miko Gary Hill? He is supposed to come find you. Miko's probably laid up, praying his broken ribs heal already. Lewin says, silencing the whole car. Hanker says Lewin is their rep this time. The newbie from Iota steps up, introducing himself. I'm Seda Menkuri, Iota's rep. Lewin gives his name, then cuts it short. If this guy's here to start trouble, it is time to kick him out of their car. And of course, he would better apologize for calling us the 5 Idiots Academy before he leaves with some manners this time. What did you say? Seda did not expect Lewin to throw cold water on him like that, leaving him totally embarrassed. Hey Hanker, Miko has not told him who he is yet. Seeing Hanker mute, he is about to throw down. Lewin gets it now. This is why last year's Grand Festival participants dreaded the Iota crew. Seda Menkuri was their bully. They do this on purpose to break everyone's spirit before the matches even start. Turns out the festival begins right here. Right now, wanna throw down. Lewin's not backing down. He is ready to clash immediately. Of course, Seda jumps at the chance to throw hands with Lewin on the spot, but then Iota's instructor steps in, slapping Seda down in front of everyone, then turns to Professor Heidel and the others to apologize. After that, he drags Seda back to their car before the guy loses it again. Inside the Iota ship's cabin, Seda could not figure out why the professor was stopping him when the professor himself had come up with this plan. Didn't you notice? He saw Professor Heidel smirk ever so slightly while watching Seda, like he was just waiting for him to make a move. Just confidence. That is all, sir. Even the professor is not totally sure. He suspects Lewin's hiding something they have not uncovered yet, but he is certain you are nothing like Miko Gary Hill from last time. After the Iota crew left, the atmosphere inside the Ignis ship shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, they were all ego and rivalry, but now, they have somehow banded together. You okay? Lewin, why are you getting so worked up? These guys have been fighting since birth. The other students were worried when Lewin actually made a move and clashed with Seda. Lewin wondered, do not they feel offended when the academy is blatantly disrespected like this as their representative? If you just sit there quietly, they will only get more cocky and disrespectful. You do nothing. Then yeah, the academy is as dumb as they say. Does everyone want to keep getting disrespected like that? It is because you guys have been backing down that they have looked down on us for 5 whole years. Now's not the time to let pride break our unity and get us mocked outright. The first match had no representatives. They nominated Hanker as goalkeeper for the archery match. And the guy's practically addicted now. Looks like Miko's tail is finally joining in too. Lewin hopes things keep rolling smoothly like this until the competition ends. Finally, the whole crew arrived at Antondachi, a minor state within the Royal Renach Federation, the only state officially recognized as neutral within the empire. So even sworn enemies have to bury their grudges here if blood is spilled on Anton soil. The Renach Empire steps in to handle things as the continent's supreme power. That is why Anton hosts massive international competitions like the Grand Festival and the Great Sword Tournament. Asen stepped into Phai Tramcho, a place that felt like another world. Our corner was impressive, but this place... Next level. Lewin was overwhelmed by Anton to the capital of the kingdom. Everything looked ancient, yet everyone seemed so relaxed. Only now did he realize how tiny their home turf really was. Each academy at the Grand Festival had carriages waiting to whisk them off to hotels. Lewin rode with Professor Heidel, who warned him before they parted ways with the other academies. Students starting trouble now won't do any good. The professor's direct gaze made Lewin flinch. Hey, look. Chang caught a familiar scent and got excited. Looks like remnants of Draka are still lingering here. The next morning, Lewin got up early, dressed for a ritual, while Jiasen was still groggy. Wait. Lewin's going on a date. Lewin opened his minimap and followed the trail Chang had sniffed out. Even Chang found this strange. They stopped at a workshop called Resonance of Memories. Lewin gently pushed open the door, expecting Black Dragon's gear to be locked away somewhere special, not in a place with a name like a babbling brook. At least it should be in a black market or some underground spot run by the teachers. After all, Draka's relics do not work on ordinary mages. Lewin used his immunity detection skill to pinpoint the exact location of the player's innate treasure. This treasure was also Draka's first failure, a power that grants immunity against physical effects and boosts resistance to physical damage nullification. Sounds badass. But why call it Draka's failure? Chang laughed because it not only blocks attacks but also blocks casual touches. Even Draka's lover could not get close. It is there when you do not want it. Gum when you do, hence a total fail. Still, Lewin needed it. Wearing it instantly boosted his strength by 200 points. And he was itching to put it on. The ring seemed tailor-made for him. Lewin asked the shop owner for the price, but the guy just gave it to him, said it has been sitting here forever, ignored by everyone. And he was about to toss it out. Lewin browsed around for other items, and with his expert eye, he could tell their true value and avoid getting ripped off. One rare item caught his eye. A book on quantum mechanics applied to magic and swordsmanship. The moment Lewin touched it, a girl rushed over. Clearly after the same book. This was Irene Price, a level 5 mage with huge potential. From Seiki Women's University, Diem Vong, the king of mages and the supreme mage Terran Artemis himself, personally chose Irene as one of the 11 successors to his legacy. Word is, she's a prodigy on the brink of hitting level 5 magic, but it looks like the outpost nerfed her power since her status sheet already marks her as a level 5 mage. Step aside, Irene said coldly. But Lewin was here first. You found what you needed. Now you are just browsing for more, right? I am only here to buy this book, if that is all. Could you let me have it? Looks like Irene overheard Lewin's words. He is curious why she wants that book, since usually no one bothers buying stuff like that, just for homework. Can T really say more? Irene's attitude made Lewin sigh. Guess she has never lied a day in her life. Then take it. I do not need the book anyway. Go check out the other items. Irene was caught off guard by Lewin's chill attitude. She thought they would duke it out over the book. But nope, looks like a young heart just skipped a beat. At the Ignite Academy dorm, Jason and Hanker grilled Lewin. Where and when did you meet Irene Price? What did you say? Is she really as gorgeous as the rumors say? And so, and blah blah. Jason was kicking himself for not tagging along. His dream was to touch Irene even once. Pathetic. I even met Irene at the Grand Festival and sat right next to her. Hanker bragged arrogantly. Yeah, right? That barely counts as talking. Look at yourself, you did not even see her neck, let alone talk. Lewin just sighed at these love-struck fools. Hanker added another tidbit. Even though Irene is strong, she is only second best. Every year she loses to the number 1. Doom Prime. To the point of stress. Doom Prime is the top dog at the military training school, considered the strongest among his peers on this continent, and he wields a radiant sword. Hearing this, Lewin figured out why Irene needs that booklet is probably to find a way to take down Doom Prime. But being a swordsman is not all glory compared to other weapons. A magic sword does not pack much punch. And mastering swordsmanship ain't easy, yet Doom Prime wields an SSS-Rank Radiant Sword. And his skill level matches a typical knight. Plus, he's got the perfect rich kid look fancy family. Good looks. All the girls swoon over him. Seriously. There are people like that in this world. Jason listened and just felt sleepy. Lewin silently mulled it over. One is a 16-year-old level 5 mage. The other a top-ranking swordsman. He worried could he possibly come out on top against these geniuses. Nobody seemed to notice Lewin. But the principal's encouragement echoed in his mind, making him want to prove himself. You guys. The lineup's been announced for the opening ceremony. That news reignited Lewin's spirit. The grand festival had just begun. Just wait until he tears this place apart. Finally, the debut teams were revealed, and Lewin waited eagerly for their group stage opponents. Facing those dumb academies first. Too easy. Take a break. Guys, Lewin started trash-talking right away. Lewin felt drained knowing their first opponent was Oada Academy, infamous for dirty tactics. Plus, many at Ignis Academy were already mentally scarred from them. You guys are so weak. You do not even push us to try harder. Boring as hell. They openly insulted Lewin's academy, thinking they were useless. Lewin welcomed their attitude, but he would show them Ignis Academy is not the same as yesterday's loser. We were waiting for you. So many people joining the grand festival. Huh. Lewin's voice rang out, making the crowd take notice. I am Lewin Adil, representing the so-called dumb academy everyone loves to mock. I am not here to talk much, just one small request. Stop calling us the dumb academy. It is annoying. Lewin's public clapback left the Oda crowd speechless. He was done being the perennial loser now. He aimed to be the top dog in this scene, if not the dumb academy. Then what? Talk nonsense and get lost? Still, 5 years of being dead last at Ignite Academy can be wiped away with a few words. Many wondered who this guy was, daring to claim he would rise to number 1. Lewin is the sharpest edge, truly the wild card of Ignite Academy and himself. From now on, he will never back down again. Sure enough, Lewin's words shook Oda Academy a bit. They have started digging into him. The only info they got, Lewin had the worst record for 6 years straight, but still became the Academy's rep. Rumor has it, last semester he flipped his grades a full 360 degrees out of nowhere. That must be why he is so damn confident now. Sedar recalled what the instructor told him about Lewin there. There is definitely something different about that guy. After thinking it over, Sedar chuckled. Guess he was just overthinking it. And stood up, stretching his shoulders. Time to teach Ignite Academy a lesson Oda style. Back at Ignite's dorm, everyone's buzzing about tomorrow's event. Mana grenade throwing. It is a team battle with no academy reps. The challenge. Throw mana grenades at a mid-tier Guling beast. The first team to take it down wins. Tomorrow, without Lewin on the field, no one is sure if they can pull it off. Ignite students worry Lewin's their heartbeat. Their individual skills do not match Oda's. But Lewin's got a plan. Since it is a team match, if they work together, their chances jump way up. Step 1. Split the whole team into squads. Squad 1 preps the grenades. Squad 2 hauls grenades to Squad 3, the attackers on the Guling, and the last squad's job is to stall the opponent by healing their Guling. The team's uneasy hearing this strategy. It might take forever to bring down the Guling. Oda throws 30 people at it in one attack wave. If they have fewer people, their damage drops too. What is wrong with you guys? Lewin asked them all, telling them straight up he will lead them to the top, and he meant it from the bottom of his heart. Whether they join or not, Lewin will go all out. If Oda hits once, they will hit 2 or 3 times back. Oada's top-tier skills let them use the old-school tactics. For them, it is effective. For us, it is just a waste of time. Jason decided to trust Lewin's strategy. He is their commander now. The rest agreed to give it a shot. Lewin smiled and finalized it Hanker as squad leader. Teams formed based on each person's skills. With sharp eyes like a pro gambler, Lewin sized up the strengths and weaknesses, cutting losses and doubling down on advantages. Once in their squads, everyone felt more confident. Hot grenade experts, ace throwers. Seeing everyone pumped up like this made Lewin even happier. Their faith was solid now. Just then, someone burst in, all frantic and covered in frostbite from an injury. The Oda gang called their crew and dragged me off. Hearing that made Lewin freeze this time. Oda's really in trouble. Inside Oda's headquarters, Sedar was bragging with his crew. Look who is here. What is your move? Lewin stepped in, snapping at Sedar like calling a dog. Bring Kiri here now. Damn, this guy's lost it. Sedar gritted his teeth and stood up. For some reason, Lewin's mere presence always rubbed him the wrong way. Using your head. Huh. Lewin placed a hand on his shoulder, gently pressing down. Sedar's knees buckled like the whole building just crashed down on him. You bastard. Sedar swung a fist at Lewin. Lewin smoothly sidestepped, grabbed Sedar's wrist, twisted it behind his back, making Sedar grunt in pain. The coldest tone. Lewin warned them. If you lay a finger on my people again. This one TN here. Oda students circled around Sedar, who was now on the ground. What happened? Are you okay? Sedar looked up at Lewin, who coolly shoved his hands in his pockets. Want to settle this once and for all, back with his friends. Lewin's story fired them up. If they beat Oda, Sedar's gonna get a smackdown so hard he won't forget it. No Miko style light taps here. Plus, Sedar will have to publicly apologize to them all. That alone gave everyone the drive to win, to erase 5 years of shame. Before long, it was time to head to the arena for the opening ceremony. Historically, mages at this grand festival always became key players in shaping the continent's destiny. Lewin felt an overwhelming pride standing here, right where legends in history were born. The opening ceremony is over. Everyone, please return to your seats. As soon as Lewin stepped out, he bumped straight into Sedar. That guy still holds a grudge from yesterday's mess. Get ready. This time I am not letting my guard down. Lewin sighed heavily. His real target now was not the hot-headed Sedar, but Dungbram. Bram was the champion of the Magic Festival and the top ace at the military training academy. If Lewin advanced far enough, a showdown with him was inevitable. You must be the usual troublemaker. Huh? Irene Pryo suddenly approached, catching Lewin off guard. Irene had heard all about Lewin's wild antics yesterday, causing chaos everywhere, even storming into the Oda Academy to stir things up. How do you find out? This place is tiny. I guess everyone already knows. Lewin was shocked. His little heart-to-heart with Sedar had spread like wildfire. Since Lewin had mixed up a book for Irene before, she decided to give him some advice. Do not make yourself too flashy, just like you. Right? You are hiding your true power too. Lewin hit a nerve, leaving Irene visibly shaken. Not wanting to stir the pot about Irene's abilities, Lewin just said goodbye. Girls are foo. The real competition is the prize. In just a few minutes, the first mana grenade toss between Ignis and Aoda Academies would kick off. From the hall to the arena, everyone cheered loudly. Show them our strength. Prove we are no longer the joke of the academies. Once the match began, everyone was rattled. Until now, team wins always depended on individual power. Setting up formations like real tacticians was totally foreign to them. Still, most expected Oda to win. They are the self-proclaimed top dogs, while Ignis is just the dumb academy, last in the rankings for a reason. Irene watched the match, utterly amazed by the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Ignis Golem had already lost an arm. Jason led the grenade tossers. Lewin coordinated outside. Hanker heated up fast. Mora and you two handle transport. After a while, Golem's right arm was completely destroyed. The crowd was on edge. How could these idiots lose to the so-called dumb academy? These bastards are tough. We all feel for Golem, but it is not losing strength at all. The harder Oda attacked, the stronger Golem got, just wearing themselves out. Irene silently admired Ignis' strategy. It overcame Oda's raw power with pure tactics. But to pull that off, you have to know each player's abilities inside out. When Lewin found the book Irene needed in seconds, it caught her attention. Now, he could even split the team based on their strengths. Who the heck is Lewin? She would never seen him in past magic festivals. The final round, Jerson hurled a grenade at Golem, shattering it into 100 pieces. Golem was broken, and so was Sedar's heart. He just clenched his jaw, ready to tear his pants in frustration. Woohoo! We did it! Everyone thought Oda had this in the bag, but the so-called dumb academy snatched the win. People rushed over to Lewin, slapping him on the back. He had not fought directly, but he carried the team on his shoulders. So Oda's dead last. Might as well call them Oda the losers. Whispered jeers from the stands left Oda nowhere to hide. Next up, the flag cup between academy reps. First match, Lewin versus Sedar. As soon as he stepped out, Sunchang taunted him. Why so tense? Lewin, Ignis currently ranks top 20 out of 32. Lewin thought that was just right. After the first match, all eyes were on them, but it still was not enough to shake off years of stigma. So this time, Lewin vowed to win big. No more playing it safe. Only then would people start seeing them in a new light. Plus, they had to prove themselves to the Supreme Mage watching from above. In the realm of the 6 great mages, they were watching the battle through a crystal orb. Underworld King Tero recognized Lu. Since he was once a candidate among the 11 ordinary kids, he had a habit of remembering talented people, and Lu was a natural genius, able to learn mana manipulation on his own at a young age. I was really disappointed to find out he had mana disorder. Disappointed, the principal spoke up. Actually, the Underworld King treated Lu like a worthless nobody. Caught off guard, the Underworld King could only chuckle. But who would have thought the principal would pick a student like that to represent the academy. I do not think the principal's doing this for some cool scheme like before. Those two kids already broke the curse years ago. The principal is super confident in Lewin if you want to see his power. Just watch and learn. What is the plan? Ice Blast or Fireball? Either way, you gotta get close to pull it off, or are you gonna heal? Chang asked Lewin. Curious, but Lewin thought healing was not smart, just act normal. Charge in, and throw punches like crazy. Fight starts now. Lewin lunged at Exita. Hem was casting a healing spell. Someone's about to pay for what they did to me earlier. Healing Guardian. Engage. The Guardian is a giant knight clad in armor and wielding weapons. Lewin bent time to dodge the Guardian, then circled behind Seta, catching Han off guard. Damn it! Seta swung a punch at Lewin, but this time Lewin caught it, knew it. Seta's arm was gripped so tight it hurt. You gonna let go or what? But now's not the time for Han to say that the Guardian charged at Lewin. But Seta was blocking the way. Han's face turned pale. Stop right there, you dumb Guardian. In this hair's breadth moment, Lewin held Zeta's arm so tight he could not break free. Lewin looked at Han, taunting. Try to run if you can. That moment made Seta realize one thing. The pressure Lewin had on him was real, not just Han's carelessness. Just then the Guardian rushed in. Seta closed his eyes, bracing for pain and humiliation from losing, but no pain came. Sohan blinked and looked around in disbelief. Lewin was bare-fisted, going toe-to-toe with the Steel Guardian, each punch leaving dents in its armor. Seta could not believe it. After taking a beating, the Guardian finally crashed to the ground. Lewin advanced on Exeta, making Han jump back in shock. Did you just save me? Save you? Lewin could not believe Han was dumb enough to think he would save someone who humiliated his friends. The reason Lewin stepped in was because he wanted to put Han down himself. Remember the fish incident? Just a flick. That is all it took. A crisp snap of code as Seta flew backward after Lewin flicked him hard. Han's only thought now was how ridiculously blue the sky looked today. Damn. And felt so sorry for Seta's sorry flick. The apprentice Ignat erupted with emotion. Never had winning felt so satisfying. Winning and settling a 5-year grudge at the same time. Lewin caught everyone's attention, including Underworld King Terran. The principal sighed quietly beside him, thinking, here we go again. Terran was struggling to keep his anger in check, and sat in the position of demigod, the only mage to reach level 8, known as the Supreme Mage. Yet he would never seen a magic like Lewin's before. Who the hell is this guy? Making Han's heart race like this. Terran Ignat, tell me everything you know about Lewin Adel. Before Terran's order, the principal carefully chose his words. Lewin is a student who always fulfills his duties. Someone everyone thought would quit, but never did. A person who turns weaknesses into strength, and is a mage who outworks every other mage. That is what I know about Lewin Adel. The principal's answer left King Yama's Tyran fuming and powerless. So you are trying to protect your student from my curiosity. Tyran, what if I just call Lewin here and ask him myself? Under Tyran's pressure, the principal could not stay still. If you intend to force the boy to spill the truth, I will have to step in. Tyran smirked because the principal was invoking the mage's sacred oath, the Millie vow to keep secrets. So Han one tea interrogate Lewin. Just sit back, eat some snack, sip tea, and chat a bit. King Yama Tyran is obsessed with breaking magical limits. Han must find out what kind of magic Lewin is using to get it for himself. Either I drink myself to death at the bar. Lewin clutched his head, exhausted. We just won one round. Now's the time to rest, or the other schools will come charging in. Why stress? Let us just chill. But his words barely landed. Jia-sun jumped in to hype Lewin up. Come on, let us celebrate the win. After all, it is a grand festival. We have got Veniantin coconut juice here, plus Dragon Kiss. Lewin had no clue what Dragon Kiss was, so Jia-sun pitched it hard. You know I always got mad love for hometown flavors. Turns out it is Jia's local specialty. But that is not why he ordered it. The guy just needs one sip to taste a French-style kiss with a dragon. Come on, Lewin, stop making that face. Just try it. One glass and you are hooked. One glass and you experience pure bliss. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared behind them, Seta Mankiri. His arrival shattered the vibe instantly. Jia-sun jumped up, chasing him off like a bad spirit. His sudden presence killed the mood. Lewin stayed alert, unsure if Seta came to pick a fight or what. I am here, apologize, Seta said with great effort. Lewin and Jia-sun froze, stunned by this unexpected scene. I am sorry for underestimating you all. After Lewin crushed me in the arena, I realized I should not look down on anyone just because they seem weaker. There are plenty of people stronger than Seta out there, so he too can be the underdog to someone else. Seta truly felt all he would done up to now had been wrong. Suddenly, Jia-sun could not believe what he would just heard. Seta knew it would not be easy to earn forgiveness, so he bowed deeply in front of everyone to show his sincere apology. The awkward silence was deafening. No one knew how to react to Seida's move. He also apologized for ruining the mood and decided to leave immediately. Seida, are you apologizing just to save face? Or is this the real deal? Lewin asked him straight up. Seida put on a remorseful puppy face, swearing everything he said was true. Lewin exhaled in relief, stepped forward, and reached out his hand. Thanks for the manly apology. Caught off guard, Seida accepted the handshake to seal the truce. Everyone accepted Seida's apology, and soon they were all hanging out, arms slung over shoulders, rocking those dragon kiss vibes. Suddenly Lewin's eyes snapped open. Jia-sun and the others laughed. You are awake. Remember what happened yesterday, so you really like dragon kiss that much? Huh. Hanker's comment had Jia-sun and the others doubled over laughing. Yesterday, Lewin cried and thanked everyone for believing in him. School life is brutal. Who knew perfect Lewin had that side? Now Jia-sun and the crew had new ammo to tease him with. Walking down the hall, Lewin muttered, damn demons. Just waking up and already causing trouble. What kind of drink is Dragon Kiss that makes you so sensitive? From now on, I am steering clear by 100 meters. Lewin, did you sleep well last night? This time running into Seida made Lewin even more jumpy. Last night they even apologized for beating each other up and promised to be brothers from now on. Lewin blushed and ran off while Seida stood in the hall shouting after him. Hey buddy. Catch you later. Out of the frying pan into the fire, Lewin then bumped into Professor Two-Face. Wherever you go, trouble follows, the professor said, making Lewin freeze on the spot. But the professor did not mention that he just said someone wants to meet you. The principal's worried because this person looks respectable, but is actually dangerous. That intro only made Lewin even more curious. The guys also warned him to be careful. People who hide their true nature, like that guy, are way more dangerous than top-tier criminals on the run. Lewin promised to stay alert, and after the final exam, the professor would tell him when and where to meet. After hearing Lewin's story, the other trainees were fired up. Supreme Sorcerer Lord Terran is watching us. Just like that, they had a brand new reason to win. Lewin already had a strategy in mind. If you just play defense. Next up was the arrow catch match. This match uses arrows that can move on their own, constantly flying and darting everywhere. Each team has 9 members, split into offense, defense, and goalie positions. The team that lands the most arrows in the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the match demands sharp tactics, knowing when to use defensive magic, when to control the arrows, how to catch them, and then toss them into the enemy's goal. Usually, there is a lot to consider, but with Lewin on the field, the rulebook might as well be a bedtime story. He zipped straight toward the opposing goal like a bullet. They threw every kind of magic at Lewin, but none of it worked, even on the stands. Sita cheered louder for Lewin than the apprentices from Ignit. Everyone looked at him sideways, whispering, what is his deal? He lost yesterday but acts like he is the big shot now. Must have gotten wrecked by Lewin and lost his mind. They said stuff like, don't you have to fight first before you are bros? Still, Onlixta got punched by Lewin, so no one dared talk smack around him. They just grumbled behind his back. Sita was not faking closeness with Lewin. After facing him, he was sure Lewin was the next generation sorcerer. Irene from Siki Women's University, Dalian Manking from Frilja's Holy Magic School, Doom Pram from JNAP Military Academies to had battled all the top talents at the Grand Festival. But Lewin was on a whole other level. Not only was Lewin strong, but he had leadership and patience. Sita never expected Lewin to even accept him as a friend after everything. Captain, it is almost our turn. No tactical meeting. So Sita could not cheer for Lewin anymore. But it did not matter, because their opponents were throwing everything they had at Lewin, risking their lives. Fire, ice, earth, nature, whatever magic they could muster. They unleashed it all. Lewin dodged every attack and charged straight at them. Done yet. Now it is my turn. When it was his turn, they hurriedly built a thick ice barrier out of fear. But Lewin punched it away in one hit, turning the shards into flying ice blades that attacked them back. With Lewin on the scene, these guys were doomed. While Lewin messed up the enemy formation, JSN caught an arrow. Even if they wanted to block it, their defense was already shattered. Take this. JSN was the best thrower, scoring to make it 2-0. After that, all eyes were on Lewin, while JSN and the others took advantage of the weakened defense to push forward, breaking through their lines. The crowd could not believe their eyes. Normally, a match like this sees 3 to 4 goals. But Ignis trainees smashed the record with 11 goals, forcing their opponents to surrender. Not a single glimmer of hope to even score an honorary point. Looks like that guy was not exaggerating. Maybe he really is the top dog. The crowd started changing their minds about the Ignit trainees. Back in the waiting room, Professor Haido came looking for Lewin. Got a meeting time 7 p.m. tonight. Don't eat anything before you come. Nervous, Lewin headed to the meeting spot, where the principal was already waiting outside the door. They walked through the magic door inside. Welcome. Supreme Lord Terran sat on his throne like a king. Chang flinched, sensing Terran's magic. Could he also be a star lineage? Terran was a supreme sorcerer nearing the half-human, half-god threshold. So that was not surprising. Supreme Lord Terran had prepared a lavish dinner. He said he had known about Lewin for a long time. For 5 years, Terran had been watching Lewin from afar while searching for the 11 cross. Lewin was once on the list of 11 candidates. But now everything was very different. Let us get straight to the point. Can you tell me what has happened recently? Lewin realized that in his eyes, he was just a mistake, a living proof that even the Supreme Mage could stumble. He wanted Lewin to admit it himself, to prove he was never wrong. But right now, Lewin could only say one thing. No matter how talented he was, his efforts would never be recognized. Terran frowned, confused. Efforts? What is with all this talk about effort? Are they even related? The headmaster smiled at Lewin. That is exactly why I like you so much. So what exactly have you been trying for? Lewin honestly admitted he has been focusing on martial arts lately. I overcame my mana disorder through martial arts training, gaining incredible strength, even casting spells instantly without any prep time. You expect me to believe that King of Hell Terran guessed Lewin must be used some artifact, even he had never heard of? Could be. The headmaster agreed, watching Terran shrug, speechless. Anyway, there is still time. Terran will keep an eye on Lewin to see if his efforts pose any threat to my own kids. Lewin just smiled, letting the guy watch him, because he is curious too, if the Supreme Wizard's pick is really any different from himself. This is the first time the Death King Terran's been talked back, to no clue how he is processing it. After Lewin left, Death King Terran sat down for a chat with Principal Ignat. You think I am spying on your students? And tennis. Talented wizards are always welcome. I am just a little curious. That is all. Principal Mel did not know what else to say to his innocent act. Wonder if Terran's curiosity is finally satisfied. Terran figured the principal was not hiding anything, so he got curious about something else. Old age really makes you nosy. You saw it too, right? That guy's subtle threat was clear. Principal was speechless. To Terran, Lewin looks like a pure kid but feels like the villain. Terran noticed Lewin showed zero fear, while countless wizards tremble before him. Fascinating. Hope this threat he is eyeing can pull off something big. Meanwhile, the stands roared, chanting Doom Prime's name. Han frowned, not liking the fans' noise. It was just background noise to him. Someone rushed in with news, making Han scowl and ask, "Are you sure?" "Positive. I saw it myself." He knows Lewin came to the tower with Principal Ignis. Doom clenched his fists tight. The Death King was not testing Han but someone else instead. Lewin had caused a stir at the Grand Festival, and Doom caught the buzz about the match. Hearing Lewin's magic was pretty unique, making him a tough opponent. But Doom did not care. No matter how high or wild Lewin climbed, he is no match for Han. Lewin was just a weirdo. The thought of Death King Terran summoning Lewin for praise or whatever drove Doom mad. He slammed his fist into the wall, shocking everyone. Never seen Han this pissed before. Fueled by jealousy, Doom vowed never to forgive Lewin for daring to steal the spotlight. Only Han deserved Terran's recognition. The moment Lewin stepped out, they bumped right into each other. Lewin recognized the guy immediately. Doom Bram. Doom did not waste words and grilled Lewin on what he told the Death King. Han was clearly waiting just to ask that, but Lewin had no reason to answer. Seeing Lewin refuse to cooperate, Han drew his sword, ready to intimidate. This guy really wanted a fight, and Lewin was more than ready to throw down. They unleashed their magic, one blazing red, the other icy blue, head to head, their eyes locked, like predators sizing each other up to devour alive. But Doom was insanely strong. Lewin could not spot a single weakness. Was Han really going to start trouble here? This was not even inside the arena. Just as Doom was about to draw his sword fully, someone stepped in, none other than Irene Proy. She walked up, teasing, "Is this a reunion or something? Everyone is showing up today." Lewin shot back, "Not sure if I should ask you guys for permission first." Watching them chat, Doom said nothing and just turned to leave. Lewin sighed, wondering if Han was always this brooding. Irene knew Doom well. Days like this, he usually kept his mouth shut. Doom Bram got fired up whenever it involved the Death King. More than anyone, he craved the man's approval. Normally, the Death King rarely summoned anyone like this. The fact that Lewin was called made Doom think Terrence got his eye on the kid. Irene wondered if Lewin really planned to fight Doom earlier, but that DB throwing away his chance. So he definitely would not be dumb enough. And probably was not serious either, just bluffing. Doom Bram was like an unbreakable fortress. Normal attacks would not even scratch him, but Lewin knew he would not lose either. No matter how solid the wall, constant pressure eventually cracks it. Irene was intrigued. This young guy was definitely a total weirdo in her eyes. Confidence is good, But you gotta be careful, Doom Brams, someone who does not play nice. After today's events, Hence definitely got his eyes on him now. At the Ignis Academy dorms, Jason was sprawled out, grumbling nonstop about his disappointment. Lewin tried to comfort his buddy, but honestly, it barely made a dent. The others figured that even without Lewin, snagging 4th place in the team battle was already insane actually. Insane does not even cut it. Losing the streak stings. Sure, but at least it proved the Academy's strength. Everyone started asking Lewin about his plans, since the individual matches were coming up soon. But the guy, no plans whatsoever. His only goal, win. Period. Lewin's got to hold on to that top spot until the very last second. Right now, he is tied for first individually with Irene Prios, Cherky, Dalian Mankin, and Doombram. Lewin and these heavy hitters are all neck and neck for the championship, if nothing changes. The next match is going to be huge. This is the sudden death battle, a brutal survival fight between 32 reps on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points. Dead last gets just 1. Players earn points based on their rank, but the gap between positions is massive. Hanker knew Lewin would kill it, but it looked like Lewin was not planning anything like the others, who were scrambling to find allies. In sudden death, contestants can form alliances to survive together, knowing who is friend or foe, and building a strong team is a legit winning strategy. Everyone's worried, since all the others will have alliances. How on earth can Lewin take them all down solo? Hanker even thought about teaming up with Column, but the first person Lewin considered was Irene, though. He had no clue if she would join him. Even if she said yes, they would still need more people. But then, out of nowhere, Sita bursts in and suggests teaming up with Lewin. For a second, Lewin almost forgot that guy existed. The three of them took off, hustling to find more members. Sita joke? Don't go soft on your bros now. But honestly, that line was Lewin's style. Sita was straight up honest, and definitely someone you could trust. But besides Sita, they still needed one more to complete the squad. Meanwhile, a long line was forming as everyone begged Irene for an alliance. But it seemed like she was turning down every offer, or just did not want to team up with anyone. Lewin wanted to ally with Irene, but Sita was skeptical. She was a championship contender, and they were not exactly tight. Lewin claimed they were kind of close, so talking to her would be easier. Sita worried, if everyone's getting rejected, what if their offer got the same cold shoulder, like confessing your love and getting shot down? Lewin barely opened the door before running right into Irene. She saw him and beamed a huge smile. Turns out Irene refused all other alliance offers because she was waiting for Lewin to make the first move. And of course, she agreed to team up with him without a second thought. 3 of them formed a squad and started hashing out tactics. While the biggest team had 14 members, that big team was led by Dalian Mankin from Frilja Holy Magic Academy, a prodigy, who always ranks in the top 5 contenders. His magic mainly focused on illusion and holy arts. Numbers do not always win battles, but obviously, when it is his team, he is the one to watch out for. But the real powerhouse to fear, Doom Prime. The event's challenges would shift depending on each player's abilities. The next day, the battle kicked off with all students decked out in armor. Once your armor's durability hits 0, you are out and instantly teleported off the battlefield. Everyone was dropped onto a man-made island, and just stepping off the boat, Sita already felt a chill run down his spine. The goal: survive 72 hours. But trust me, those 72 hours are going to be brutal. While everyone else had teams and alliances, Doom Prime was flying solo, though no one dared underestimate him. Lewin's group would sail from here to the main island, passing through a safe zone that would shrink over time. The 3 of them sprinted like mad to snag the best spots before anyone else could. After staking our claim up in the tree, my stomach started throwing a fit. I just do not get why nobody grabbed any food at the entrance when the spread looked that good. But hey, the one who came up with the ambush plan was me. So who else could it be? Suddenly, an explosion went off nearby. Looks like the fight kicked off out of nowhere. Lewin told me to chill about the food, cause we are about to eat until we can move. And here they come. Their scent hits us, a squad of 5 scanning every corner of the forest. They seem wiped out, but still hustling hard to find food and water. That is when my spear shot down. They realized they would walked right into an ambush. Hey there, ladies. I have been here since the afternoon. Irene unleashed her male-level Frost Storm magic, no joke. Classic Irene, casting high-level spells without even flinching. Their crew fought back fiercely, trying to balance offense and defense as much as possible. Taking them down won't be easy. They are academy reps and skilled mages. After all, now it is Lewin's turn. They caught movement in the bushes and immediately cast magic aimed straight at him. He bent time, slicing through their ranks and striking the guy at the back of the group. Someone countered with a prison hand spell, but it was no match for Lewin's fiery berserk blast. They quickly shouted to retreat, but escaping that easily, not a chance. Lewin's fiery berserk blast hit the unlucky dude hard. He hit the ground foaming at the mouth, knocked out cold. Now their group's down to 4, and with our overwhelming power, They had no choice but to throw in the towel. The Lewin crew also managed to snag a hefty stash of food, not just fruit, but meat too if this place holds out. We might be eating well for 3 days straight. Looks like those guys really took care of their supplies. Food does not just walk itself into your mouth. If we do not feast well on this, we would be throwing it away. Suddenly, another explosion rocks the back. Looks like Team Dalian is heading right into it. They have no clue what is going on. But whatever it is huge. Who in their right mind would take on a squad of over 10 people? Arian said, this is what they call a bottleneck. Very few mages ever reach this level of power. Sedar was shocked. Just a year apart, and Dalian has already leveled up this much. Lewin could not help but think of Doomgram guys seriously strong. The three of them were the first to enter the rest room. No other teams had set foot here yet. Lewin planned to rest a bit and do some warm-ups, while Sedar would warm up with a chunk of meat. Arian was a bit skeptical. Everything was unfolding exactly as Lewin predicted. This is the central village, the only spot on the island big enough to hold this many people. Team Dalian might show up here, and Doomgram could come as well. Arian thought it was reckless, knowing how many people are there. How could Doomgram just decide to go alone? Lewin insisted he would go. That was the only way to clinch victory, because this is the kill point. Every time someone is taken out, the kill count rises. If Lewin were Doom, that is a solid plan. He has already put himself in Doom's shoes and thought about the next move. Plus, Doom's trying to draw the Reaper's attention. He has no choice but to take bold risks. As weird as it sounds, let us put that aside for now. Everyone will take turns keeping watch. Real careful. Like that night, while pretty drunk, Orion nudged Luna awake and said someone was coming. Peeking out the window, he saw a figure dressed all in black lurking below. Checking carefully, they noticed it was just one person. Arian turned off the lights to avoid giving away their position. He woke me up and told Lewin to take the next watch. The black-clad figure crept toward the door, and Lewin was already waiting. As soon as the person stepped in, Lewin grabbed his collar and slammed him aside, muffling his mouth to keep him quiet. Arian used light magic to illuminate the room. The intruder was none other than Canculus. Canculus apologized and said he did not mean to break in, just needed a place to rest. If I had known Lewin's crew was here, I never would have come. Canculus' team had 6 members total, but now only 1 remains. Canculus said they walked right into Doom Prime's trap. From the start, they made bold moves. Relying on their numbers, they planned to ambush Mankin to rack up kill points. But then Doom showed up, striking when everyone was scattered looking for supplies. Not all 6 fell into the trap, only 1, since they had prepped defenses for quick reactions. What happened next is the real problem. After the explosion, Dalian led a counterattack, but despite fierce resistance, they could not hold, including Canculus. Only 2 made it out alive, but the story's far from over. Then Doom appeared again, first vanishing to silently observe. Waiting until the fight ended, he quietly followed, stalking the wounded. He played the situation to his advantage now. That is some next-level strategy. Even though Kank was clearly drained, he still begged to join Lewin's squad. Sure, the guy's exhausted, but Senza's got solid tactics. But Lewin said no. He wants to know how Kankaris even escaped. If Doom Prime was involved, how could he let Prey slip away wounded? Only 3 possibilities. Kank is lying, Doom Prime let him live on purpose, or someone's watching this whole scene from afar. Otherwise, this guy is not really Kankaris. Lewin used his eye to verify, but the man in front of him had no identity. Without hesitation, Lewin punched him in the head. Turns out, he was just a clone. After that, Lewin ordered everyone to get out of there immediately. Dawn was breaking as the 3 of them wandered the forest. Still puzzled, they kept discussing the events from last night. Looks like Kank was attacked by the one who made that clone, and chances are all 7 in his team were wiped out. Maybe that clone was not lying after all. Irene wants to bring up someone connected to Kank's fight, Cherky. He is also part of the 11th Cross, and heads the Delphaniac Magic Academy. His specialties: dark magic and illusion spells. He is also on Dalian's team. That puts Lewin's crew in deep trouble. Using illusions will reveal Cherky's position, and other teams will surely set traps. The safe zone will shrink, cutting off their escape westward. There's a saying in Majoros Seas: to fight pirates, you gotta be a pirate. The only way out now: hunt down the enemy. Meanwhile, Cherky's side is plotting about Lewin's whereabouts. Cherky knows they are hiding out on the west shore. He faked almost everything but got caught in the end. The discovery shocked everyone. His illusions were busted because someone squeezed him tight. Things just got tougher now that Lewin's team has 3 members who are total headaches. Dalian decides to go after them, pouring all firepower into ending this once and for all. He and his squad head west, but it seems a fight's already raging nearby, and it is intense. With this scale, Lewin has got to be there. The rocket-fast team is ready to score. Spotting the prey, Dalian immediately fires his holy spear straight at them. But it is not Lewin's group. The 3 are still lurking nearby. Watching the scene unfold, they recognize Dalian's holy spell. Everything's going exactly as planned. Hearing the cannon fire, the enemy rushes in, But the three are not really there. The opponents revealed. Now's the time to rack up kill points. Lewin suddenly appears from behind and takes down one of them. They do not even have time to process what just happened. Dalian's team is down one, confirming the brawl with Doom was real. But in terms of points, Lewin's crew is still way behind. Counting those 3 temporary allies, they have 6 people total, spotting only 6 of them. One guy from the Dalian crew nervously steps up, but then a blazing fireball from behind blasts him flying 80 meters away. That kind of raw power. Only Doom Prime could pack a punch like that. Without uttering a word, he appears and wipes out the entire Dalian squad in one swift move. Looks like another temporary ally has joined the fray. Dalian's old team. The survivors are all here now. The fight's clearly nearing its climax. Realizing they are up against Doom Prime, they quickly signal each other to retreat back to base. But Dalian refuses. Now's the time to unite and fight as one. Lewin and the others are ready too. He bends time to slip through their ranks, then lands an earth-shattering punch that shakes the ground. Doom Prime glides past Lewin like a gust of wind, declaring he will personally end him. Later, in the observation room, only 10 promising students remain standing. Lewin has genuinely piqued the underworld king's interest. The kid vowed to prove he is stronger than the 11th cross. But whether he can actually take down Doom Prime, that question still hangs heavy. After that battle wraps, Lewin's crew sets up a base B near their headquarters. The largest alliance now only has Dalian, Mankin, and Cherky left. The temporary allies have vanished with Doom Prime. Mission complete notification hits, though it has been ages since their last mission. Through sheer grit, Lewin nailed it flawlessly. Meanwhile, Irene wakes up and reminds Lewin to eat breakfast first. Seta already saved some for him. Gotta hand it to Seta, his cooking skills are legit. After eating, they all relax with some tea. Irene's been wanting to ask Lewin for a while now what is his plan after graduation. She is curious. With his insane talent, there is no way he is settling for a boring path. The mages competing here will soon step into the real world. That moment marks the start of their symbiotic lives out there. Some will join knight ranks defending castles under the royal army. Others will become tower mages or join special squads chasing cash. Those are the usual roads, but Lewin, he does not even know yet. In fact, he has never seriously thought about it. Just last year, he was dead last, struggling to even think about the future. Back then, his only focus was figuring out how to become a mage. Once this contest ends, Lewin will probably have some idea, maybe even head back to the academy. Irene's no different. She has never been sure what kind of mage she wants to be. She has mostly followed others' advice, like, Irene, be a legendary mage or something, so she has made up her mind she wants to beat Doom Prime first. Irene believes that is how she will find her own path and discover what kind of mage she truly wants to become. Every year, Irene ranks second, and Doom Prime is the mountain she must conquer, the lesson she has to master. Lewin respects her ambition. Everyone has their own battles to fight. The safe zone is shrinking faster and faster. In about an hour, they will have to move out. So tonight, the only safe spots left are the central village and base A. If both Dalian and Cherky are in the central village, taking control there might be smart, but they can to rule out Doom lying in wait. But if they do not strike first, that is risky. 2-3 people could get trapped by the shrinking safe zone. Charging in blindly is off the table. They need to stay low-key and move carefully. Suddenly, Lewis throws out an idea. Only a few are left, and just climbing one rank could net a bunch of points. Like Irene said, everyone's playing it safe now. Plus, the chaos from that brawl earlier means no one is likely to react to their moves, which means now's the perfect moment to trap Doom Prime. Dalian and Cherky lost almost all their members. The survivors are weak. They will probably hide. But Doom, he will show himself confident in his skills. He won't stay in the shadows. Besides, we can't just ignore him. If we do, all 3 of us are in serious danger. Leave the job of tracking down Doom to Lewis. He will bring the guy right to us. That night, Lewis started cutting through the forest. Searching, he knew just eyeballing the minimap would not cut it. It is no simple task. But at least he could tell how many people were at the base. If the count showed 3, it meant the rest of the crew was there. If 2, then it was Dalian and Chucky. But if it was Doom, then there'd be just one blip. Just as expected, Lewis found a house, stood outside, and shouted for Doom to come out, and sure enough, Doom was inside. The crew in the cars watching Lewis bring Doom here were worried sick, fearing their comrade had been captured. But hey, if anyone was capturing, it was Lewis. He was the one who brought him here. From the start, Lewis had zero plans for an ambush. Sneaky tactics just are not his style. He did not bring Doom here to fight him. The real showdown was between Doom and Irene Prius. Doom sighed. Mocking Irene's skills, he said she was not even worthy to solo him. If she got knocked out now, the Underworld King would be seriously disappointed. She should be held out longer to climb the ranks. But that was not Irene's goal in this tournament. The real target was Doom Prime. Irene Prize, yeah. She is strong, but always stuck in second place. She said she is nervous every year because she always loses to Doom Prime. Rumor has it is family stuff, but no one really knows the full story. She keeps it close to the chest. Lewis figured the way she handles it all is by believing in her own potential as a sorcerer. So he set up this face-off between the two of them. Irene immediately launched a brutal ice attack. But Doom was not just any opponent he blocked and countered. The ground cracked beneath them. Doom's sharp gaze locked on Irene like a hawk. Looks like she is in serious trouble here. Doom countered with his sword. There was no way Irene could dodge this one. Lewis stepped in to help. He told her to attack first, not to finish Doom off solo. He could not afford to lose a valuable teammate like Irene. No matter what is at stake, Lewis challenged Doom himself. He was going one-on-one now. He would learn from Gutter how to handle a swordsman. For a knight, the key is always the feet. Not only do they anchor the sword's power, but they also reveal the enemy's next move. So if Lewis focused on Doom Prime's feet, he might just stand a chance. Doom lunged forward, sword in hand, heel digging into the ground for power. Right then, Lewis spun to parry the strike perfectly, but just when it seemed like things were going according to plan, the magic in Doom's sword made Lewis bleed. Doom declared he was not a knight, he was a sorcerer. People often say magic swordsmen do not exist. That is just because they have never seen a real one in action. Doom attacked relentlessly. And now Lewis was completely on the defensive. He would never faced an enemy this strong. Even when battling other sorcerers, Lewis' tactic was still to bend time to close in and exploit his opponent's weak points. But Doom Prime countered that by wielding his sword with deadly precision. One smooth slash left a new wound on Lewis' leg. This was what they called radiation impact. That wound would keep absorbing his movements until he was completely trapped. Just like what happened to Irene. Now it was time to end this. Doom stabbed his sword into the ground and unleashed a level 5 spell. Demon Wings. The pressure blasted everything around. Rocks shattered and cracked everywhere. Lewis barely managed to duck behind a boulder. No wonder this guy's the reigning champ. He is insanely strong. The middle of the battlefield was flattened. Dungside. Clearly disappointed, he had high hopes for Lewis. Now Lewis stepped out from behind the rock and admitted, yeah, he is seriously tough. There was a moment when you thought he was an unbreakable fortress. But Lewis, giving up was never even on his radar. So many people had faith in Lewis, that is what pushed him to tear down this wall. Lewis raised the ring on his hand, ready to make his move. Don't think this guy's gone crazy. He is about to step up and see if Lewis still has any words left. Lewis unleashed his fiery fury and wrath, flames wrapping around him like armor. He warned his opponent to watch his mouth or risk getting his teeth and lips rearranged. Then, like lightning, both of them charged. If Lewis could not dodge that strike, it was game over. But this guy was not a pushover either. Two monstrous powers clashed head-on, Lewis' ring halting the strike like a sword. Both faces were locked in intense focus, showing just how brutal their strength really was. When the alert popped up, the invulnerability field kicked in, absorbing physical damage right as the sword cracked, and his shoulder took a hit. Lewis seized the moment, kicking his opponent's left leg, sending him sprawling face first to the ground. Standing tall like a champion, Lewis declared that this guy was way out of his league. The only thing he had was arrogance, thinking he was superior to everyone else. To seal the deal, Lewis delivered a knockout punch. Just like that, he would defeated Doom Prime. Only now could Seta finally breathe easy. If Lewis had lost, the next beating would have been on him. No doubt. Still, this fight was a close call. It almost slipped away from Lewis. The one with the most tangled emotions right now. Irene. Lewis stepped forward, apologizing for barging into her match. Irene gave an awkward smile, thinking she was the one who should really be apologizing. She would put the whole team in danger because of her selfishness and because of Lewis. She could not complete her goal in this tournament. But Irene was not dwelling on that anymore. Her target had shifted. Now, it was all about taking down Lewis. She knew this new goal would not be easy, but she believed that one day she would surpass him. That left 5 players total, including the 3 of them. Dalian and Chucky fought fiercely, but they were no match for Lewis' team. In the end, both were wiped out after a brutal battle. So it came down to just 3. Seta never imagined making it this far. Lewis turned to ask if anyone wanted to face off in the final match, but Irene declined, feeling worn out and promising to come back stronger next time. They agreed to a rematch later since Irene was clearly exhausted. That meant Lewis' next opponent was Seta. Seta smirked, saying, "Even if you are the leader, I am not going easy on you. You have not seen my true skills yet." Then came the clash, but we all know how it ended. Seta got knocked out cold, flying like a ragdoll. After the match, everyone started a celebration party, cheering for their academy's top representative. Seta and Irene were there too. After fighting so hard, There was no way they would miss the chance to celebrate Lewis. Sid insisted on tagging along, feeling pure joy watching everyone laugh and bond together. Doombra, despite scoring high in kills, dropped in rank due to low survival points. Dalian and Irene remained top contenders but still trailed behind Lewin. If they keep this up, victory won't be just a pipe dream anymore. She was so insanely happy. Never thought he would be sitting at the same table as the goddess Irene. He was ready to die satisfied now. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Lewin's victory, the atmosphere buzzing with joy after the tournament results. Rumors about Lewin started spreading. People doubted he could really win this festival. Doom was the most affected. He just could not believe he lost. He would let his guard down, never suspecting Lewin's real target was not him, but the blue sword itself. Doom caught on in a flash, swung his sword thinking victory was in the bag, only to lose the fight right under the watchful eyes of the Underworld King. Hem was heartbroken, wondering if that day would ever come when she would seek him out again. Even though his teammate tried to console him, Hen just wanted to be alone right now. News of Luna Del's victory over Doom Graham spread like wildfire, ushering in a new generation of gifted mages. The principal was bursting with pride. He would only expected the kid to do well, never imagining he would go this far. He never thought Lewin could topple such a formidable opponent. Terran stepped forward, noticing the principal's bright expression, probably riding the high of Lewin's win. But to the Underworld King, it stung his pride deeply. Days after the survival test, and during this time, Lewin's group held steady at 4th place with 5 wins and 2 losses. They slipped from 3rd place after a weak final match. For so-called dumb academy kids like them, this was nothing short of a miracle. Now came the individual tests obstacle course style challenges. This round took place within the city, testing contestants on 3 fronts: athletics, defense, and swimming. Since these were mage battles, competitors could summon mounts or teleport through space and time. The crowd roared Lewin's name, and though he wanted to soak in the moment, it was too soon to celebrate. The winner was still unknown. Sedar warned, "This is an individual test, no helpers allowed. Don't go throwing yourself into danger." Lewin could only promise to give it his all. At the starting gun, everyone sprang into action, some summoning spirit beasts, others turning invisible, no one backing down. Dalian offered a temporary alliance to Irene, but she flat out refused. Dung mounted his horse, then soared up, slashing through a horde of demons with a single magic sword strike. Seems like everyone preferred solo attacks. Even after 6 years of watching him, Dalian still found it tough to get close to Lewin. They all went their own ways, no one bothering anyone else. Despite taking down tons of monsters, Dung still had not spotted Lewin. Could Lewin have left them in the dust? Impossible. He would been charging ahead from the start, and only these two were visible. That meant Lewin was definitely still behind. He turned to Irene, asking where Lewin was and why he had not shown up yet, but she had no clue now that she thought about it. It was strange, he had been leading so far, but Lewin and the others were nowhere in sight. There was still time for them to catch up, yet no one had arrived. Suddenly, a stir from behind Lewin appeared. Finally, he caught up, while the others were already wiped out. Before this, everyone was baffled seeing him stand still. Had he given up? Nope. Lewin had been waiting for this moment since he decided to join the festival, training his body hard for half a year. He was confident about this round, but as a close combat mage, showing his back to pursuing enemies was a major risk, so he turned the tables, attacking each opponent from behind as he advanced forward. One by they fell, until Lewin lost count of how many he would taken down. Next up was Sedar. Everyone for themselves now. He straight up tossed Sedar out of the competition. Lewin had eliminated them all, some by sheer force. Others surrendered on their own. Now, nothing could stop these two. Doom declared this next match would be different. He was ready to fight now. But sure enough, a few others were still chasing behind, mounting his horse. He said he would wait for Lewin at the finish line. Doom ignored everything and charged straight into the trap zone. The arena was rigged with countless traps, guarding the treasure inside. The treasure was already looted, so the traps now served as the obstacle course for the contest, a place riddled with deadly traps for anyone daring enough to barge in. So usually, the safest move is to disarm the traps first. It is also the perfect way to test a mage's knowledge and trap handling skills. Disarming traps takes forever, and Lewin wants to bring this wall down. Still, tearing down a thick fortress wall like this? Impossible. You know that, right? This place is the ruins of an abandoned fortress. It only works if you hit the weak spots. That is why he used the outsider's eye to scout the wall. All of it is solid. Super solid, except for one brick that is old and corroded. Lewin slammed his fist hard against that brick while everyone else was busy disarming traps. Clueless about what he was up to, they probably thought he was joking. Who just punches through a wall like that? Sure, he is strong, but trying to break through a wall barehanded, that is pure madness. Yet, just minutes later, The wall cracked and shattered more unbelievable than using your head to break through. Dalian shyly approached and asked if he could sneak through this way. Of course. No way. Lewin slammed the path shut immediately. So only Lewin and Doom were leading the pack, and soon enough, Lewin caught up to him. Doom was gearing up to push outside. But he was definitely rushing. He would been hit in the shoulder by an arrow. Doom really wanted to beat Lewin, like, at all costs. Meanwhile, the spirit horse that Doom summoned was about to run out of time. If it expired now, Doom did not stand a chance. Two charged head-to-head, tumbling down cliffs, racing toward the final stage, both falling off the mountainside. If Doom used magic to scale the cliff, Lewin would be at a disadvantage, so he had to swim out fast. Doom instantly froze the water with magic, trapping Lewin completely immobile. Doompram successfully held his rival back and surged ahead. Lewin struggled to break free from the ice, then sprinted full speed to catch up. Both were now nearing the finish line and 10 Stadium. No more obstacles ahead. All they had to do was run. Lewin wanted a rematch. But with Doom's current state, he was likely to lose again. They collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd could not tell who had won. Suddenly, the stadium gates swung open, and the spirit horse stepped inside first. But where were the mages? None showed up. Instead, someone appeared on the screen. Lewin was standing there, while Doom lay face down on the ground. Looks like he was completely wiped out after crossing the trap zone. Despite moving a bit slow, he said this was not the time to worry about that. Lewin confidently took the final steps toward the finish line, with 2 survival battle wins and 3 combined events, plus first place in the individual round. Lewin scored the highest overall. The grand final was finally over. The crowd cheered his name, hailing him as the new mage instead of a loser. Those voices sounded like they were speaking to someone who endured everything for 6 long years, like Lewin, someone locked away in the darkness of solitude, a lonely soul being told, "You have been through hell." Those cheers were like a reward for all his hard work up to now. He did not want to lose those praises. That night, countless carriages brought nobles to the celebration. Rumor had it not every noble family was invited. They all came to meet Lewin, but Lewin sat there, bored and wanting to leave for the academy. Suddenly, Irene showed up, puzzled because no one was coming over to talk to him. Probably because he looked way too full of himself. Lewin even showed up to the party dressed half casual like that. From what she knew, there was another reason. So no matter how cocky he acted, there had to be at least one person brave enough to start a convo. Seems like someone spread rumors about him, a powerful figure who scared every noble into avoiding Lewin altogether. The announcement that tonight's grand feast has officially begun echoes through the hall, as 32 student representatives follow the given directions. At the dinner with the King of Hell, the dishes are laid out like a royal banquet fit for a king himself. On the surface, tonight's feast looks like a simple dinner, but in reality, it is a full-scale evaluation of the competition. For those students who performed poorly, it is akin to a meal fit for prisoners. Lewin thought only the King of Hell would attend, but there are actually 2 seats of honor at the head table. King of Hell arrives, and everyone bows simultaneously in respect. They bow outwardly, but inside it is more like, "Hail to you, Your Highness, you damn monkey." The tension is almost suffocating. Suddenly, someone else is invited to join the feast. The blonde guy is the crown prince, and everyone drops to their knees, shouting "Long live the crown prince," except for Lewin, who has no clue who this guy is. Everyone at the feast is visibly tense. The King of Hell speaks up. None of the 11th Order has ever beaten Lewin Adil. Not even once. How is his skill so far beyond yours? Pathetic. I am ashamed to call you my disciples. Heads hang low, promising never to perform so poorly again. To him, second place is nothing but a title for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the old saying right: small streams can still birth dragons. There is not a single ounce of comfort in this atmosphere. It feels like this feast was set up to roast the 11th Order, with Lewin as the King of Hell's perfect mouthpiece. But he is not the only one making Lewin uneasy. This guy's been staring at Lewin with bullet-like eyes since the feast began. Crown Prince Sumo Tung, a ruthless force, outnumbered by 3 princes. With his sharp strategic mind, he successfully ousted his brothers from the throne and became the sole crown prince. A master of both words and war, he is practically flawless in every way. He recalled Irene's words. Someone was spreading rumors about him, that someone had to be a powerful figure, enough to scare any noble from even thinking about approaching him. The King of Hell asked Lewin how he felt after winning at the festival. After a pause, Lewin said he felt uneasy. Lewin was pleased with the competition's outcome, but deep down, he was not comfortable at all, because his achievements are being used to belittle and undermine the honor and effort of the other students here. Irene quickly stops him, fearing he is about to say too much, sending chills through everyone at the table. The King of Hell presses again. So you do not want your success used to put others down, but is not weakness one of the key drivers for growth? You understand that? Do not. Honestly, it sounds more like you are stirring up hostility against me. Lewin shoots back. There is a huge difference between pointing out flaws to encourage someone and fueling hatred by rubbing their failures in their face. Aren't those two completely different things? And I am not from some tiny little stream. My homeland. A deal. Maybe small, but it is more beautiful than any grand palace. Lewin replies confidently. He insists his humble beginnings are not some joke for others to belittle as a mere trickle. Lewin's fierce comeback catches even the king of hell off guard. The crown prince bursts out laughing, admitting Lewin's got guts, daring to argue face to face with the fake dad. Man, I am cracking up here, this guy's hilarious. Tears streaming down my face. Where the hell did he come from? Huh? Thought he was some tiny little Adil nobody. Small but stunning. Huh? Gotta swing by and see that sometime. The crown prince jabs with a sly grin. The king of hell says he understands Lewin's heart, adding that if teacher Tyrion heard this nonsense, he would be exhausted. Tyrion probably would not change his mind. But this feels like a fresh twist. And the king's curious about what is next, and with that, tonight's feast comes to a close, but the third prince steps forward, inviting Lewin to have tea with him, and he is not taking no for an answer. The two of them sat down in a private room, and I had no clue why the crown prince wanted to talk here, but it definitely was not to congratulate me on the grand festival. Turns out, this third crown prince wants Lewin working for him from now on, and this time he is not taking no for an answer. He gave Lewin 1 month to get ready, promising to transfer him to the cavalry training grounds with a place to stay there. And about that citizenship, there is no way the prince, right-hand man, can be a foreigner. Lewin wondered why the empire needed a rookie mage like him when they already had plenty of talented ones, like Doom, for example. But no matter how strong they were, they would still lose to Lewin in the end, and the prince refused to keep a loser by his side. One more thing after today's chat. Remember this. I prefer obedience over questions. The first reason, because my old man introduced Lewin. For years, he claimed he needed to name some talented mage for me, but he never mentioned a single name. Second, he liked Lewin's guts, the kind of guy who'd rock ragged clothes in front of a room full of power-hungry leaders and boldly disagree with my old man. And lastly, someone who dares to keep grilling the crown prince despite warnings. Sometimes politics needs a joker on the team. Lewin fired back with a question. So my job is just to give advice? Right? The prince wanted Lewin to guard him against his stubborn elder brothers, who did not want their sister as crown princess. Lewin showed his displeasure, but the prince had already warned him he would not accept a no for an answer. Lewin knew this might be a once-in-a-lifetime shot to become the right-hand man to the most powerful crown prince in the empire. In the end, most mages choose to side with power. Even the magic tower, fully devoted to magical research, is no different. If he missed this chance, he would regret it forever. But Lewin did not want to serve anyone, so he flat out refused. The prince thought he was losing his grip, but really, Lewin was just too stubborn. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Still, Lewin swore he would not regret it, then bowed to the prince and walked away like this conversation never even happened. Everyone saw Lewin as the brightest gem of the grand festival. The prince's hobby was collecting gems, and so there was not a single gem he could not get, because if he could not have it, he would destroy it. This was basically a warning, a clear threat. Lewin still did not know if his choice was right or not. In the end, all he wanted was to be a mage with his own unique style. So Merton was really curious about the name the old man had mentioned. This guy seemed special. Looks like things won't be solved easily. Even though the prince threw some threats around, it did not faze Lewin. Of course, the prince would not just give up, especially when it involved his gem-collecting obsession. In the end, Lewin was still going to belong to So Merton, because he would already made up his mind. Lewin returned to his training duties. Today's work was done. He stretched out on the grass while Shang kept bragging about how his body just kept getting more ripped. Lewin got goosebumps. What kind of man talks like that? Creepy. But hey, I am a real woman. Lewin was shocked he actually had a gender, and yet those two even bathed together. Though there was not much to see, Shang had seen everything already. But Lewin just chuckled and walked off, telling her to quit joking like that next time. The next day, everyone said their goodbyes at the docks. Jason was bawling. I am off first, take care of yourself. Okay. After everyone boarded the ship, Lewin set off for Leverdie to fulfill his role as the Grand Festival champion. The self-proclaimed Wildcat Mage was his guide. He was from the Magic Tower. If the diplomatic eyeball could not pin down someone's name, it meant they had serious skills, at least on par with, if not stronger than, the professors at the academy. Judging by appearance, he looked to be around 30 years old. Wildcat started briefing Lewin on his schedule, beginning with a stop at the palace for an honor ceremony. Noticing how awkward he sounded, Lewin wanted to speak up. But apparently, for him, That was as relaxed as it got. Lewin felt helpless and could not say a word more. On his schedule was a trip to the magic tower to perform a ritual chosen by the artifacts themselves. There was also a chance he would get nothing since this ritual is decided by the artifacts. So the artifacts have consciousness like King Graham, meaning Lewin would finally be assigned a mission. Usually, students do not get missions, but the festival champion is an exception. This event is a global announcement of a new generation of mages. It is basically the kickoff. He handed Lewin a list and told him to pick a mission from it. The list was packed. Search missions, conquests, assassinations, and exploration of secret knowledge. Chang whispered something into Lewin's ear, and just like that, he picked his mission. After that, Lewin was taken to Morin Palace, the princess' second palace. Everyone was waiting inside for him, while Royal Cat excused himself. Confused about what was happening, Lewin saw the door swing open. It was the prince himself. Welcome to my empire. Lewin Adele. First, Lewin got a whopping 10,000 gold coins from the prince, more than the annual budget of the entire Adele territory. Judging by the prince's flashy attitude, he was not giving up on his plan just yet. Lewin then rushed off to the next item on his schedule. He figured everyone here must be in great shape, constantly pacing through this huge, prison-like palace. Before meeting the Lord of the Underworld, Royal Cat made sure once again that Lewin was certain about his mission choice. Lewin had picked the hardest mission, and Royal Cat was curious about what the Underworld Lord would say. As soon as Lewin stepped in, the Underworld Lord was already waiting. He knew Lewin had chosen the reconnaissance mission. The safest mission was conquest. Backed by the royal army, just take out some Van Siciliano bandits, and you might even earn hero status. He could not understand why Lewin picked such a barren land, but Lewin thought differently. Tin Sen was King Graham's homeland, and where Draka stayed for 100 years. Tin Sen sits at the far north of the Gideon Kingdom, once home to ancient goblins, but now not a single goblin remains. Only King Grau, the Academy's treasured artifact, survived. The rest perished in that brutal battle years ago. Now, it is just a wild, desolate land. This reconnaissance mission is ranked ultra hard for a good reason. It is about the barrier there. A barrier no magic can break. Countless mages and scholars have tried and failed to find any clues. This mission is to uncover what exactly that barrier is. The Underworld Lord wondered why Lewin was so interested in this wasteland. Maybe he found the theory about it intriguing, that the goblin god made it impenetrable. No one else had a reason. But for Lewin, the land where the world destroyer Dragagonia stayed for a century was reason enough. No need for long explanations. It is the toughest mission there is. The Underworld Lord advised Lewin to reconsider. If pride was the only reason, hard missions do not always mean big achievements. It is tough because it is a mystery no one has cracked yet. Lewin confidently replied, if a 16-year-old mage can solve this mystery, that would be an extraordinary feat. The Underworld Lord seemed skeptical, constantly underestimating him and predicting Lewin would be the first champion in history to fail a mission at the festival. Lewin ignored the nonsense. If that is how it goes, that would still be an extraordinary achievement. The Underworld Lord asked if Lewin knew why he introduced him to Prince Xum Tane, to keep Lewin anchored at the antenne and under his watchful eye. Though he was not sure if Lewin's special abilities influenced the mission choice, he would be monitoring his every move. Back home, Lewin lay on his bed confiding in Chang, wondering if he could pull off this mission. There was a bit of worry, fearing they would not find the barrier after all. That place had been sealed off from the outside world for centuries. Chang insisted that no human had ever uncovered it, but Lewin Adel could, because he had the power to transcend human limits. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Entering were the Forest Guardians and the Wildcat. Those names sound lame, honestly, but what can you do? It is the king's weird obsession. All the mages here have names like that, like they are part of some quirky farm. They came to escort Lewin to the treasure vault to complete his final reward ceremony. Made of treasure vault was divided into 4 zones. And X, Zone C held the most common treasures, while Zone X housed the rarest. He was about to tour Zone X, which normally never opens for anyone, not even His Majesty, unless something extraordinary happens. Under guidance, Lewin began his tour from Zone. He picked up a hefty sword, which they said was the very blade used in battle. They gathered weapons from fights against demons and selected only those still in good shape. Lewin stared intently at the sword. It was as magnificent as Dung Bram's official sword. No wonder this is the Maid of Vault, though it is Zone C. The quality still far surpassed the noble's storage rooms. Next was a rare tome on Tin Bra's transformation magic, a book out of print for a century now. There were countless volumes here, like the legendary Beyond the 7 Levels of the Mage Journey, exploring unknown lands and hunting ancient creatures. Lewin wanted to dive into these books while in the tower, and occasionally, the tower's owner would allow reading them, just no keeping them, for personal gain. Zone B was a treasure trove of knowledge, From ancient spell scrolls to rare historical documents and legendary handwritten manuscripts. Ignoring the allure of Zone B, Lewin pressed on to Zone, but not a single treasure there reacted to him. He asked the two if anyone ever failed to get a treasure before there were, but very few. A mage who earns entry into Zona, even if just 1 or 2 treasures acknowledge them, proves they possess extraordinary power, yet not a single item responded to him. Man, that stung. Seeing this, Chang cheered Lewin up, saying, "Don't he get down? This pile is just like grass compared to what is really out there. Humans. These might seem rare, but there are treasures far more legendary." As he spoke, Chang pointed to a rusty door with something crafted from bronze behind it. There was a pungent smell, like bronze that had not been cleaned in ages. But no matter how rare the treasure, it is useless locked away like that. For now, let us focus on what is right in front of us. Suddenly, a blue light engulfed everything, emanating from the rusty door. The two mages were terrified. This was the first time thing like this had happened in 56 years. And then, the inevitable happened. Lewin Adil reacted to the Can Fang. The 3 legendary treasures stored in Zone X were the Ngan Fist, the Moxie Scale Spear, and the Can Fang. All 3 shared one trait: they granted their owners the pinnacle of fame and power. The Ngan Fist was forged by the mage Ngan himself, the first human mage ever. This treasure could unlock the ultimate destructive power of magic, symbolizing the supreme mage. 56 years ago, Tyrion was chosen by the Ngan Fist, and ever since, whoever is chosen by it climbs to the peak of glory and becomes the master of the magic tower. The Moxie Scale Spear is an impenetrable armor that can resist any attack or magic. Every century, it chooses a new owner. Those chosen have become legendary knights. The Can Fang belonged to the first goblin leader and remains the most mysterious treasure. For hundreds of years, it never chose a single owner. Yet now, it chose Lunadil, meaning his destiny is to become the new king. Lewin lifted it effortlessly, though they struggled just to get it inside the tower, even having to call in several generals for transport. This fang is not something anyone can lift lightly. It carries the power and traits of a goblin. Terran started piecing everything together: the memory of the goblins, the spying mission at Qian Mountain, the fangs of Kan's army, the very first goblin leader. Without hesitation, he ordered the support level to send reinforcements for the mage. Lewin decided to head west, making it easier to reach Qian Mountain. The reconnaissance mission deadline was set for 1 month. Wildcat handed him the allowance, Idaho card, and a mana train ticket. Wildcat seemed like he wanted to say something to Lewin, but as a mage of the magic tower, they were forbidden from sharing personal opinions. Still, as a scene, he truly had something to say. The magic tower is a paradise for mages under its control, but a ruthless hell for those outside its grasp. Be careful and always suspicious of everything. Lewin took Wildcat's warning to heart. The ancient Teshi-Ran fortress sits in the city closest to Qian Mountain, built to protect the continent from goblin invasions, a literal hellish shield. That is why Teshi-Ran's walls tower higher than any other fortress. Backed by fierce armed forces and unbreakable willpower, everything Lewin had read in books. But now, seeing it in ruins, it is clear the fortress has lost its original purpose. It was built to stop goblin invasions, but the goblin threat has mysteriously vanished. That is why even the guards get drunk in broad daylight. What used to be a fortress full of warriors is now just a relic of the past. A tall, scar-faced thug tried to intimidate Lewin for a payday, but Lewin did not even flinch. Just a light touch on his shoulder sent him face first into the dirt, his backside sticking up like a flag. Lewin walked into a small stable and woke the sleepy owner, who was drooling, saying he wanted to rent a horse. But there were no horses left here, and no other rental places around either. This was the only stable in Teshi-Ran with a horse owner. They call themselves horse owners, but have no horses. This place is a total joke. Actually, they had 3 horses, but someone rented them all this morning. Usually, this place is dead quiet, so no one knows why so many customers showed up today. Lewin was startled and asked the stable owner again. The owner confirmed it. Only today is busy. Normally, no soul ever stops by. Lewin started to suspect something. This could not be just a coincidence. Chang sensed from the moment he boarded the mana train that someone was watching them. Just as suspected, a mysterious figure was shadowing every move they made. Once Lewin realized they were being followed, he sprang into action immediately. First, he asked the stable owner to alert him if anyone came asking about him. Then, he threw them off by taking a stroll around Tejiren. They would have to wait for Lewin to leave before making a move to inquire. It was clear they were agents from the Reynard Empire. Lewin was not sure if they were sent by the Crown Prince furious over his rejection, or if it was a supreme mage, a curious and powerful magic user. But one thing was certain: Lewin did not want to meet any of them. He needed to resolve this before heading to the summit of Qian Mountain. Now that he knew he was being watched, he could not let them tail him any longer. However, The innkeeper reported no one had come looking for Lewin, not a single soul, since he left the inn. What puzzled the innkeeper the most was a 3-minute memory gap, no matter how hard he tried. He could not recall what happened during that time. Lewin knew this was mind control magic, a level 6 spell that invades and dominates another's consciousness. The victim loses all memory during control, while the controller retains the erased memories. Their opponent was strong and extremely cautious. If they saw the innkeeper's memories, they would know Lewin had caught on to being followed. Back in his room, Lewin found a note left on the bed. No harm. Don't waste time searching for me, just focus on your mission. Furious, Lewin thought, after breaking into my room like this, telling me not to care, that is basically a threat at this point. It is clear they want a showdown. Bring it on, boss. Lewin dashed out fast, searching for them, opening the minimap to spot those mysterious, shady figures. The cloak crowd immediately gave chase but showed no intent to kill. Both sides were ready to play their deadly game. The witch's crew shouted as they descended onto a barren field. They scanned the area. One of them spoke up. Scream's mage tracks have vanished. Lewin's gone, but the old witch thought differently. He is not gone. He is waiting for us. Just as they took a few more steps, a noise came from a nearby crate. Lewin had been lying in wait inside those crates, leaping out to catch the witch's men off guard. He punched one of the witch's henchmen square in the face, then locked eyes with the other, who froze in panic. The panicked thug unleashed a spell in desperation, but Lewin, silent and deadly, shattered the spell with a fist right to the guy's face. The thug collapsed, falling straight at the witch's feet. Both sides stood frozen, waiting for the other to make a move. Suddenly, the old witch laughed. I am curious what kind of person you are. Turns out, you are a real monster. Lewin's face darkened, eyes cold and threatening. Who are you people? The witch kept laughing. The Witch Tower's leader sent us to protect the young blood like you. Lewin shifted into a defensive stance, poised like a striking serpent. The witch smirked wickedly. Not so different. Looks like you are having fun with this. Then he vanished before Lewin's eyes, leaving behind a chilling, see you later. Moving closer, Lewin hesitated as he eyed the skull tattoos on the 2 knocked-out henchmen, marks of the Dark Witches. Something Trang did not quite get. Lewin explained. That is a secret faction, mages from the tower who handle the dirty work. The Dark Witch faction remains mysterious, just their name and tattoos exposed. No clear purpose, rank, or leader. Trang quickly asked. So what is your impression after meeting them? Lewin was confident. They do not compare to the heavy hitters we saw at the big tournament. Trang worried. But we have not confirmed their true strength yet. Lewin analyzed. They use 6th-level magic, clearly not amateurs. They can track us from afar. Trang asked seriously. So what is your plan? Lewin paused, thinking hard. Finally, he decided. First, I will make them show their true colors. The next day, we set off immediately toward Heavenly Mountain. Journey was grueling, trudging through dry, barren wastelands, but I could feel we were close. Suddenly, Lewin sensed something and pressed his hand against his back to check. He clicked his tongue in irritation upon feeling the force field activating. Sweat beaded on Lewin's brow, but he smiled and looked up. He had nothing but awe. This was pure satisfaction. Lewin quickly asked Trang, perched on his shoulder. This is where you said Draka lives, right? He nodded, confirming. Lewin dropped to the ground with a groan. It is not budging at all. How the heck do we get in? What kind of cruel idea is this? You want me to just smash through this barrier? Trang answered without hesitation. Exactly. Then she asked, if you were human, would not you try breaking it down? Lewin agreed. Yeah, that was my first thought. Trang warned. But they can break it not with normal human methods. He added, as if enlightening him. What if there is an Oxford inside here? Lewin's eyes lit up. Wouldn't it be better to call out to Oxford from inside and have it open the door? Like a friend. Trang jumped down, arms crossed, grinning confidently. Now my mind's crystal clear. Lewin recalled. But did not someone say all the Oxford here are dead already? Trang replied with a mysterious grin. That is just human thinking. Lewin tensed, turning his back to face the dark barrier. Trang reminded him once more. Remember, your power is not bound by old rules. Break through it. Lewin steeled himself, standing ready to face the shadowy shield ahead. He placed his hand on the impenetrable barrier, feeling its cold, unyielding power. Lewin, are you hearing me out there? I know you are pretending not to hear, but I have got your leader's treasure with me. Lower your shield and listen carefully if you hear me. Open the door. But all Lewin got in response was dead silence. No one dared make a sound. Suddenly, the shield beneath his hand flared with a blinding light. Lewin gripped it with both hands, struggling against the shield's overwhelming power. He squeezed his eyes shut as the glare nearly blinded him. Old Master, watching closely, blinked in shock at the scene unfolding, witnessing the miracle firsthand. He gasped. How did it open? How could a rookie like him pull off something no one else ever could? Old Master Thay rushed to the shield. Pounding on it in panic, it is shut again. What the hell is going on? Just as he spoke, Luin's fist slammed into his face. One punch sent the old man flying several meters back. Luin roared, seizing the moment. No running away like last time. He smashed the ground hard, unleashing a shockwave that shook the earth violently. Old Master Thay howled in pain as rocks and dirt pelted him, a fresh wound forming on his face. Luin unleashed his Zelio magic, striking fiercely toward the old man. The Zelio bound Old Master Thay tightly to the ground. He could not break free. Old Master Thay tried to speak, but no words came out. Luin sneered. Thought you could get close to me this time. What level do you think you are at? Let us end this game right now. While Luin was not paying attention, a shadow zipped across above his head. It was a fierce guiding spirit lunging straight at Old Master Thay. A hammer slammed down on him. Blood splattered all over its head. Luin stood frozen, still clueless about what was happening. The guiding spirit slowly turned to glare at Luin with dark intent. It radiated a threatening aura and growled. Answer me. Human, who exactly are you? Chang whispered in Luin's ear, reminding him, these creatures think like monsters, not humans. Luckily, I managed to cross the heavenly mountains barrier, and stepping through felt like entering another world. Another pack of guiding spirits circled Luin, sniffing him. What is a human doing here? But he smells just like us, Chang quietly warned him. Master, be careful, these guys do not share human morals. Luin nodded. Got it, he thought to himself. I guess they want to attack me because of Can-Ass treasure. But who knows when they will turn on me. Luin stayed alert, quietly trailing behind the guiding spirits. After a while, they reached the mountain peak. We are here. This is the summit of the heavenly mountain. Luin glanced around, puzzled. There is still another peak beyond this. Huh. Suddenly, the entire ground trembled violently, jolting him. A hand stood tall, staring down at Luin. His presence left Luin rattled. This was not the peak, but there was a guiding spirit here. He introduced himself. I am Hand, the leader. I heard you have got Can's sacred relic. Luin was still stunned, his mind spinning. This guy was way bigger than those other guiding spirits. Hassan smiled slyly. We welcome you as a guest. I have decided not to tear you apart or toss you to the big guys. Who exactly are you? Luin regained his composure and replied. I thought I already said this at the gate. I am the chosen one by Can's relic. Adhan frowned. That relic is not something humans can handle. Luin stood firm. But it is the truth. Then he pulled out a large tooth and held it up. I can prove it to you. Adhan chuckled. Interesting, human. I can smell our scent on you. And the scent of power. Luin did not deny it, he confidently replying, yeah, I am pretty strong. Adhan leaned in, lowering his voice. So tell, human, who exactly are you? Luin opened his mouth to answer but stopped, signaling to Chang. Then he asked Exihan, do you know about Dragagonia? It is the name of a dragon living on this heavenly mountain. Exihan suddenly shouted, how do you know that name? Luin answered calmly. I heard it from Kingram. He could not believe it. Kingram is still alive after all this time. Luin recounted how he lived like a relic in my academy back then. Should I say he was considered one of the professors? With a sly grin, you asked Blackhand again. You are curious about who I am, are not you? Luin started his intro with flair. I am a friend of Kingram, the former leader of Mount Tianshan. I am also the one chosen by Khan-S Fang, the heir to Drakus' world-shattering power. Small in stature, Luin stood before the towering goblin and declared, my name is Luin Adil. After all that, you still plan to stare me down and toss me to the eagles? Blackhand smiled bright as sunshine. We will gladly welcome you. Human. Luin could not believe his ears, sweat pouring down his face. The thunderous cheers echoed in his ears. He just said he would welcome me. Chang seriously said, goblins have their rituals, even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, prove your worth. He locked eyes with Luin, his tone firm and serious. Omrat stepped forward as Chang gave his warning. The stage set for a showdown. Omrat flexed his muscles proudly. I am on, son of Omrukan, the goblin you are about to face. Luin's mind raced. Wait, this giant is my opponent. Something's off here. They took their positions amid goblin cheers, Omrat eyeing the human like pre. Luin anxiously asked Chang, if I lose this wrestling match, they want to actually throw me to the eagles, right? Chang forced a smile. Honestly, I am not sure. Both fighters focused, gearing up for battle. Luin thought to himself, sure, this giant goblin's trying to intimidate me, but that does not mean I should blindly throw myself away. A goblin versus human fight sounds ridiculous, but I have got special powers granted by this relic. Since Kan's brother boosted my strength by 1,000, I am sitting at 3,520 now. This could work, Almarat admitted. I did not think you were an ordinary human. Your grip feels different, even if you are human. I want to go easy on you. Lewin fired back with a grin. That is right. Try to beat me once and you are done for. Another goblin stood between them as referee, shouting, "Get ready." Then the call to start the match echoed. The moment it began, Lewin flexed hard, muscles bulging as his shirt tore. Almarat paused, surprised by that sudden show of strength. Goblins roared, neither side willing to back down. Lewin looked exhausted, face scrunched up. Is it already over? Then with fierce determination, Lewin summoned all his willpower. This was his last shot. The goblin cage match. No sooner had he steeled himself than Almarat easily claimed victory over him. Shocked by how fast he lost, Lewin's face fell. The referee declared, Almarat wins. Lewin collapsed, sighing, I lost, even though I gave it my all, his hands trembling. He worried. So now I am really gonna get thrown to the eagles. Lost in thought, Lewin barely heard the referee say, Get up, human. You fought back with courage even against Almarat, Tinshan's fiercest warrior. That is something to respect. Lewin thanked him. As the system notified him of a new mission, Tinshan goblins deeply respect strength. Chang praised him too. Well done. You earned the goblins' support, Lewin asked. You never told me this would happen. Did you? You said Draka took 17 years to beat Almarat. Right? I will do it in 1 month. Right after the wrestling match, a feast was laid out atop the small mountain. Lewin marveled. Can't he believe goblins cook this well? But Chang had a different take. I know the food smells pretty strong. Like, really strong. Lewin shook his head, signaling, that is not it. Lewin was curious, why were the elves here, living so secluded in this monastery? He furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy, looking at the elves. He sensed he was about to surpass something bigger than just this mission. Almarat approached and called out to Lewin. Strong one. Lewin turned and greeted him. Almarat asked bluntly what he planned to do with the first leader's tooth. Lewin was puzzled. What can I do with it? Almarat offered. If you want, I can help make it into a weapon fit for a human. Lewin was stunned by the offer. Wait. What? He recalled back when he was still inside the cave. He held up the can's fang and asked Chang. What is this? Chang explained. This is the main source of power. Whoever inherits it in the Ogress tribe becomes the strongest. But Lewin cut him off. I mean, what is it used for? Chang elaborated. The Angelus scepter and mushy scales have clear uses. Lewin thought differently and imagined. Maybe this is used like a mace. Yeah, a magical mace. Chang advised. Just hold on to it and figure it out. It only boosts your strength. Lewin nodded eagerly. Back in the present, Almarat smiled brightly. If you want, I can craft it for you, a weapon made for humans. Lewin silently decided owning it, but not knowing how to use it was frustrating. This was a surprise opportunity. Almarat inspected the can's tooth, noting it was so heavy and tough. No one could handle it except for a Mezucirus iron trap. Chang seemed to get it. An iron trap is like a craftsman's tool for humans. Almarat turned to Lewin, asking if he had any ideas for a special weapon for humans. After a moment, Lewin decided, so you can help me make exactly what I need. Half a month had passed since Lewin arrived at the Celestial Tribe. He pondered while hiding in a bush. A big elf approached him and pointed in one direction, where the humans were. Lewin lipped out. Let me handle this. He felt confident, recalling how he would help the Ogress tribe hunt. They spent a lot of time training him in things he could not do before. Lewin panted happily as he opened his system to check, but his main mission was something else that took up most of his time. Lewin competed in wrestling, and Strang announced the results: 15 losses in 15 matches. In a wrestling match against Almarat, Lewin could not help but feel frustrated losing again. This really happened to me. Strang encouraged him. Keep going, boss. You are getting better. Almarat also praised Lewin. That is right. Human, you are learning to harness your strength more effectively. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. I can feel myself getting stronger. Step by step, Lewin has finally learned to wield his power wisely. He strides forward, throwing down the gauntlet before leaving. I have got to take down Almaraz. Lewin teases him. Almaraz, you hesitating now? He quickly denies it. No way. Human. In arm wrestling, you do not stand a chance against me. A few days later, in a regular arm wrestling match, Almaraz suddenly stops being ruthless because Lewin already took him down. Strang announces the stats. 17 matches. 16 losses. The announcement leaves everyone stunned. Only one win. Lewin jumps up, raising his hand triumphantly, shouting, I won. At the same time, the system pops up a notification. Lewin has completed the quest and earned a reward. Almaraz admires him. You keep surprising me, Master Adele. I am beat. Lewin rubs his wrist and asks, Is this the first time you have called me that? Omaraz turns and heads inside. Looks like you are ready. Lewin frowns. Ready for what? Then it clicks. Oh, it is done already. Omaraz calls him back. Actually, it was finished a while ago. I have been waiting for this moment to give it to you. Lewin is curious. Then why did not you give it to me sooner? Omaraz explains. I waited until you could beat me. If you had not won, I might never have handed it over. The gun Ganfang is incredibly important to us. Lewin just shakes his head. Thinking. Sounds like a robbery. Right here in front of me. After searching, Omaraz hands him the item. Here's yours. Lewin's eyes light up seeing it. The system rates it a bear's paw forged from the Kun Ganfang, imbued with extra power. Lewin tries on the bear's paw. With the gun Ganfang inside, it fits like a glove, perfect for a melee mage like him. Chang quickly asks, how's it feel? Lewin. Omaraz adds, what do you think of my masterpiece? I crafted it with the perfect mold for you. Lewin beams inside. Awesome. Not just 2,000 power, it might be even stronger. He then asks, Omaraz, can you gather all the warriors of Heavenly Mountain? The goblins crowd together. Nosies ever. A strong human wants to arm wrestle all of us. Though he defeated Omaraz, he is still bruising our pride. But facing an enemy like him, this is an event. They are all ready to respond. Welcome from the Oxford clan's view. This is a bold challenge. They worship strength and love competition. They seem to respect my fighting spirit. A goblin kid cheers wildly from the crowd. You got this, Dad. Chang stands aside. Reminiscing. Feels familiar. Draka did something like this once, though he fought 17 opponents over 30 years. It is different from your case. Lewin thinks, humans do not live as long as Ding, so I have to hurry. But inside, he is conflicted. Just yesterday, he said this was impossible, yet with the Kun Ganfang bear's paw on his hand, he feels unbeatable. Amid the noise, the referee's voice cuts through. Get ready. At his call, the two clash instantly. Lewin swiftly pins the goblin's arm down in a clean win. Afterward, Omaraz asks, shall we go another round, sir? Lewin replies, now it is time for Leverton. He quickly thanks him. You gave us an unforgettable experience. Thank you, sir. Lewin looks up at them, saying nothing but smiling brightly. Then he holds out his hand, but Omaraz is confused. You want another arm wrestling match? Even after beating us all? Lewin shakes his head, leaving him puzzled. It is not arm wrestling. Then he grabs Omaraz's hand. Surprising him, it is a handshake. Lewin gently explains. This is how humans greet each other. He goes on. It is how we say hello and goodbye to friends. Lewin walks away, waving farewell to the goblins. Leaving behind. See you later, a kind of goodbye. Meanwhile, in a dark tower with barely any light, Terran exclaims. Breaking news. His subordinate quickly calms him down. Correcting himself, it is not that important, sir. Terran sank into deep thought. The report on the Screaming Witch was still incomplete. It had been a long while since those two returned with severe injuries, and there was no news since the Screaming Witch started tailing Lewin Adil after sending another team to scout again. No signs of humans were found near Heavenly Mountain. Terran pondered for a moment before asking his subordinate, who had already been dealt with. Before he could finish, another subordinate stepped in to report. My lord, there is new intel. The subordinate lowered his head and said, Lunadel has advanced to Leviton, which jolted Terran. Terran's face darkened, sharp and brooding as he mulled over the news. Then, in a low voice, he ordered the man to return immediately. Inside the magic tower, a voice echoed, I have failed the mission. In the room, Terran sighed heavily as a voice rose. Like the king of Lem Street said, there is a reason no one's ever managed to conquer that place. When I got to Heavenly Mountain, I truly realized this mission is beyond our reach. Lewin bowed his head. Disappointed, the defenses there are so strong. There is simply no way in. But Terran was not fooled. He said, nice try lying to me. You know that, he commanded firmly. Be honest and tell me everything. You were chosen by Can Fang, were not you? Terran emphasized every word. You were sent to find Oxford's hidden city. Quite the coincidence. Huh. Lewin broke into a sweat. Hesitating. You have been watching me all along, Terran replied smoothly. Watching? Nah, I am just worried. I am afraid you might turn into a witch working against the tower. Lewin probed carefully. Any mage who dares defy the king of Lem Street becomes an enemy no tower resident would want to team up with. Right? Terran cut to the chase. Enough small talk. Spill it. What exactly have you seen at Heavenly Mountain? His expression turned ominous. Wait, the original Oxford tribe members are still alive. Seeing him like that, Lewin got tongue-tied, unsure how to respond. After a while, Lewin stepped out from the tower. He exhaled in relief, thinking, that was way too close for comfort. Terran warned sharply, don't lie to me. I know everything. I could dig into your past right here if I wanted, Lewin retorted. But you would not actually do that, right? His question clearly rubbed Terran the wrong way. His tone was teasing. The great border wizard would not stoop to that, especially not against a student like me. Terran's face darkened with anger. You dare talk back to me? Calling me a student sounds way too humble. Then, with a slight bow and a defeated sigh, he cut the conversation short. Lewin's first official power play had failed. Terran ordered him back to the academy, back to reality. Lewin thought, I just poked the bear's pride, King Fial Zem's pride, but luckily it worked. Even if he is not that extreme, he has got plenty of other tricks. He worried silently. But if King Philem gets even more unreasonable, he is bound to be caught off guard. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine, but this chapter is definitely closed now. The artifact in Zone X chose Lewin, and everyone knows that means the rightful heir to the throne. Though unspoken, King Philem will be watching him like a hawk. Lewin's head throbbed with the weight of it all. He just wanted to get out of there fast. The train roared to life, speeding along the cables. Finally back at the academy, Lewin was immediately celebrated. Congrats on winning the festival. Lewin, come join us. They hoisted him into the air while he struggled to resist. But nobody cared. Now back in his room, GSN arrived carrying a box. Curious? Lewin asked what it was. GSN replied, letters for you. Looks like winning the festival really made you famous. Lewin was surprised. That many? GSN shrugged. And these are just the recent ones. He walked over to the cabinet, about to open it. There is also some old ones kept safe here. GSN opened the cabinet, and a flood of letters spilled out, filling the entire room. Lewin stared in horror at the mountain of mail. As he sifted through, Lewin found a letter from the prince himself. Holding it up, he read it aloud for GSN. Sitting beside him, GSN sighed. A formal letter like that is not for close friends, it is for those you want to get close to. Lewin asked if he understood what that meant. GSN ignored the question and instead asked about Lewin's summer plans. After hearing this, Lewin smiled a mysterious smile. Hesitating, he said, I am thinking this year is going to be different. At that moment, Lewin rode alone on horseback, heading somewhere. It had been a long time since he last visited his hometown since last year. He would stayed put in the dorm, never going out. Lewin did not have the heart to face his old neighbors. He lacked the confidence to smile and answer their questions. But now, he beamed with excitement. I can finally face them with pride. At last, he had the confidence to meet his family and friends. As he approached, everyone around stared at him in surprise. A girl's face flushed with embarrassment as she greeted. How's everyone doing? Everyone shouted in disbelief. Is that really you? The good day, Aunt the good day. It is really you. Lewin, the crowd swarmed him. The good day. It has been ages. We have been waiting forever to hear from you. Blushing, Lewin replied, sorry. Everyone. I have been away too long. They all bombarded him with questions about the academy. Suddenly, Luna came running from afar and hugged him tightly, but she quickly let go and scolded him. Not a single letter all this time, and now you just show up here. Seeing this, Lewin measured her height with his hand and joked. You have grown so much I almost did not recognize you. He smiled quietly to himself, thinking, and she is still as adorable as ever. At the same time, Lewin turned to his father and said, Dad, please call everyone in the family. It has been ages since I had a proper chat with anyone. Time flew by so fast. And before they knew it, the sky had turned pitch black. Lewin shared with his family and close friends everything that had happened over the past 6 years. After hearing the story, Lewin's sister wiped away tears. Deeply moved, big brother has really been through so much. At the same time, those around them felt choked up too. But you overcame every single obstacle. We are so proud of you. Lewin, across the room, someone else asked with curiosity. So you actually won a big contest. And you even had a private conversation with the Empire's prince. Lewin rubbed the back of his head, thinking to himself, that was 2 months ago. But it still feels like fresh news to us country folk. On this side, Lord Adele pulled out a letter that was the reason the royal family sent a message. He chuckled, mentioning countless letters from other clans had arrived too. But Lewin wanted to be the first to tell his father. At that moment, Bakjin's face grew serious. There are some issues related to this that you need to be aware of. Lewin, he said. Lord Adele waved him off. Let us start now. We will finish that other discussion later. Bakjin believed Lewin needed to be more informed because it would benefit him. But Lewin just raised an eyebrow in confusion. Then he turned straight to Lord Adele, bluntly saying, Tell me, if I hear this from someone else, I will be really disappointed. Lord Adele just held his head and forced a smile. It is probably pointless, as he said. Their house had received countless letters from noble families all about Lewin, letters proposing alliances with their family under the pretense of using Lewin, or even requests for a meeting with him. Lord Adele rejected every single one. But there was a problem. Hearing this, Lewin immediately asked, "What problem?" Without hesitation, Lord Adele named Binkos Manjo, saying he was using Lewin as leverage to pressure the Adele family. Muzo is the only trade city near Adele's territory. Most goods produced in Adele pass through Muzo. In other words, Adele's territory survives financially because of what is earned in Muzo. Lewin refused to believe they would slash prices to such ridiculous lows for his family's goods, but Lord Adele sadly confirmed it. Exactly. They want to hold Adele's territory hostage to force your family to become Muzo's mage protectors. At this rate, Adele's finances will collapse. Lord Adele's face showed helplessness. But for now, there was no clear solution. Lewin recalled the words of the people he met today, and just thinking about it made his heart ache. After some thought, Lewin spoke up. "I suddenly thought sometimes a bad guy just needs to be knocked down." His eyes sparkled with determination. "If they want to mess with me, I will go there and show them what is up." The next morning, Lewin decided to set off for Muzo. The steward had prepared food and a horse for him. Bakjin looked remorseful. "I am sorry to dump this burden on you right after you got home." Lewin smiled softly. "It is okay. You are just doing your job as steward, and I am just trying to do my part as a young lord." Saying that, Lewin quickly mounted his horse, ready to leave. Behind him, Bakjin worried Lewin might misunderstand and added, "Please do not be mad at him," he explained. "The lord has done everything he can. He even dipped to his own pocket to cover losses caused by Muzo, and no one in Adele's territory knows this." Bakjin continued, "The peace we have now is thanks to the lord's sacrifices." Hearing this, Lewin's face was filled with self-reproach. Lewin muttered, "It is embarrassing. I thought I was too arrogant." Honestly, Lewin had been disappointed, wondering if Lord Adele was just silently bearing it all. And Lewin believed he alone could fix what his father could not, even though Lewin knew since childhood that his father loved and cared for this land more than anyone else. At that, Bakjin could only stand there, speechless. Lewin pulled out a box and handed it to Bakjin. Instead, "Can you help me deliver this to my father?" Bakjin looked curious. "What is this?" Lewin said bluntly, "Here's 10,000 gold coins." The moment he finished, Bakjin's face went from calm to stunned. "This is the prize from that grand tournament. Lewin hopes it will be put to good use for the territory. In my opinion, the smartest move is to use it to buy more land." Bakjin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "It could work, but right now, our territory's in tough shape. Nobody's willing to sell us land." Seeing this, Lewin proposed, "What if we just take it?" His eyes blazing with fierce determination. He added, "And then we clean house. We will fix the long-standing mess with the marshlands in our territory and reclaim that river plain that has been overrun by bandits." "Not a bad," Lewin explained. "With this money, we can hire mercenaries and restore the marshlands." Bakjin's eyes lit up. "If we can get mercenaries at a fair price, it is definitely worth a shot." Since Lewin was about to leave, he turned back. "I will leave all the details with the steward and your father. I am off." Without waiting for a response, Lewin kicked his horse into a swift gallop. Lewin arrived at Jiathong Manzo, a vast territory in the southern kingdom. All the nearby supply routes converged here. Lord Binkos Manzo was surrounded by bad rumors buying his rank with money, dealing with loan sharks, or being a former leader of the One gang. Lewin silently reminded himself. In other words, "I need a heart of steel." Rode up to a massive mansion guarded by many soldiers. Lewin introduced himself. "I am the second son of the Adele family. Is Lord Lewin Adele here?" But the guards just sneered upon hearing his name. One guard scoffed. "Another Adele? Huh?" That made Lewin's expression darken instantly. They muttered among themselves. "Why make a fuss when it will never work? He is just a kid learning how to beg." Suddenly, one guard burst out laughing. "Can you even hold a proper conversation?" "Prince," Lewin burned with silent rage. "Has he always been treated like this? How many times has my father been here?" After laughing, the guards finally motioned for Lewin to enter. "Go on it." "Prince, wonder if the lord's home. If it isn't a deal, they would throw him out in a heartbeat." Someone nearby spoke up. "But this time is different." "Hurry up," Lewin kept reminding himself. "I am not here as a student. I am the second son of the Adele family. If I accept this rudeness like it is normal, it will make the Adele name look weak." Clenching his fists tightly, Lewin squared his shoulders, ready to strike. "Which spook the guards," Lewin said boldly. "You all should go home and practice some more." Suddenly, Lewin threw a powerful punch that sent one guard flying across the yard. At that moment, Binkos Manzo came out to greet him. Well, look who we have here." The old man chuckled. the hero who won this year's grand tournament. The new generation's top mage are not you, Lewin Adil. Lewin gave Binkos a cold glare. You are Lord Binkos Monzo. The old man removed his hat and bowed. Yes, Binkos Monzo, it is an honor to have someone of your stature visit my humble home. I am ashamed I can hold my head high. Lewin replied coldly. Then do not hold your head high. His words caught the old man off guard. Lewin said firmly. If you are ashamed of me coming here, then you would better keep your head down. Hearing this, Binkos Monzo's face twisted what looked like anger, then slowly. A sly grin spread across his lips. Binkos put his hat back on and raised his head. As rumored, you are pretty straightforward. Fine. Despite the shame, I will hold my head up. Good, Lewin said plainly. But you might want to train your guards better. Binkos Monzo frowned. What crime have my kids committed? Lewin turned to the guards. They treat my family like some joke tribe. So I gave them a little warning. As Lewin spoke, he glanced at the guards he would knocked out cold on the floor. Seeing his men beaten by Binkos Manjo made him furious. Lewin smirked teasingly. How's that feel? My lord, Binkos Manjo chuckled dryly. Go ahead. Treat them however you want, they are your subordinates. But inside, he was thinking, asterisk, how dare that brat lay a hand on my men? Asterisk. Lewin clenched both fists and grinned. Well then, let us get started. With Binkos Manjo watching in awe, Lewin threw a devastating punch that sent a soldier flying. Lewin dusted off his hands. That is enough. This guy needs some manners training too. Turning to Binkos, he said, you planning to keep me standing out here? Invite me in already. My lord, every word from Lewin irked Binkos, who ground his teeth in irritation. Finally, Binkos Manjo had no choice but to invite Lewin inside. As he walked, he glanced at the beasts hanging on the walls, thinking, asterisk, not bad looking. Then Binkos boasted, I have a hobby collecting art pieces like these. Lewin frowned, clearly uncomfortable. They do not give off a good vibe at all. Binkos Manjo smiled thinly. I get it, everyone's got their own taste. Lewin stayed silent, lost in thought. Asterisk, collecting stuff like this and calling it art. This guy's tastes are twisted. He guessed silently. Asterisk, putting those things here is meant to scare and intimidate me. He is trying to threaten me. Binkos Manjo poured tea and boasted. This is a rare southern brew called Piram. You should try some. Lewin flatly declined. No thanks. Binkos looked surprised. Don't like tea. I can get you some soda instead. Hearing that, Trang, perched on Lewin's shoulder, could not help but laugh. Is he seriously pretending not to know? Ignoring Trang's teasing, Lewin stayed silent. Finally, Lewin grabbed the cup and poured the tea out. Do you really not get why I am refusing this? The two sat facing each other in silence. The only sound the tea is splashing onto the floor. Binkos Manjo nodded slightly, a mysterious smile curling his lips, calmly sipping his own tea. He said, You think I am trying to poison you? I have no interest in being your enemy. I just want to be your friend, Lewin replied coolly. Friends do not usually enjoy scaring each other. Do they? Binkos Manjo flashed a sly grin. Mocking. Ridiculously so, it was just a well-meaning suggestion. After all, Lewin clenched his teeth, fury barely contained. He asked, You are calling that sneaky little trick a proposal meant to weaken Adil's territory? With unwavering certainty, he emphasized each word. I flat out refused that offer, just as Binkos Manjo expected. No surprises there. Too bad. But ever since you rejected our friendship, the old man's face twisted with ruthless intent. The prices in Adil's territory will stay the same, practically free. Lewin shot back with a stern warning. You better restore the prices to what they were before. The room plunged into a heavy, suffocating silence. Suddenly, Binkos Manjo stood up, typical country bumpkin. Clueless as ever, he towered over Lewin, dominating the space. You think you are the only one allowed to say no just because of the quarantine? You should be begging me. Right now, you are the weak one. Not me. Out of nowhere, a squad of soldiers stormed into the room. Binkos Manjo chuckled darkly. They say mages from the academy can't use magic during the second quarantine. Then, shifting his tone, he snarled. Let me teach you a lesson, kid. Just as he finished, a cavalry unit encircled the room. Meanwhile, Lewin realized Binkos Manjo never planned on letting him leave. The old man roared. Kill him. I want that bastard's corpse as a trophy in Chapter 7's room. Lewin found Binkos baffling. You want to turn me into a war prize? You are crazier than I thought. Trang, perched on his shoulder, nodded in agreement. Lewin was right not to expect a proper conversation. A greedy old pig stuck in his own swamp in the south, people like him always start fights. With that thought, Lewin launched himself at the soldiers ahead, then he flicked two fingers, leaving the soldier utterly confused. Wearing a confident smirk, Lewin snapped his fingers, and just that small snap sent the soldier flying meters away. Next, he used a bit of his power to scatter the soldiers in all directions. Finally, activating a special skill in his gloves, he grinned. "Let me show you something, old man." From Binko's side, Panic said, "Why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing?" Lewin unleashed a surge of energy, his whole body radiating intense power. Witnessing this, Binko's Manjo stared in stunned silence. Lewin declared, "Even during quarantine, if my life's in danger, I can still use magic." The soldiers were overwhelmed by his power. Groaning, "If we stay here, we are dead for sure," someone shouted. "Everyone, run!" And chaos erupted as they fled. Lewin clenched his fists, eyes blazing with determination. "Running 1T save you." That, he charged forward at full speed. Outside, everyone saw smoke billowing from Binko's Manjo's mansion, glowing a fiery red. The servants inside panicked and scrambled to escape. While everyone else ran, Binko's Manjo stood lingering, savoring the destruction of his own creations. Lewin appeared behind him. "Still got time to worry about your precious works?" His gaze sharp as a blade. He said, "Now it is your turn to worry about your own life." Binko's Manjo's scream of pain echoed through the room. Lewin laid down his terms. "You will restore Adele's goods to their original prices, and pay my house 10 times the amount you have taken." Binko's Manjo's face twisted in disbelief, voice trembling. "Compensation? How big do you think that number will be?" Lewin stared him down. "Right now. Do it." The old man reluctantly agreed. After settling everything, Lewin mounted his horse and headed back. "It is almost over. Wonder how surprised Dad will be when he finds out I handled it all." He resolved the Monzo issue and returned to Adele. On the way, Lewin was startled by a voice. "Long time no see." Lewin, it was an unexpected visitor waiting for him in Adele. Seeing her gentle, graceful demeanor, Lewin said, "Miss Irene." Flashback to about 2 months ago. Lewin had attended a formal social gala. He is fed up with these dull meetups. What started off interesting now just makes Lewin want to head home. Right then, Irene overhears his complaint and steps in, asking, "Are you talking about that little Adele shrine?" She playfully pouts, saying, "Honestly, I am just glad the party ended without any drama." Lewin admits he was bracing for some disaster because of someone, scratching his head awkwardly to apologize. But despite the apology, he gets serious. "I could not do otherwise. Not only do those people underestimate the efforts of the trainees, but they also disrespect our shrine." Irene peers curiously and asks, "Is Adele really that stunning?" Lewin lights up and confirms, "It is a beautiful place that soothes your soul." He cheerfully suggests Irene should visit sometime. Lewin's enthusiasm sparks Irene's curiosity. She is now tempted to check it out. She teases him, "When you see me there, do not ask why I came." He laughs and promises he won't. And so, the current awkward situation unfolds. Lewin is super embarrassed. He never expected Irene would actually show up. While Lewin's dad is touched seeing his son mature, Lewin himself is burning with embarrassment. The cheeky girl snaps, "Can you explain what is going on here?" Lewin is baffled. What is up with her now? When he stays silent, she gets even angrier, shouting, "What is your relationship? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Spill it." None of her rapid-fire questions get an answer. By late afternoon, when Lewin meets his father again, he is surprised to find he has volunteered to be Irene's guide. His dad happily recounts that the moment he suggested it, she insisted she would handle it herself. He beams, asking if Lewin thinks she is cute. She does not want to lose the brother she has not seen in 6 years. Then he turns serious, asking Lewin straight up, "Is Irene your girlfriend?" Lewin bluntly says no, which disappoints his dad, who looks genuinely saddened. Lewin does not understand why. Putting personal stuff aside for now, his dad shifts gears and tells Lewin to talk about something else. At that moment, he calls in Baekjin, who has been waiting outside for a while. Baekjin hands over a small wooden box, politely thanks him, and steps back. Lewin's dad sternly pushes the box toward his son, refusing to accept the money. Lewin is stunned and asks why. His dad gently explains, "This is your personal matter, not the Adele family's." But Lewin does not get it. "Or not you part of Adele too?" Lewin's dad bows his head slightly with a smile. "No one denies you are the heart of a deal, but I know you still have things to do outside of it." Lewin is speechless, his face clouded with pain. He knows his dad says this out of concern, but also respects him as a man of integrity and honor. Still, it stings that his dad discusses shrine matters without including him. With determination, Lewin declares, "I want to use my own money for a deal, just like you did, Dad." He adds, leaving his father stunned. Lewin's dad turns to Baekjin, who casually replies, "I think the young master should know the Lord has been funding Adele personally all this time." Lewin's dad lets it slide but warns Baekjin, "In the future, I would appreciate it if you consulted me before making any rash decisions. Then he turns back to Lewin. No matter your intentions, I can accept it. You are not ready to shoulder the shrine's responsibilities. He pulls out 3,600 gold coins, saying, this is what we deserve. Finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. Lewin, puzzled, quietly asks Baekjin, are you sure you gave him 10 times this amount? Baekjin whispers back. He never asked for the rest, and he was so firm. I could not even bring up the penalty. Lewin is helpless against his dad's stubbornness, and Baekjin agrees he gave up trying to persuade him. But then, Baekjin suddenly pauses, making Lewin look at him confused, chuckles softly. Isn't our lord always like this? Lewin watches Baekjin's face, the look of an old friend watching his dad. He suddenly felt a warm glow in his chest and smiled along without thinking, glancing at his upright father. Lewin silently nodded in agreement with Baekjin's opinion. Everything was settled, and Lewin stepped out of his father's study. Looking up, he saw two lively girls chatting and laughing right in front of him. Luna no longer looked angry like before. She was warmly holding Irene's hand. Lewin walked over slowly, asking Irene if she was enjoying the Adel tour. Suddenly, Luna waved goodbye to Irene and cheekily wished her good luck with a wink. While Irene was still confused, the little girl dashed off, yelling to her brother to get along with her. Irene's a good person. You know, left behind. Irene and Lewin stood awkwardly, too embarrassed to meet each other's eyes. Irene muttered that Lewin said the weirdest things, regaining his composure and wiping the blush off his face. Lewin asked Irene if she wanted to take a walk. They strolled beneath the dappled shade of the trees, everything around them suddenly brightening. Irene could not help but gush about how adorable Luna was. She wished she had a little sister like her, and Lewin was happy to see Irene bonding so well with the kid. With her keen intuition, Irene gently asked Lewin if something was weighing on his mind, as he seemed lost in thought. Lewin shared with a hint of sadness. As the heir of the family, I want to do something for the estate, but I just can't come up with any ideas. Silently, Lewin thought over everything. The prize money from the contest and the funds from Monzo totaled over 40,000 gold. Dad said he could spend it however he liked. Seeing Lewin's thoughtful expression, Irene slowly said, you can not be thinking about the estate. Though she had journeyed all the way here, Lewin was suddenly jolted, realizing he would overlooked something important. He quickly asked Irene about her journey, how she got here. Since the estate was pretty far and must have been inconvenient, Irene winked and answered, not too. I arrived at Liver 2 days ago. Lewin blinked in surprise and asked again. She pointed ahead, saying, crossing the mountain range over there made it pretty close. Lewin asked a small question tinged with regret but answered himself it was the solution he would been searching for all along. The South Mountain, though it covers most of the Adil estate, is rugged and impossible to farm, with land abandoned because of monsters. However, Lake number 8 lies nearby, making this area incredibly valuable geographically. What if we use that to build a trade route through the South Mountain? Relying on places like Monzo, we could build an independent estate, a powerful stronghold with the only southern path leading to the Renich Empire. Why did not I think of this sooner? This would definitely be a huge boost for the estate, he thought, overjoyed. Lewin dropped all formalities, grabbed Irene's hand tightly, and thanked her, making her blush as red as a strawberry. But his mind was only on the estate, so he quickly said goodbye to Ms. Quaid. Lewin hurried back to the estate, unaware that Irene was quietly watching his retreating figure. His happiness was contagious. Irene laughed out loud, marveling, Lewin's such an interesting guy. He brought his great plan to his father, but the old man said no way. Lewin was stunned by this and asked in disbelief, really, Dad? Lewin's father explained that he would tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 had refused. Lewin could not understand why. His father's answer shocked Lewin. They saw the Adel family as not profit-driven. Baekjin chimed in, saying the Lord knew this was a huge opportunity, but Lewin cut him off, insisting many things at Adel have changed. It is small, but improving. He vowed silently, just because the merchant guilds refused once does not mean we give up on something that could bring hope to the people. Smirking, he pointed at himself. Who knows? Maybe a champion's proposal can make a difference. That youthful fire left Lewin's father staring at his son, wide-eyed. Finally, he exhaled and burst out laughing. That is right. You even solved the Muzo case. What reason do I have to stop you now? He agreed to let his son try to persuade them. Filled with confidence, Lewin left the room, and Irene eagerly asked, heading to Lake 8. So now, Lewin's gonna be in cahoots with her, a straight-up illegal immigrant. Lewin was stunned. Suddenly, he jumped up. Wait. Are you telling me she crossed the Adil border without permission? That makes her an illegal resident. Irene confessed without a hint of shame. Lewin was terrified of this girl crossing a deserted border all alone. Irene's that bold, Didn't she realize how insanely dangerous that was? Irene did not think so. To her, that risk was nothing compared to what Lewin pulled off, like barging into someone else's dorm without a second thought and then pulling off some crazy stunt in the competition. And you crushed everyone. Lewin stared at her in disbelief. Irene smiled softly and said, "Keeping up with someone like you. My little escapade was just a warm-up." Hearing this, Lewin felt slowly, lost in thought for a moment. Then he reminded her, "But I am planning to push even further." Irene was not backing down. "Then I will follow you. I am already an illegal immigrant once. One more time 1T hurt." They headed straight to Lake No. 8, deciding to cross the southern mountain to scout the path ahead. The terrain was so brutal that even with a compass, finding a way was tough. They used wind magic to locate the hidden village of Insanjiang. Of course, magic use was forbidden during the break. Irene had been using that magic since arriving in Adil, but the tracking spell targeted humanoid monsters, leading her accidentally into a goblin den, throwing her into a deadly trap. Lewin immediately unleashed his strongest fire magic to attack. His magical power blew everything to smithereens. Knowing goblins obey their leader, Lewin quickly took down the boss and escaped. Thanks to that, Lewin got a silver goblin pelt and a quest from the system to find someone who wanted rewards still unknown. Lewin was puzzled why the quest popped up now, but finding the lake was more important. Using the tracking spell Smarks, they pressed onward toward their destination. Luckily, no more monsters popped up like before. This time, they finally found their original target, Lake No. 8. Lake No. 8, a massive guild hub where the big lake meets the sea. Connecting like Anton, it is a neutral nation under imperial control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from 8 merchant guilds govern the land, bearing the title of co-representatives. As a trade nation, it rules continental commerce, and rumor has it they even deal with pirates if the prophet's right. Money rules here above all else. Arriving at their spot, Irene asked Lewis where he wanted to go. He would already decided the Golden Hall. The Golden Hall is a grand mansion in the heart of Lake No. 8, where reps hold daily meetings at noon. So it is the perfect place to make a pitch. Right then, guards stopped them. "Got a permit?" they asked. Of course, Lewis did not. He asked if they could pass a message, but the guards said official papers would take forever to process. Lewis confidently said, "Just tell them Louis Adele is here." He introduced himself and added, "This is Irene Prius." The guard's eyes lit up. "Wait, are you the Grano tournament champ?" Louis Adele. He apologized for not recognizing him sooner and promised to report immediately. Seeing this, Louis got excited, telling Irene, "See, even they admit it just like I said." Luckily, they were let in right away. The opulent ceiling and countless golden angel statues sparkled everywhere. Irene could not help but be awestruck. This place truly lived up to its name, the Golden Hall. Louis agreed but added, "Still can beat the Adele estate." They were led to a white door, where the guards politely invited them inside. Louis told himself to stay calm. He was here for a fair deal, not a fake. Gathering courage, Louis firmly opened the door and introduced himself. Inside, a crowd awaited them as if long prepared, their expressions unreadable at first glance. Before Louis stood a lavish round table, with 2 ornate chairs ready for him and Irene. The room's vibe was mixed, but everyone seemed eager for something to happen. As they settled into their seats, the whole group started buzzing with whispers. The eldest among them spoke up, asking what brings a reputable new generation mage like him to such a remote place. Judging by their expressions, Louis concluded that the title of Grand Tournament Champion holds weight here. He had worried about showing up unannounced, but it seemed they were open to talk. It would be even better if this worked out in their guild's favor. Louis then laid out his purpose. He came to negotiate trade between Adil and Lake No. 8. The moment he said it, the room's atmosphere turned icy. Some looked deep in thought, refusing to answer. Others brooded silently, stone-faced, showing zero reaction. A whisper of concern brushed past Louis' ear. He might have just blown things up. Suddenly, someone asked their neighbor, "I have heard about Adil. Anyone know where it is?" The reply came, "It is south of the little Dacian country." Another lady chimed in, "That countryside once tried selling keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord has visited before." "What happened then?" The young man next to her answered. "They unanimously refused." She pressed, "Why?" The young man said, "Because they never sought profit. They only wanted to sell outright." Hearing their casual back and forth, Louis stayed quiet, weighing the mood. Then the old leader spoke, wrapping it up. "In that case, I do not think there is much left to discuss." Louis knew the truth. They were merchants. The moment they heard anything against their interests, their attitude flipped instantly. He was both a new generation mage and Adele's heir, but to them, he was just an entitled rich kid from Adil, a poor country bumpkin trying to snatch their money. Their cold, blunt viewpoint was crystal clear and terrifying. Would they stay this ruthless this time? Louis quietly grabbed his nearby bag and said, "It is a shame everyone's reacting like this before I have even laid out my proposal." He dumped out the sacks of gold he would brought 30,000 gold coins in total. The gleam of gold in Louis' steady gaze hit the merchants like a punch to the gut. Louis smiled warmly. "How about now?" Feeling a bit more interested in making a deal, Louis cut to the chase. He would buy 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake No. 8, and in return, they would allow a deal's goods to be traded there. Hearing this, suspicion flickered. They thought Louis was gearing up for war, since that sum could buy a ton of arms. Their shocked reactions were exactly what Louis had expected. 30,000 gold was the 3-year budget for a rural manor, like Adele equivalent to a year's budget for a mid-sized city. Spending that much on weapons was jaw-dropping, but Louis had learned from Manhwa's fiasco. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power breeds peace. If he had to buy weapons somewhere to gain strength, Louis decided to build his foundation right here. He continued. Knowing each of the 8 representatives specialized in different goods, he wanted to know who was in charge of weapons. They pointed to Cecilia, the top representative here, overseeing the widest range of goods. Weapons, iron, flora and fauna. Even ships. Louis blinked in surprise. She looked even younger than him, but Cecilia's gaze was not that of a child. It held an extraordinary presence. What kind of life had hardened this kid so much? Cecilia questioned Louis about why he needed so many weapons. She knew it was inappropriate, but as the supplier, she was concerned. Louis was straightforward. First, he planned a large-scale monster hunt near Adele. Second, he intended to establish a trade route connecting Lake No. 8 and Adele. Crossing the northern mountain pass, his words hit the room like a thunderclap. The top representative warned Louis, "Don't mention that mountain pass by name here," leaving him utterly baffled. The atmosphere sank so low that even Irene panicked, asking Louis what was going on. Louis glanced at Cecilia softly. He did not grasp the full picture, but he knew exactly who'd caused this tension. They all went pale. "Why?" Cecilia spoke. Annoyed, "You plan to cross the northern mountain. That is impossible. There is a demon living there." Louis fell silent, pondering. A demon? That definitely felt connected somehow. Louis told Cecilia that last night he crossed that mountain pass alone, but Cecilia immediately called him out, saying he was lying. Louis quickly explained, "It is not a lie. He actually encountered something inside that mountain pass." Louis pulled out a silver spike and asked, "Is this the demon you were talking about?" Seeing the spike, Cecilia jumped up in fear, just as the system announced the mission complete, awarding the respect of the Vanchise family. Seeing the results, Louis silently admitted to himself that it was indeed true. At that moment, Cecilia sadly shed tears, a comforting calm washing over her face. "Finally, it is dead," Cecilia cried, burying her face in her hands as everyone comforted her. 3 days later, Cecilia accompanied Louis back to the mountain pass that haunted her so deeply. She never imagined she would face that mountain again. Her heart was heavy, but this time it felt different. The tragedy that took her father was no longer here. Cecilia was incredibly grateful to Louis and said it was all thanks to him. Louis humbly replied that he just happened to run into it on the way. Back to business, Cecilia proposed if they could carve a road through the southern mountain. It would create a direct trade route from Adel to the Oyota Kingdom, cutting out all the annoying detours. Regarding construction, she said the Vanchise family would back the project. Louis was terrified. He figured they would start with arms trade, then the trade route, and he even thought he would be footing the bill for the road. But with the Vanchise family backing it, this was a huge win. Louis blurted out, "Wait, are you seriously saying you will accept my proposal?" Cecilia replied, "Absolutely. Any goods produced in Adel will be bought at a price higher than the market rate at Lake No. 8. Louis hesitated, stunned by such a generous offer, like she read his mind. Cecilia said, "Merchants will do anything for money, but we also have hearts." Standing firm before Louis, she swore, Cecilia Vanchise, promised to show gratitude and trustworthy of a benefactor. Her earnestness hit Louis right in the feels, and he quietly accepted. Louis shook Cecilia's hand, sealing the deal. The agreement with Lake No. 8 was a success. The next day, Irene and Louis set off for home, chatting along the way as Irene sighed in relief that everything went smoothly. Louis felt the same now. He could finally send good news to everyone, including his father. To Louis, Cecilia's representation was impressive. She would grown so mature at such a young age. Despite having no father, Irene sensed something was off with Louis. Was he actually moved by all this? Louis replied vaguely that he felt a kinship with zealots, because he was in a similar situation, leaving Irene puzzled about what he meant. Skillfully switching topics, Louis said, "Anyway, just wait and see. Irene, if you ever visit Adel again, You will be surprised at how bustling it has become. Irene sighed. You really love your hometown. Louis. I wish I could feel the same. Louis was confused. Did not everyone treasure their hometown? But apparently, Irene did not. Curious, Louis asked if she planned to invite him to her hometown someday, but Irene gave no clear answer. Louis understood she did not want to talk about it, but he was sure that someday he would visit Fruits. Together, they returned to the Adel mansion under the warm glow of the sun, but the meeting room told a different story. Louis's father and Begin were alarmed by the high prices and the promise of a new trade route. Only Louis naively asked, "Did you guys book a private room at the inn?" Louis quickly clamped a hand over his sister's mouth, then hurriedly confirmed. Cecilia promised all of that. Begin could not believe it. A cold, ruthless franchise rep was actually repaying a favor. Louis agreed, but said they would need about 3 months to prepare the weapons shipment, and the Southern Mountain Road construction would start this month. Louis's father was overwhelmed with emotion. A direct trade route to the Empire meant Adel's prosperity was finally within reach. He felt Louis had truly tried. Achieving such a tough goal was no small feat. He boldly said, "Thank you for growing up so well." Seizing the moment, Louis asked him, "Then, Father, do you trust me enough to let me do one more thing?" Louis' father looked puzzled. Slowly, Louis said, "The lifeblood of a deal, the dream of our people, has been realized." At that moment, Louis could not hide the pain etched across his face. What he wanted permission for was revenge for his mother. Louis called it the Red Plains Crusade. Against those cursed swamp monsters, memories flooded back. That Friday night, which should have been a beautiful birthday celebration, quickly turned into the worst nightmare. That day, a devastating disaster struck, claiming many lives. The worst pain watching his loved ones be slaughtered one by one. The face of the woman lost in that horrifying massacre still haunts him. No one could ever forget that tragic Friday night. Louis, too, clenched his fist and vowed, "I have to become stronger." Though deep down, it was almost too much for a child to bear at his age. Determined, he pushed himself to grow stronger day by day. As dawn broke, everyone lined up, brimming with energy. Ever since the extermination order was issued, the whole village threw themselves into training. Young men stood shoulder to shoulder, training in unison. Irene and Louis approached from opposite ends. The villagers looked transformed, and it was clear they were giving it their all. She added, "By the way, their spear techniques seem pretty unique." Irene wondered who was teaching them these moves. Louis replied, "It is our knight commander, Bova, one of Adel's greatest knights, once known as the Lightning Spear, with years of frontline battle experience." Recalling his legendary feats, Louis was full of admiration. Without Sir Bova, when the mud monsters attacked, damage could have been far worse. He still remembered how Bova took down 5 mud beasts in one fierce strike. Louis continued to reminisce about Bova, who now preferred fishing poles to spears. Just as Irene interrupted, "Wait, what is Bova's full name?" Louis turned, confused by her question, when Bova himself cut in, "Hey Louis, is that you?" They paused their earlier chat and shifted focus to him. Just as training was wrapping up, Bova approached, clasped Louis' hand, and laughed heartily. "Congrats on leading the team to that amazing victory." Louis smiled back. Noticing someone beside him, Bova glanced over curiously and asked who the young lady with Louis was. Louis quickly introduced her. She closed her eyes, filled with gratitude and honor to meet the hero she would admired for so long. Meeting Sir Bova, the Lightning Spear, was a true privilege. Bova looked at her thoughtfully. As if recognizing something, Irene was mesmerized by Bova's glorious past. Learning he retired at just 30, Bova chuckled, surprised anyone still remembered him. Even the little stories, Irene smiled warmly. Having read so much about him, the tale of him slaying over 10 elite enemy mages from Burna was legendary. From a battle-hardened young soldier to a silver-haired man, no longer swift as he once was, though his reflexes have slowed, Bova felt honored that Lady Irene still remembered him. Louis wondered why he had kept all this under wraps. Like a slap in the face, Bova said he never hid anything. Louis just never asked. Louis' face briefly clouded with sadness, having heard from many sources that Bova was a reckless knight. But Bova said something that lifted his spirits, that he loved fishing and living in the hills. Sometimes, when Louis was little, he would walk with Bova. Watching him grow up was what Bova treasured most. That was enough for him, leaving the two standing there speechless. Regaining his composure, now Louis understood Bova better than anyone, and Bova smiled warmly. Thanking him, Bova suddenly remembered he promised to help the young lady train her sword skills. With him here, and the invitation extended, Louis was more than happy to show up. But Bova did not want Louis to just watch from the sidelines. He wanted Louis to step up and fight, which totally blew the other guy's mind. Late at night, no one around, just the rustling trees. Bova and Louis sparred fiercely, both evenly matched. One was in the prime of youth, brimming with passion and determination. The other older but experienced and still quick on his feet. Louis and Louisna stood watching the intense training session. Louisna earned high praise for the little girl, who at just 12 had already reached such a level. Louis silently acknowledged her talent. Hitting this level at her age was truly impressive. Watching Louisna's stance and her sword work was flawless. Her footwork consistent, showing a rock-solid foundation. Bova's side was no weaker. He fought one-handed, and his weapon had switched to a wooden sword. After the session ended, Bova praised Louisna, saying at this pace, soon even Louis would not be able to keep up. Instead of jealousy, Louis felt proud of his little sister deep down. Everyone eventually faces their reckoning after the little sister. It is the big brother's turn. No point running now. Picking up the wooden sword, Louis suddenly remembered when he was 9, sparring with Bova using a wooden sword, shifting his mood to serious. Even though it had been ages, Louis trained again as a way to revisit old lessons. In less than 5 minutes, he collapsed to the ground, battered and exhausted. Though he would improved since 7 years ago, it was not nearly enough to congratulate himself. Louis asked casually how Bova's skill compared to modern standards, but he did not know since it's been too long. Louis then wondered if there was any ranking list to compare against. Suddenly, Louis recalled Gutter, a 6-star knight from Eastern Ridian, who had once helped him out before. Well, just 6 stars. Bova casually flexed, recalling he once held 7 stars before leaving. Back then, 7 stars meant you were top tier. Just as Louis was wondering, a notification popped up right in front of him. The system suddenly assigned a mission. He had to fight Bova, and he only had 3 days to complete it. Louis hesitated, doubting if he could pull it off after all. Bova once held 7 stars and was the strongest of his time. Irene stepped forward as Louis faced the daunting challenge of battling the strongest. She explained that Bova was the only one in the Ridian kingdom to reach legendary status, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Hearing this, Louis stayed silent because deep down, he knew it was true, and this experience would be unforgettable. Bova cut through Louis' thoughts, breaking his focus. Louis snapped out of it, gripped his sword tightly, and signaled he was ready for another round. Quietly reassuring himself, I can do this. Scene change. Louis training with Bova when a new mission popped up. Dozens of tasks to complete before unlocking the Steel Destroyer skill. With only limited time, he had to push himself to the absolute limit during training. To finish the mission, I have been sparring with Bova every night. Only 68 hours, 37 minutes, and 48 seconds left. At first, Louis doubted the purpose of these fights. Amid everything going on, he wondered what they really meant. Even after extensive training, Bova kept finding weaknesses. Louis could not block, exposing cracks in his defense. This brutal mission left him battered and bruised. But there had to be a reason. The system assigned it. With 42 hours, 54 minutes, and 27 seconds left, Louis knew any slip-up would let Bova strike through. He had to stay sharp. After exhausting days of training, the countdown hit 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 14 seconds. Suddenly, Louis charged at Bova, unleashing a powerful blow. Exhausted but satisfied, sweat streaming down his face. That is it, Bova praised him, impressed with how much he would improve. Time flew by, and the final day of training arrived. Bova noticed Louis pushing himself past his limits. Hey, are not you tired? Louis refused to stop. Nearly done with the mission. I can keep going. They fought nonstop from late night until dawn, draining Louis' energy. Bova gently advised, don't overdo it. Look, the sun's up. Louis forced himself to stay strong, because the time limit would not wait for him to recover. Yeah, I have fought enough rounds with you, Louis said, almost done with the mission, but still missing one crucial thing, a finishing move. Only 33 minutes and 51 seconds left. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he thought, is this all I got after staying up all night? Could landing a fatal blow on a 7-star knight really be impossible? Everything suddenly felt tougher than ever. But Louis was determined. Just then, someone appeared out of nowhere and asked, what is going on, bro? You stayed up all night. A girl called from a distance. Stop. You have trained enough. Uncle Jin, standing beside Louis's father, sighed. Honestly, I followed the young lady to keep watch. But why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Louis' father saw his son's stubborn determination and scolded him. Even you have limits. Rest. Stop. Knowing she worried about him, Louis made his decision. Just 30 more minutes. His words made everyone watching nervous, forcing himself to the brink like this. Even just 30 minutes more. He was not sure himself. I know it is unlikely to pull off something miraculous in 30 minutes. But Louis clung to the tiniest spark of hope, rather than letting it die out, especially with Bova watching. Uncle Jin slammed his sword into the ground and made a bold decision. He would fight Bova his way, treating this as a final test with a new strategy. Louis' blunt declaration shocked Irene and Louisna watching nearby. From now on, I am changing my approach. Louis' words left Uncle Jin speechless. Anna, even Bova looked a little surprised. He asked again, "Are you serious?" Louis got into a ready stance and said, "Yeah, I'm dead serious." His eyes gleamed with determination. After days of sparring with wooden swords, I have learned how to predict a knight's moves. After training hard for a while, Louis realized the goal was achieved. Now, I need to win using my own strengths. Bova had a hunch about Louis' plan. "I found it odd you have been sword training all night these past days. Turns out you want something from me." Louis smiled. "You caught me right away." He could not help but smirk and say, "All right then. I will add one more rule for you, kid." Bova announced the new rule. "In the next 30 minutes, you can use magic against me." Magic? He turned with a new attitude. "But I will take this seriously too. I want to see what you have really got." Bova closed the distance. "I am coming at you." Louis' new strategy meant he was weaker at range, so he dashed straight at Bova. Gotta get closer to the sword's reach. In return, his body became lighter and more balanced as he moved. He already had the plan in his head. When he got close, the sword's blind spots made it useless. Bova seemed to expect this charge, so he was not surprised. "So that is your move." As Louis rushed Bova like a battering ram, he got pierced by the sword's tip, killing his momentum. But the tip only grazed him thankfully. It was not a direct hit. Bova would not reveal any openings beyond the wooden sword's reach. Louis recalled a past fight, the method he used against Doom and Bram at the Grand Tournament. Breaking an opponent's sword is not a one-size-fits-all tactic. If you think in typical attack patterns, you will probably get blocked, like those on Bova's level. To avoid falling into danger, Louis chose his own path, not to go head-on with power, but to redirect it. Bova had partially predicted this move. Getting into the sword's outer range is smart, but if I catch on, your options shrink. I will try to keep my distance. Even with his plan revealed, Louis stayed composed and closed in, ready to unleash a powerful punch like a predator locking onto its prey. "You are right. You saw through all my strategies." Everything was part of Louis' plan, leading Bova into his own trap. He could not help but flash a sly grin and say, "But you did not see this coming." No sooner had he spoken, Louis leapt right over Bova's head and conjured a glowing energy orb that stunned him. The orb exploded, unleashing a blinding burst of light all around Bova. Thick smoke from that sudden blast filled the sky, then slowly cleared to reveal Louis standing victorious. He would taken Bova down. "Louis, you did it, big bro." Bova chuckled softly. "I was worried you would use some terrifying magic, but all you did was blind me. You totally crushed me." Louis, sharp as ever, flipped the script. "That is all I could come up with. Sorry for catching you off guard." Yet he blamed himself. "I probably would be lost if you had had a day to rest." Louis exhaled in relief. Having landed that critical blow, the grueling mission finally came to an end. He unlocked a new skill, Steel Shatter. When activated, it can destroy any steel object with a 3-minute cooldown. If I would given up before, I would not have completed the final task, and none of this magic would be happened. Finally, I made it. Lost in happiness. A sudden shoulder bump made Louis cry out in pain. Louis groaned in frustration. "Even if it is just training, how can you just slam me down like that?" All he could say was, "Sorry." Bova sat on the ground, reassuring him, "I am don't be too hard on yourself, kid." Louis stretched his hand out toward Bova as if to say something. "Training's over. I just want to soak in a hot bath. I have wasted enough time today." Both were exhausted from no rest all night, but somehow their shared fatigue created a strangely warm atmosphere around them. "I have learned so much during this time." Knowing Louis would leave soon, Lord Adele honestly shared, "This has been a fascinating experience for an old man like me." Louis nodded. "My break's almost over." Louis was strolling alongside his father, a hint of regret weighing on his mind. Soon, he would have to set off. A grueling 10-day horseback ride awaited him to reach the academy. The vacation was drawing to a close. He glanced down at the workers bustling below and thought silently, "It is the day to leave my hometown. Gotta hold on a little longer." The workers laughed and joked, "Let us finish up and then grab a few drinks." "For sure. I am gonna drink my fill." Louis turned to his father and said, "These workers were sent by the Vanchus family. Since we are building a base here in Adil, we need plenty of manpower." He added, "We will use this main route to transport weapons from Lake 8 and carry out our extermination missions. The workers will also run inns and restaurants, boosting Adele's economy." That is just the beginning of the changes. Louis still had his own plans, so he leaned in and said, "There is one more thing I want to tell you." Father, out of nowhere, he pulled out a hefty box filled with treasure. "Here's 12,000 gold. Use it for a deal." His father hesitated, reluctant to accept it. "Son, But Lewis knew exactly what he was thinking and quickly reassured him. Kept 400 gold for myself, so do not worry too much. You want to refuse it now, right? The Lord of Adil looked a bit uneasy, but honestly shared his feelings. I'm ashamed. I am just indebted to you. He gripped Lewis tightly, like a farewell before parting ways. Thank you, son. Lewis knew it was time to leave, so he simply replied, all right then, I will be on my way. This was one heck of a productive vacation. Before leaving Adil, Lewis said goodbye to everyone and walked part of the way with Irene. At the fork in the road, as I was about to say farewell, Irene's words caught me so off guard I could not help but blurt out, huh? What did you just say? Irene said something so unbelievable, I just wanted to deny it. I must be misheard. I interrupted. You heard me right. Irene smiled brightly, keeping her promise. After graduation, during the monster extermination missions, I will help out too. Like I said, I will stick with you until I beat you. Master Lewis. With that, she cast a spell and flew off to another place before I could even respond. So she has not forgotten that is one mysterious girl. And just like that, we parted ways. Until we meet again someday. The journey back was long, so Lewis had to ride like the wind, pushing hard to get home as fast as possible. About a week out from Adil, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Just stepping into this area, I noticed a strange crowd gathered nearby, more people passing through here than in the southern area. Turns out the crowd was watching a violent man grabbing another guy by the collar, threatening him. What did you just say? Weakling. His words got more aggressive. Say that again. You punk. The guy's aggression made Lewis furious, but no one around seemed to care at all. Like this kind of scene was normal here. What is going on? Gutter angrily grabbed the man's collar. Say that again. What do you just call me? Kid. The younger guy weakly pleaded. Please, let my sister go. Fueled by newfound strength, Gutter said with resolve. Listen up, I am a knight too. The kid threatened him. If he did not release his sister, there'd be hell to pay. Gutter laughed loud, mocking him. Just then, Lewis spotted a dense crowd gathering and headed over to see what was happening. Man blamed the siblings, saying, your family did not pay up, that is why you deserve this. Gutter clenched his provocation fist, vowing to collect debts owed by his father and even his sister. Reaching his boiling point, he sneered after a pause. What was that? The kid did not hesitate, drawing his sword and charging at Gutter. You think I will just stand by and let that happen? Forensic engineer Captain scoffed. Ridiculous. Before the kid could strike, Gutter lunged at him within 3 seconds, throwing a brutal punch right in his face. Gutter stomped hard on the kid while sneering, and his sister watched helplessly, unable to do anything. After the kid took enough beating, Lewis grabbed his head and asked, say that again. What did you just say? But the kid stood firm, vowing no matter what, he would never betray his sister. His expression changed, voice filled with defiant certainty. I am gonna kill you all. Mark my word. Trang wondered. This seemed to be the first time he witnessed this fight unfold in broad daylight. Lewin said nothing, silently assessing the scene, watching the battered figure desperately struggling to hold on. He was reminded of a trainee knight from a nearby territory, but to him, those things were trivial. Nothing worth his worry, except this case felt different, like something they absolutely had to protect. Suddenly, a hand rested on Lewin's shoulder. A few young thugs warned him not to get involved, to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, because these guys were pure savage. Though their warning came with good intentions, he could not just stand by and watch the strong bully the weak, transformed into a fierce stranger, snapping at them. You should be ashamed. You are no better than them. Despite their attempts to talk him down, Lewin stepped forward boldly. Deep down, he respected that courage immensely. One of the thugs, seeing Lewin unimpressed and unshaken, spat insults at him. When he saw someone stepping up, Gutter glared, daring the guy to make a move. Still cocky, he sneered at Lewin. Who the hell are you? Here just to get your ass kicked. Before finishing his sentence, with an otherworldly force, Lewin unleashed magic that sent Gutter flying several meters back, leaving him utterly stunned. Gutter got a close-up look at Lewin's handsome face and realized he looked oddly familiar. The image of Lewin raising his left palm to strike him had hit Gutter's mind hard. Why did it feel so familiar? Everyone watching turned pale. Jaws dropped, blood draining from their faces at the shocking scene. The crowd, who had been gossiping all along, stood frozen, unable to believe what was unfolding right before their eyes. Then came Doom Prime. Like Gutter, he had not even processed what was happening before Lewin was right in front of him. Before Doom Prime could react or defend, Lewin landed a solid punch square on his face. Sensing things were going south, Doom Prime's gang scattered, terrified they would be next on Lewin's hit list. After clearing out Dukan's crew, and caught his breath, Wondering who Lewin really was, Lewin did not turn around but introduced himself to Han, tilting his head with a gentle smile. He softly spoke to Han, they exchanged introductions, and Han invited Lewin over for dinner at his place. Han shared his past and why things turned out this way. Their father's recklessness had left the siblings to bear the burden. Their father had tried countless times to sell his sister to a brothel, but never succeeded. Listening in, the Lumbergang gang seemed cute at first, but no one expected them to be brutally ruthless. One gang member explained that whenever these guys got pissed, they would tie victims to trees in Onergy and leave them to die. Their leader had already killed 4 people, no one dared cross him. Lewin wondered if they just let them run wild like that. Actually, that gang did not operate in Forente. They were active in Han and his sister's village, and some other small villages, without guards to protect them. Seeing the situation was worse than he thought, Lewin wanted to act but could not take them out one by one. Han interrupted Lewin's thoughts to thank him for keeping his sister and him alive today. He spoke of his past achievements with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Noticing Han knew about him, Lewin asked directly if he would heard it from Gyuder. Han blinked. Surprised, Lewin knew he admitted he would heard from that Zukon guy, that Lewin was once a trainee knight from the Forent territory, and beamed proudly, meeting his idol in real life. While Lewin felt a bit awkward as Han slightly put him down, with rosy cheeks, Han shared his dreams of becoming a captain. Just like Lewin quietly listened as Han poured out his hopes. But honestly, Han was way too weak to achieve that. He had not even graduated from the academy. As if reading Lewin's thoughts, Han candidly admitted he ranked last and was often mocked by others. Some criticized him. But Han's captain said he had something no one else did, and if Han kept training hard, one day glory would finally smile down on him. Hearing those words accidentally triggered his mind to recall Professor Hayden and the previous principal. Even Han's captain believed in that guy. Lewin pushed away the thought and encouraged himself. There has got to be a miracle for hardworking people like Han. Just after finishing his meal, he finally spoke up about his unmatched cooking skills. Suddenly, there was pounding at the door, accompanied by shouting, "Damn those owners!" The lumber gang showed up, threatening and throwing all kinds of ideas around. One of them started smashing things, and the door flew off its hinges. But Han's 2 sisters were not home, leaving the thug confused. There was no one else inside. But Lewin was already gearing up for battle. The thug asked, "Who the hell are you?" But instead of fear, Lewin calmly responded with a sharp retort. Before anything else could happen, a headshot took down one of the Jia gang's henchmen. The lumber gang outside panicked, watching their comrade get blasted far away. No need for words. Just a smirk to kick off the fight. Calm face. Fierce spirit. I have got to earn this meal with some serious work. A squad of mercenaries surrounded Lewin, each gripping a gleaming sword. The tension thick in the air. One tried to rally the troops. "Don't he be scared. No matter how strong he is. We have got over 20 of us." Another chimed in eagerly. "That is right." They charged at him fast, led by their big-headed leader. "Let us take him down together." But Lewin remained ice-cold, gently raising his hand as powerful energy radiated around it. He dared them with a confident challenge. "Fine. Let us all come at me at once." Surrounded but unshaken, Lewin showcased his superior skills, effortlessly dismantling the group. At that moment, he recalled something from his battle with Nam Tika Bova, a new skill, Steel Destruction. He easily blocked a sword swing aimed at him. The impact strike shattered the enemy's blade in 2. Excited, Lewin readied his skill the instant the sword touched his fist. A swirling blue vortex of energy erupted, shining brilliantly around him. The enemy staggered as shards of sword flew off, their weapons' soul vanishing without a trace. The mercenaries' faces reflected their terror as they realized their weapons were destroyed. "What the hell? My blade!" Lewin's eyes blazed with power, clenching his fist. Electricity crackled around him, signaling a storm of rage ready to be unleashed. Normally, I am pretty chill with punishment, but these guys, they are straight-up villains. Without hesitation, Lewin charged like a storm, landing a brutal blow. He reminded himself no mercy. The group screamed in terror. "Demon!" The man collapsed backward, battered and terrified beyond belief. Faced with Lewin's overwhelming power, they dropped to their knees, begging desperately, "Please spare us. We have committed a grave sin." Lewin's gaze swept over them all. By now, they knew attacking more was pointless. Suddenly, a girl's scream echoed through the air. Lewin realized as expected not everyone sensed what was happening. Nox gripped the hostage tightly. Sharp blade pressed against the poor girl's throat. His face twisted with rage. "You move even an inch, and I will slit this woman's throat." "You bastard." Then, furious, Nox barked orders. "What are you all standing around for? Get up! Get up and take down that damn noble." Sensing things were going south, Lewin cursed under his breath. Damn it, but he decided to step forward. wanting to confront Nakakchu, the leader of this mess. Yeah, I am the leader of Owner Jigun. Nakakchu did not deny it. His gaze turned fierce and filled with resentment. If you understand, kneel right now. Damn bastard. Lewin quickly scanned the area. Looking for someone? What happened to him? At that moment, Lewin saw the man collapsed on the ground, blood soaking his shirt. Barely conscious. Seeing this, Lewin felt a deep pang of sorrow. You got hurt trying to protect your sister, did not you? With no time to waste, Lewin moved swiftly toward Nakak's. Then there is no other choice. I have to end this now. Seeing your fearless stance, he erupted in rage, his sharp teeth bared as he shouted, "Don't come any closer. You think I would not dare help her?" Then, Nakakchu slammed his hand hard against the hostage's neck, causing her to cry out in pain, his face twisted with savage fury, eyes burning with madness. Nakakchu, stay right there. If you even twitch a finger, I will slit her right here. Tears streamed down the hostage's face as she trembled in terror, seeing things spiraling out of control. Lewin gritted his teeth and complied. Damn it! They never taught us how to handle a situation like this at the academy. He clenched his hand in frustration, thinking, I do not have enough time to cast magic. What the hell do I do now? Suddenly, the scene was bathed in a blinding flash of light. Without warning, Hen appeared behind Nakakchu and slammed his attack fiercely into his side. Taken by surprise, Nakakchu exploded with rage. You damn bastard. Faced with Hen's overwhelming power, Lewin's eyes widened in shock. Seeing their leader fall, the henchman's fear skyrocketed. Hen gripped his bloodied sword tightly and strode toward the group, muttering under his breath. His sharp gaze swept over them as he warned in a cold voice. If you do not want to end up like your boss, get out of here. Now, hearing that, they scrambled to flee, yelling, You damn bastards. Run. The girl from before rushed to her brother's side. Han, are you okay? Han's breathing was ragged, his voice trembling as he confessed. I killed someone. How could I? Lewin placed a reassuring hand on Hannah's shoulder. It is Han. It had to be done. Then he looked at Han with satisfaction and congratulated him. Han responded with a doubtful, uncertain smile. Lewin did not hesitate to mention Han's swordsmanship just now. That was Peridot sword style, right? Mastery of your ki. He recalled Han's incredible display of power. I saw that surge of blue energy from you earlier. Lewin's eyes showed surprise and skepticism as he looked at Han. I thought you just reached level 4. That invisible blue aura. That glow means that... Hearing this, Han's face still held a hint of confusion. I did hit level 4. Yeah? Anyone who makes level 4 is considered top tier among knights. A stream of thoughts flowed through Han's mind. Of course, I can fully control my ki yet, but it is clear I have made real progress. Lewin smiled confidently. Yeah, you did it. I am super proud of how far you have come. Just like I predicted, I was not wrong. And smiled gratefully. Touched. Thanks, Lewin. I owe it all to you. Did not hesitate to share his feelings. Without you, I would not have had the guts. Honestly, Lewin shot back with a cold reply. Cut the cheesy stuff. Hannah's smile faded at that. But at least now no one would bother his sister anymore. With that, Han's crisis was resolved smoothly. At dawn, Lewin headed straight to the academy. Now, under the soft hues of sunset wine, Lewin looked up and smiled softly. Before leaving a deal. He wished his break never ended. But now, returning to the academy, Lewin realized something. He truly missed this place. The scene shifted to a group of students strolling leisurely across the ground. Jia-sun, relaxed with hands behind his head, asked curiously, Lewin, what do you get up to over the break? Caught off guard, Lewin hesitated, thinking, where do I even start? He recalled all that happened fighting Binko Smanjo, arguing with Irene and making her mad, or more recently, defeating a monster, crossing his arms with a bored look. He shrugged. Honestly, nothing worth talking about, so Lewin spun a different story. I trained. Jia-sun's face twisted in disbelief. You, a strong guy like you? Training, Lewin quickly replied. Swordsmanship. Jia-sun groaned nonstop. Oh man, Lewin, a break's supposed to be a break. Jia-sun raised his hand as if explaining. Besides, sword training is part of the night classes in the second semester. Right? Why bother training now? Hearing this, Lewin just sighed. Training during break is called being prepared. At that moment, someone approached and called out loudly. Lewin, his voice was laced with surprise. Professor Heidel, who usually carried an air of authority and power, spoke up. You are here after all. Lewin, confused, asked, Professor, what brings you here? But Heidel did not answer. He just walked away. Then Heidel pointed toward the window. Reflexively, Lewin turned his head to look out. Outside stretched a red carpet walkway, leading to a luxurious carriage. Flanked on both sides, rows of knights clad in shining silver armor stood at attention, creating a grand, solemn scene. Heidel murmured, "A guest has arrived." Lewin scanned the surroundings, knights everywhere, their banners bearing golden sunbird emblems. A thought flashed in Lewin's mind, this must be him. Quickly, he replied to Heidel, "I will go out right away." Lewin hurried into the great hall, recalling their past correspondence. "We have exchanged letters before, but I never expected to meet him this soon." Suddenly, the cavalry shouted in unison, "The martial tournament champion has arrived." The carriage doors swung open, and a foot stepped down. A voice announced, "The princes are arriving." Two figures descended gracefully, their presence radiating nobility and power. Croster's face twisted with irritation. "Don't even think about coming between me and Lewin." Porter sneered back. "Dream on, bro. No matter what you do, Lewin will choose me over you." Lewin stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, princes. I am Lewin Edel." Seeing this, one prince spoke quickly. "Lewin, sorry for the surprise visit. I brought a gift and hope to speak with you privately." Before he could finish, Croster cut in. "No way. My gift is far more valuable. Forget him and talk to me first." Lewin looked between the two men. His gaze seemed to pierce their souls. Their intentions were crystal clear. Winning the martial tournament and backing one side would be a huge step toward the throne. Then, decisively, Lewin laid out his proposal. The first prince looked skeptical. "A proposal?" Meanwhile, Porter's eyes lit up. "All right, we will go with your plan." Prince Lewin, their eyes widened, both hanging on every word Lewin was about to say. A sly smile curled at Lewin's lips as he emphasized, "Let us talk this through." The kingdom of Lydian, Lewin's homeland and place of study, is known as the weakest nation on the continent. Yet, the kingdom remains deeply divided within. The royalist faction backing the eldest prince clashes with the reformist faction of the second prince, fueling ongoing conflict. Most mages are nothing more than pawns in their power struggle. Clearly, that is why they came to him. At the same time, heated arguments erupted. "So this kid," Croster angrily declared, "I will take this seat." Porter instantly fired back. "No way. That spot opposite Lewin is mine." The two royal brothers bickered loudly. Lewin frowned. What a headache. Both men vied for the same chair, arms crossed and voices sharp. "Cut it out." One snapped. The other shot back. "You are the one causing the mess, bro." Lewin sighed, watching the princes like spoiled kids. "This is exactly why our country's in such a state." Croster was always the challenger, scoffing. "Ridiculous." Porter narrowed his eyes and retorted, "What did you just say?" Seeing things spiraling, Lewin stepped in. "Stop the arguing. I was surprised by your sudden visit. But I am glad you are here." Both Croster and Porter listened intently as Lewin got straight to the point. "I have something to say," with firm determination. Lewin declared, "I have no intention of choosing between you." Hearing this, both princes froze in place. Croster slumped into his chair in disappointment. "I expected this, but hearing it straight still hurts." Porter beside him was not much better. "Yeah? Even the legendary strategist Gigas turned down our offer 3 times. Clenched his hand tightly, his expression utterly composed. "You probably already know. Gigas, the one who rejected the Emperor's offer 3 times, has finally joined the Emperor's side." Hearing that, you looked at Porter suspiciously. Was he seriously comparing himself to the very first emperor? Then Lewin spoke about the responsibility and mission he was committed to. "No matter how many times they make that offer, the outcome won't change." Lewin Adel, "I have something I must do," he said. You blinked. Curious? "What do you have to do?" Without hesitation, Lewin revealed his goal. "I plan to return to my homeland, the Adel territory." Croster's surprise was obvious. He asked skeptically, "Adel, so you are saying you want to leave the kingdom even after graduation?" Lewin did not deny it. "Of course. At that point, I could become a force for the kingdom." Both princes smiled with satisfaction at the good news. Fodder's face relaxed, a hint of relief shining through. "That is good to hear." Then Lewin's expression stiffened, his eyes flashing with intensity. He spoke with deadly seriousness. "But things in Adel are not easy. I am sure you understand why I can't abandon my homeland." Croster and Fodder felt confused by his sudden shift in mood. Abruptly, Croster stood up, his voice urgent and resolute as he declared, "The future strength of the kingdom should not be weighed down by needless worries. Prince Croster Ladian, fully support you. No matter what comes, Fodder was not about to be outdone. He fired back with equal passion. Ask me, not my brother. Money. Food, I will give you everything. The two princes then charged at each other again. Gloucester jabbed. Hey, are not you listening to me? The real prince here. Fodder snapped back. Don't butt in. Loser. This is between us, Lewin sat calmly. Arms crossed, exuding cold composure. Silently, he reminded himself. Whatever happens, I won't pick either of these two. Absolutely not. A wicked smile tugged at Lewin's lips. Why? Because the longer these two fight, the more I stand to gain. Outside the great hall, the heated argument raged on. Gloucester cheerfully promised, I will send you an amazing graduation gift. Fodder cut in hastily. No way, I am sending a better gift than my brother, but Lewin remained perfectly composed, reminding them, gifts are fine, but I expect you to handle what I mentioned earlier. They smiled and agreed. Don't worry. Just focus on graduating. Fortunately, the princes were pleased that Lewin stayed neutral and left. Plus, he made his loyalty clear by confirming he would not leave the kingdom. Yet, he made a few demands. First, Lewin requested approval for the plans Adel was pursuing, along with military support timed with the expedition. Everything was moving smoothly. Is this the power of influence? Suddenly, Gloucester lit up with excitement and called out to the crowd near the great hall. Everyone, listen up. Gloucester and Fodder together declared. Lewin Adel's formula is the kingdom's future and its greatest treasure. Therefore, I appoint Lewin as the royal protector. Show him the respect he deserves. Lewin felt a brief flush of surprise at the unexpected honor. This was not part of the plan, but it happened anyway. As the closest royal protector, no one in the kingdom dared underestimate him. It was not official yet, but since the princes recognized him, it was basically sealed. A thought crossed his mind. I am relieved everything is settled smoothly. The two princes happily said their goodbyes. All right, we are off now. Meanwhile, people at the academy started whispering. Seriously impressive, appointed as the kingdom's protector. That is huge. The crowd quickly swarmed him. Seeing this, Lewin loudly demanded, make way. You are blocking us from getting to class. After just one day, he became a famous figure. He could only laugh. Now that the princes have left, it is finally time for the classmates to reunite. One of them shouted excitedly. Looks like the chaos is about to kick off again. The guardian spot was always dominated by the Gary Hill family. The guy next to him looked scared. He patted his shoulder and whispered, hey, keep it down. The teenager's eyes filled with worry as he looked up in one direction. Someone was walking toward them. Over there, the group started buzzing. Miko was coming. Hearing his name, he clenched his teeth in anger. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? They looked down on Miko. Ridiculous. Honestly, who is talking about who? His rage flared fiercely. Miko glanced at them and declared, forgot who I am. I am Gary Hills. No matter what you do. After graduation, you will all be under my control. Then their expressions shifted. Gary Hill. Miko. Gary Hill, once nearly expelled for using banned substances during midterms, but escaped thanks to a 30-day suspension. Everyone knew the Gray Hill family's reputation, the magical world of the academy. Even the royal palace magic world was almost entirely under Gary Hill's control now. Unable to stomach it, he stepped forward and reminded him. Really? But that does not seem like what the princes want. His gaze sharpened, piercing Miko's mind as he softly said, long time no see. Miko. Miko gritted his teeth like they might shatter. Damn it, Miko angrily challenged. You think you won? Huh? Surprised by the unexpected question, Lewis just acted confused. Miko spun around, muttering bitterly. Just wait and see who is laughing last. He spun around angrily and stormed off, muttering under his breath. Just wait and see who is really going to be laughing at the end. After that, GSN patted his shoulder to calm him down, saying, he is just jealous. Don't pay it any mind. You will win the big tournament soon enough. Miko's expression was seriously telling this situation probably hit him way harder than anyone expected, especially for a prince. Lewin's eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah, he reminded himself. Jealousy. That is not even worth thinking about. Watching Miko closely from behind, Lewin knew that Miko's tarnished reputation on this matter was a direct hit on his family's honor. A theory sparked in his mind. Miko might be plotting something. Then everyone returned to their original spots. Someone asked, is this a special class for alumni? The person beside him replied, yeah, let us join it. Lewin kept reminding himself. After all, my opponent is the ruthless Greyhue. Standing at the academy doors, he wondered aloud, Alumni are coming back to study. I wonder who is showing up? Jason casually replied. Hopefully. Someone decent. They opened the door, and a sudden chill swept through. Somehow, that uneasy feeling never lied. Eyes wide with surprise, Lewin noticed the classroom's bizarre atmosphere, the students all staring daggers at him. They just stared silently, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Jason looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What is going on?" At the same time, Jakin spoke up, "What is happening? Why's the vibe so weird?" and glanced toward Lewin, wondering, could that be Lewin Adele? Jakin beamed with excitement. "Great to meet you." Lewin Adele. Lewin's face instantly paled. That guy is... In his mind, Lewin quickly recalled the name Jakin Gary Hill. The second semester of the graduating class focused more on practice than theory. As mentioned before, there would be classes related to nights. Alumni would come to the academy to share stories about current mages, a kind of guest lecture, a well-meaning session. But somehow, that uneasy feeling still lingered, especially since the invited alumni speaker was Miko's older brother, Jakin Gary Hill, calmly holding a book. He began the lesson introduction. "Today, I will share the story of the Gary Hill mages and their ties to the royal court mages." At that, Jakins faced it into a sly grin, lips curling in smug satisfaction. "Everyone already knows, right? Out of the 14 court mages chosen last year, 11 came from the Gary Hill family." Jakin tried to come off as a seasoned veteran, a senior from the academy. "Let me share a fact you need to know to succeed. Nothing in this world is truly mine by myself." He pressed his point hard, meaning the weak need to strike even harder. "From now on, you will focus more on reality than ideals." Then Jakin suddenly jabbed his spear toward Lewin. "Constantly lecturing? Just because you praise student rep Lewin Adele, doesn't he mean your lives will turn out like his?" His gaze sharpened and locked onto him. "Lewin Adele, what do you think?" Hearing that, Jason jumped to his feet, furious, each time he saw him. Meanwhile, Lewin calmly stood up and said, "I can speak my mind." Without hesitation, he voiced his stance. "No matter how many vigilant pieces combine with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it is just a pile of scattered parts." Jakin's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lewin. "Are you talking about me?" Lewin shook his head, denying it. "Not all. Do you think that is an insult?" Faced with Lewin's calm deflection, Jakin refused to back down. He sneered. "I have heard a lot about you from my brother Miko. You really are just a loser." "Huh?" Unlike Jakin, Lewin responded with calm confidence. "I guess he has not heard the tales about how that unlucky kid got absolutely crushed by him." Jakin's jaw twitched, veins popping as he muttered in anger, "What a cocky brat." At that moment, both knew the rivalry between Lewin Adele and Gary Hill was far from over. It was a battle with no easy end in sight. Ever since Jakin showed up, the academy's atmosphere shifted dramatically. By claiming anyone could join Gary Hill if they wanted, Jakin blinded the lower-ranking students. His blunt, no-nonsense style was surprisingly effective. Among them, whispers spread nonstop. "Did you hear what Senior Jakin said? If we work for Gary Hill, we could make it big, too." The guy next to him sneered in disgust and shot back. "You really think Gary Hill gives a damn about you? No shame at all." "Huh, I am not wasting my time on Miko, that sneaky schemer who tricks people with lies." Eventually, the students split into two camps, the Gary Hill faction and the Adele faction. With Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Lewin and Lewin's growing fury at such childish provocations, the academy's tension kept rising. But a chance finally appeared to put Gary Hill in his place. Tyrion set a steaming cup of tea on the table. "Come in, have a seat." Lewin bowed politely. "Yes, sir." "How have you been lately?" he called out respectfully. "Headmaster." Tyrion smiled wryly, sipping his tea. "I manage it." Then Tyrion looked at Lewin with fond eyes. "Since you are the student rep, we can discuss official matters, right?" "How's life at the academy?" A look of helplessness crossed Lewin's face. "Same old. Except for one thing, a liar is stirring everything up." Hearing that, Tyrion's interest picked. It seemed he could already guess the culprit. I think I know exactly who you are talking about." He leaned back in his chair, voice heavy with fatigue. "Gary Hill, I do not like those guys at all. But what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom is connected to them, and the academy's no exception." Tyrion then explained the situation Lewin was facing. But unlike last year, this time they only assigned them classes that did not directly affect grades. Still, they made plenty of noise, both in and out of the academy. "It is because of you they seem pretty pissed at you." Lewin clenched his fists, eyes filled with curiosity. "What kind of person is Jakin Gary Hill?" "The alumnus." Without hesitation, Tyrion painted a clear picture. He is insanely popular for his good looks and slick talk. His social game is sharp, and his grades top-notch. At just 23, he became the youngest chief mage in the kingdom. Tyrion's tone softened as he revealed the twisted mind behind Jackinus' charm. Beneath that facade lurks a giant serpent. He is power-hungry and ruthless, willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Shocked, Lewin bit his lip. He knew Jackine was not your average rival, outwardly fine, but inside, rotten to the core, ready to use any dirty trick. That is Gary Hill for you. His mind raced, calculating how to strike. By now, he had enough reasons to act. The question was, what excuse would he use? At that moment, Tyrion's voice pulled Lewin back to reality. By the way, I want to discuss some special lessons coming up with you. Confused, Lewin frowned. Special lessons? Tyrion nodded. Yes, the upcoming classes. Suddenly, a dark plan sparked in Lewin's mind. I have got a good idea, but will he go for it? He hurried to class, his thoughts a tangled mess. I asked around, but mostly got negative reactions. Just then, Tyrion's voice echoed in his ear. What if you ask him yourself? Lewin decisively flung the door wide open. The students instinctively turned to look. Even Jakin shot a skeptical glance. Lewin Adele, you have got a whole plan brewing in that head of yours. As a well-meaning junior, I am going to directly bring a request to Jakin Gary Hove. Lewin cut straight to the chase. I am here with a favor to ask you. Senior, hearing this, Michael lights up with excitement. A favor? Well, it was only a matter of time before you said something like that, but Lewin quickly kills Michael's wild imagination. Don't get me wrong, it is not the kind of favor you are thinking of. Then Lewin brings up an event. I heard you turned down the principal's offer about the joint night class next week. At this, a sly smile creeps across Lewin's lips as he emphasizes each word. So I am here to make a direct proposal. He looks Jakin dead in the eye and lays out his offer. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class. The surprise on Jakin's face is unmistakable. Joint class, an event where alumni, acting as special instructors, join the students in class. In other words, it is the perfect stage for Jakin and Lewin to face off head-to-head. Caught off guard, the students exchange confused glances. A joint class. So this means we are finally going to see Jakin Gary Hugh's skills in action. Their excitement builds as they realize both he and Lewin will stand on the same battlefield, seeing everything unfold just like planned. He felt a surge of excitement. The dice were rolled. He looked over at Jakin with a smug grin. Now it is all on you, Jakin Gary Hugh. Then, suddenly, Jakin spoke up, questioning why. Jakin kept grilling Lewin. Our former students are seasoned pros with years of field experience. There is no need for a joint class like this. It is honestly a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? Instead of feeling insulted, he felt oddly pleased. Yeah, I knew he would say something like that. Then Lewin fired back. Sounds kinda ridiculous. Isn't it the whole point of visits from alumni to teach us? Jakin was taken aback by that unexpected comeback from Zika. Lewin wasted no time pointing the finger at him. Yet you are dismissing the joint class. The best shot to pass knowledge to the younger ones. Just because of some petty grudge, his words stabbed straight into Jakin. He kept emphasizing that Gary Hugh was all about the team. Lewin taunted him. So why the sudden change of heart? Or is there another reason? Like maybe you are scared, angered by the accusations. Jakin snapped back. Even if you won the big tournament, you are still just a student with limited experience. Then Jakin snapped back to his calm self, trying to explain. In front of a real blade, all you can do is cling to your stubborn, useless ego. Why do we even need a pointless joint class? At that moment, the students shouted in unison. We want to see your skills too. Jakin looked at them puzzled, and one of them excitedly said, yeah, those battle-hardened skills, we are dying to see them in action. Right then, Miko slammed his hand on the table and shouted, come on, bro. What are you waiting for? His face lit up with excitement and hunger for victory. This was the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Just accept it. Miko kept taunting Lewin. Lewin Adele, you are going to regret suggesting this for a long time. My brother's a seriously powerful mage. But what he did not realize was that this move was exactly what Lewin had planned. That is right, Miko. You nailed it. Lewin was thrilled at how perfectly the scene played out. This is exactly how it should go. So our respected senior can't say no anymore. Seeing there was no escaping, Jakin reluctantly nodded. Fine, if it is a joint class. The Foreign's apprentice knights will join. Right? He tried to dodge once more with his own reasoning. I refused this proposal so I would not steal your spotlight as the student rep in class. But if you want to skip that against Jakin's wishes, Lewin quickly denied it. Please go ahead, I am asking you. Lewin raised his hand respectfully. As a junior here at the academy, I want to see your skills too. Seeing this, Jakin had no choice but to shake hands out of politeness. Well then, if that is how it is, I have no choice but to give it my all. Suddenly, Lewin squeezed his hand tightly, a cracking sound echoing. Jakin clenched his teeth, furious at the unexpected move. Jakin looked at Lewin during the break. The kid whispered calmly in his ear, "Then I will leave this to you." Senior, Lewin's face glowed with determination as he smiled seriously. Get ready to be amazed. 3 days earlier, when the foreign apprentice knights arrived at the academy, Lewin could not believe what he heard. He asked again, "A special class? Really?" Tyrion nervously fidgeted. "I thought about pairing up alumni with students to form teams during class, but most declined. However, if you ask a senior directly, they can refuse. As the student rep, what do you think?" He could not help but admire the principal's cleverness coming up with a plan seniors can say no to. Elsewhere, Lewin pointed toward the approaching group. He introduced them as the foreign apprentice knights. Gutter saw Lewin standing there and asked Han, "Hey, look who is here, this little troublemaker. How have you been lately?" You answered right away, "Of course it is fine. But what about you?" Gutter replied with a grunt, then flipped the question back. "Didn't you win the grand festival last time?" Lewin nodded. "Yep. All thanks to your guidance." Gutter chuckled lightly, waved his hand and walked away. "I am off to see the principal now, so please keep an eye on the kids for me." You caught his meaning immediately. He said. Lewin introduced himself, placing a hand confidently on his chest. "Could you tell me who the trainee knight representative is?" The young man made an excuse, saying their representative is currently busy. Suddenly, Lewin heard noise in the distance. "This lowly civilian only listens when things get tough." "Huh," one of them sneered. "You are just babysitting this kid. His friends keep growing stronger. But so what? Nobody would even care if this brat died." Lewin immediately recognized the one being bullied Han and noticed Han was aware of his presence. He wondered what Han was doing here. Before Han could answer, Manthip cut it. "Are you Lewin Adil? I have heard a lot about you." The guy introduced himself, not forgetting to mention he represents foreign. Lewin seized the chance to ask Manthip, "Have you ever heard of Van Graaf Wegen, the commander of the Golden Knights?" Manthip replied instantly, "He is my father." Lewin was suspicious. Why bring up his father during an introduction? Was he bragging about having a big shot dad? Lewin set a condition. "I would be more satisfied if you answered my question first." Manthip's face twisted in irritation. "What question?" You calmly asked what he was doing here. Manthip explained. "This brat does not obey, so I am training him." "What is wrong with me training a civilian? And you are rude, caring about a civilian while questioning us. Do you even know him?" Lewin clenched his fist. "He is my friend." "Got a problem with that?" Manthip laughed mockingly. "Seriously? Looks like civilians understand each other better. The Adel family is not much different from civilians. Their academy rep comes from such a low background, it is honestly shocking talking to you." You could not figure out what the hell Manthip was trying to pull. He quickly noticed his older brother's arrival. Finally, Lewin understood why this guy was so hostile toward him. Zekin stepped forward to greet them. Hem wondered why a trainee knight like you was here. Lewin stayed silent, thinking, birds of a feather flock together after all. You frowned. Even if I do not know Han, it seemed Han could feel the tension slowly rising in the atmosphere. Zekin smirked, clearly trying to provoke Lewin. Manthip grinned brightly, saying, "We were bound to clash sooner or later anyway." Suddenly, Gutter spoke up, shattering the mood. Everyone focused as he announced they would be doing a joint training session today. He stood with arms crossed, looking serious. "Before we start, let us split into teams. Each team will have 2 academy trainees and 1 apprentice knight, making a total of 54 teams." Manthip sighed, saying she did not want to be here at all. Why did she have to train with these guys? Zekin agreed, admitting he still did not get why he was here. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Let us just wing it and get through this. Either way, we are gonna win." The other guy replied, "Fair enough. If we add that makes a team." Manthip giggled, saying we will crush them easily, and felt down, thinking no one would want him on their team, since he was known for having the lowest scores. Lewin stepped up and invited Han to join his team. Han could not believe what he just heard. He asked again to confirm, "Are you really okay with teaming up with me?" Lewin smiled. "Why not? You are my friend." Han was deeply touched by Lewin's gesture. Jason suddenly appeared, surprised, saying if we are picking friends, he deserves a spot too. "Because you are Lewin's friend. You are my friend too, right?" Han thanked him. Jason asked, "You are Han, right? From now on, can we just talk like friends?" Han quickly warmed up and fit in with everyone else. Lewin casually said, "Our goal here is not just to score high." He crossed his arms. "What else is there?" He glanced over at the group standing nearby. Lewin said, "We need to deal with those troublemakers over there. They do not even know we are watching. Still chatting away like nothing's wrong. Once the teams were set, it was time for a short break. You asked. After getting beaten like that, are you okay? I can take you to the infirmary if you want. Hen replied. I am. No need to go anywhere. Nice to meet you. But maybe it is not a great idea to act like you know me like that. But see, a lot of people did not like me earlier. So when no one's around, Lewin cut him off. Like I said, I am your friend. You do not have to be on guard with me. Was the guy who beat you up at the training center the same one? He did not deny it. You checked the info. And the system showed that guy was a 4-star knight. Now Lewin understood why Hen was so scared. You casually glanced over to keep an eye on that guy. Lewin thought. Hen was surrounded by a blue aura when he killed the leader of that group with just 1 slash. Even though Hen's current rank was 3 stars, he met the requirements for 4 stars. With that kind of potential, there was still so much room to grow. After a moment of thought, you spoke up. I will take care of that guy soon. What about you? Your words caught him completely off guard. Lewin pressed him. Will you just keep getting beaten? Where's that fierce look you had when you defended your sister? And hesitated and asked, can I really win? Hearing you say he could win only made Hen more confused. At that point, the other guy could not stand listening anymore. He could not accept the idea of being beaten and started hurling insults. Suddenly, the guy called Han over, and Han started to get wary. Though scared, Han still dared to say he did not want to. The guy clenched his teeth, standing next to Han. Being near you does not make you special, just a bunch of idiots sticking together. You have lost your mind after all the beatings. Today, I am going to kill you myself. Seeing him draw his sword and get ready to fight, Lewin immediately stepped in to stop it and looked puzzled, not understanding Lewin's intention. Someone from that group spoke up. You are not Han, right? You should not act like that jerk did. Lewin explains. Today's not the day you face Han. Wait for the right moment to wipe him out. You charge in. But today, I am the one handling this. Man looks furious. Face flushed red. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Now, suddenly, Gutter appears out of nowhere, driving his knee straight into Man's face. The strike was so fast, Man did not even have time to react. Lewin is stunned by Gutter's unexpected arrival. Gutter hands you over, still holding the same attacking stance from before. Gutter questions Man about what just happened, sitting on the ground. Hesitating for a moment, Man makes excuses, claiming they started the fight and he did nothing wrong. Gutter points out the flaw in that logic. So you drew your sword and tried to slash someone. From today onward, you are stripped of your captaincy of the Knight Squad. The vice captain will take over temporarily, and disciplinary action awaits you once you return to the academy. Man fails to justify himself, resorting to threats. If you demote me, my father won't stand for it. Gutter's words leave Man speechless. I thought the same, but when his dad finds out his son drew his sword inside the academy and tried to slash someone, he would probably faint on the spot. Hearing this, Man can only apologize. Lewin silently judges him talking tough, but scared of his own dad's rank. You furrow your brow, watching Man get reprimanded. Looks like Lewin has drawn some attention to himself. First day of intensive training, and the opening lesson is all about offense and defense. Gutter teaches us how to exploit a mage's weak points and the timing to disable their spells. Professor Heidel explains how to anticipate a knight's moves and effectively dodge their attacks. Each group practices these techniques under guidance. Man scratches his head, already annoyed by Lewin. Now he has to train with guys like him. Jekwin tells him to just let it slide. Though he says that outwardly, inside he is clueless about what to do. Jekwin wonders, do they want me to show off my full strength in front of all these students? After a grueling session, he wants a break. Lewin immediately agrees, and Jason praises him as tireless. Lewin says he is a fighter, though I do not know much about it. Seems like this is just the warm-up. His comment shocks the two watching. Gutter steps forward, asking if Lewin is not too tired, can he spare him some time? Seems like he wants to confirm something. Lewin asks what he means. Gutter explains. Mastering this sword technique in such a short time can be self-taught, unless you have a truly exceptional master. Lewin instantly recalls the image of his teacher. Gutter seems pretty sharp in noticing his teacher's appearance. After explaining, Gutter wants to ask Lewin for a favor. Pointing his sword at him, he clearly challenges. I want to duel you. Lewin stares blankly, confused about what is going on. The crowd starts whispering. Lewin speaks up. Sir, you are joking, right? How could I possibly win? Besides, I have only trained for a week. But Gutter does not demand Lewin win, which only deepens the mystery. So what is the catch? Turns out, he wants Lewin to teach the students here. Gutter explains no one here has better sword skills than Lewin, suddenly making him the center of attention. But maybe this is the perfect chance for Lewin if he performs well here. He can seize this opportunity to cement his status. Lewin gets into fighting stance. Boldly declares, I look forward to learning from you. Sir Gutter. Gutter smiles, praising Lewin's impressive posture. Without warning, Gutter lunges swiftly toward where Lewin stands. Seeing no mercy from him, the onlookers are shocked. They whisper, if that hit lands, I would not even be able to pick up the pieces. Yet Lewin easily blocks the strike. Gutter's force pushes Lewin flying backward. He doubts it, saying he finds Lewin's skill hard to believe. He asks again, where did you learn this sword technique? Gutter guesses it is a name Lewin can't reveal. Lewin hesitates, unsure if he should be honest with him. He thinks it over after all. It is not like that person is deliberately hiding anything. It should be fine. After hesitating for a long time, Lewin finally spoke up. Lord Bovapetin. Everyone there was shocked by his words. A student questioned, Bovapetin is the legendary war god, right? The guy beside him replied, no way. I heard he's been dead for ages. While everyone was freaking out, Gutter stayed completely calm. He asked, how do you know him? Lewin answered, Lord Bova retired and has been living in Adel ever since. He is the one I grew up with. Mantip suddenly interrupted the conversation, accusing Lewin of lying. Gata stormed forward, yelling at Lewin to stop lying. Mantip cursed, my own father told me Bovapetin's dead, and you can prove otherwise. Lewin looked annoyed. Why do I have to prove it? Don't go calling someone alive dead. Gata stubbornly insisted, even if what you say is true, it does not matter. The strongest in the kingdom is still my father. That is when Lewin realized this was what Mantip was really worried about. The strongest knight in the kingdom, officially recognized, is Mantip's father, Lord Vangersgagen, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bovapetin is still alive, the official rankings could be shaken up. And knowing this, Lewin did not bother arguing with Gata. Lewin gave his take. Believe the title if you want, but Lord Bova does not care about those petty rankings. That was like throwing gasoline on a fire. Mantip was furious. Gata, acting without thinking, snapped, how dare you insult my father? After hearing that, Mantip boldly challenged Lewin to a duel. Just as Gata shouted, come fight me right now, he got smacked on the head by Gata. Gata seemed stunned by what he just heard. You really want to challenge him? Mantip stood firm. Gata declared, all right then. The first match in tomorrow's group training will be Lewin's team versus Mantip's team. Any objections? Neither side said a word. The next day, his voice echoed across the area. Is everyone ready? Like I said yesterday, the first one-on-one match is Lewin's team against Mantip's. Zekin calmly stepped in front of Lewin and called his name. His expression said it all. You guys ready for the noon match? Lewin was annoyed, wondering why he was even asking. Zekin opened his mouth to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Gata started the match. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed at Lewin at lightning speed, but Lewin reacted in time. What kind of speed is that? What the heck is going on? Lewin had never seen anyone move that fast before. He found the whole thing ridiculously funny. Just how desperate was this guy to win? He even brought 6 relics with him. The night before at the mansion, who is there? Vengeras. Joss spoke, asking the person before him. The man laughed nervously. Long time no see. Commissioner Joss. At that moment, 2 old men were talking. One was Vengeras Gagan, commander of the Golden Knight Cavalry. He started, I heard about Jekyll. He was invited to lecture at the academy as a former student representative. Right? The other replied, surprised. Principal Tyrinknit personally invited the kid. His man is doing okay. That is Joss Gary Hiu, a senior commissioner of the Kingdom's Tower Council. Vengeras sighed about Mantis. He is, but he causes way too much trouble. Lucky. I sent him to the Wonder trial for proper training. He is probably at the academy now. Joss gave a knowing look as he shared his real reason for coming. Actually, I am here representing the academy. Surprised, Vengeras asked, if you are the representative, you must be Lewin Adel. He recalled the rumors and continued speaking. The gossip spread so far that even I remember his name. I heard he won the grand tournament and even caught the Empire's attention, but then his tone shifted. A country bumpkin from Adel should not have such a bright future. Joss nodded in agreement. Exactly. We have to stop someone like that from swaying the prince's true loyal subjects of the kingdom. Of course. Little Vengeras asked Joss, do you have a plan? He teamed up with Little Vengeras again, saying, this time, my son and Mantip will join forces to take on Lewin Adel. So I was thinking, why not hand Mantip a second artifact? Vengeras gasped in shock upon hearing Joss's suggestion, still with that sly tone. Joss continued, if you leave the necklace with him, I guarantee Mantip will get it. Sweating, Vengeras asked sharply, are you suggesting we cheat? But Joss did not care about Vengeras' feelings now. He placed a hand on his shoulder. That is not what matters right now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a real threat, this is necessary. I have already given the artifact to my son. Vengerous hesitated, but before he could decide, Joss lowered his voice. Bova Peyton, does that name ring a bell? Vengerous' face turned to pure shock. Why bring him up all of a sudden? Joss furrowed his brow. I heard he is still alive and apparently, he trained Lewin in swordsmanship, adjusting his collar. Vengerous listened as Joss went on. Lewin Adel has been favored by the princes, learning swordplay from Bova Peyton, the Golden Knight. If he beats my son in the upcoming duel, our position is finished. Hearing this, Vengerous made up his mind. He handed the necklace to Joss, voice still slightly hesitant. All right, I hope this brings results. Unnoticed by Vengerous, Joss flashed a victorious grin, confident he would achieve his goal. Of course. It will. All this is for our kingdom. Near the window, the two sealed a dark, silent pact. The next day at the training grounds, a man with long brown hair smirked challengingly. Well, Lewin Adel. Jekyll then cast a spell towards Lewin. Mockin. You really think you can win with that weak skill set? Pathetic. Lewin struggled against the blinding magic attacking him and his team, gritting his teeth in anger. He thought, damn it, I knew they would resort to dirty tricks. But this low, Jekyll Gary Ho, a high-potential C-rank mage, laughed arrogantly at Lewin. Why just stand there? Show me your amazing power, or else Mantip will wipe the floor with you. Just as he said that, Mantip charged beside Lewin, gripping a wooden sword with lightning speed. Seeing this, Gerson, struggling under a glowing blue force, yelled, Lewin, dodge now. At that moment, Lewin stomped hard on the ground, shattering the blue energy. With that surge of power from his foot, Lewin easily dodged Mantip's attack. Yet the strike was no joke. The impact sparked fierce flames upon hitting the ground. Lewin was stunned. How the hell is a wooden sword this tough? Turns out, the sword was an artifact Mantip received from Lord Vengrash, a solid talisman. This artifact was designed as a necklace for easy carrying, boosting weapon sharpness and durability. Mantip smirked. You missed. I could have killed you. Saying this, he swung his sword again toward Lewin. This time, I am definitely gonna kill you. Lewin Adel. Lewin thought fast. Hard as steel. Fine. Then break it. If an object is iron or steel, it can be shattered once. No questions asked. He punched Mantip's wooden sword. And shockingly, the once steel-hard sword snapped in half from the blow. Mantip stammered. How the hell did you do that? Before Mantip could react, Lewin's fist flew again, and to Jekyll's disbelief, Mantip was blasted backward. He turned to see his teammate sprawled in pain on the ground. Damn Mantip. Jekyll's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Even with artifacts. He is not holding back at all. Lewin stretched out his arm, rubbing his bruised muscles. I was gonna go easy on you. But clearly, that was not an option. His voice darkened with anger. Since it has come to this, I am fighting for real. Energy surged into Lewin's fist as he readied his unique leader skill to the very last ounce of power. The first leader of the heavenly mountain Huan stands right behind you, the soul of Huan appearing above you, moving in perfect sync outside the training ground. The onlookers were stunned by the scene, their voices dropping to whispers. What the heck is going on? Jekin glanced toward where Lewin stood, his voice trembling and face terrified. This can't be happening. A demon? All that surrounded Lewin now was a raging, fierce fire. Within that blaze, the silhouette of a massive, fierce demon appeared. Jekin could only panic and urge everyone to run, hoping it was just some demon running wild. Lewin stepped forward towards the scared Jekin, saying, let us end this right now. You mean the artifact still is not enough for you? Hearing that, Jekin was even more shocked. What did he just say? But Lewin showed no signs of explaining. He just made a motion like crushing an ant. The flames and the demon's soul mimicked that motion, fingers pulling at the chains around Jekin's neck. With the force from the giant finger, the artifact chains dropped one by one to the ground. The crowd quickly caught on and buzzed with whispers. Is he serious? Senior Jekin actually used the artifact, using an artifact against a junior. Hearing the murmurs about himself, Jekin was visibly shaken, his face contorted with anger. You bastard. How long do you think you can hold out? Gary Hill, won't he just sit back and watch? Before he could finish, Lewis interrupted sharply. You think Gary Hill will just leave me be? First Miko, then Jekin's eldest son. Who is next for Gary Hill? Could it be Lord George Gary Hill himself? Hearing his father's name, Jekin could not stand it. He jumped up and lunged at Lewis, yelling, What the hell did you just say, you dog? How dare you mention that name? Lewis did not hesitate. With a flick of his finger, a surge of power shot across Jekin's face, sending him sprawling backward. Lewis did not bother being polite. mocking him. You are too loud, take a break and lie down for a bit. The guy sitting on his shoulders could not see clearly but asked, You sure about this? Louis blinked. Confused. About what? Sang reminded Louis about the scene everyone was witnessing. Was it really wise to reveal the demon like this? In front of everyone. Look at the principal's face, he is completely shocked. That is Principal Ignis arriving now. His expression one of utter disbelief, but unlike the panic we expected, Louis remained calm. We can't hide it forever anyway. Sang nodded, thinking that made sense. Louis' eyes shifted. He seemed lost in thought, silently mulling over something. Jekin had collapsed, and Miko appeared to have fainted from the shock of seeing the demon foaming at the mouth. He was now receiving either scornful or sympathetic glances from the crowd. The winner had been decided. Louis' gaze fell on Gutter, who reluctantly cleared his throat. And so, the winner is... Before he could finish, a loud shout rang out. Everyone turned toward the voice in surprise. Louis included. Man stepped forward hand and boldly declared, like a challenge, The fight is not over yet, and tossed a wooden sword to Manthip, who was slumped on the ground. Your sword just broke. Huh. Then use this. He spoke with a daring tone. Pick it up. Manthip, naturally. This enraged Manthip. Are you out of your damn mind? He snarled. The dirty street thug dared to. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes wide as he spotted something. It was Burrito's sword. And Manthip clearly recognized the blue power radiating from Hant's sword, the familiar crackling lightning of wrath. Burrito's sword belonged to a swordsman ranked 4 stars or higher, meaning someone who had mastered Hyo-Kwang manipulation, a swordsman whose aura alone inspired fear. A 4-star knight's Hyo-Kwang glows green. 5-star knights radiate red. These auras surround their bodies, making them instantly recognizable. From 6 stars onward, the Hyo-Kwang shifts to purple. Beyond that level, the aura no longer sticks to a fixed color but reflects each knight's unique traits. No doubt, their strength scales with their rank. The average trainee swordsman ranks around 3 stars. So the crowd's shock was understandable. How could a weakling like Han wield such power? I have not even mastered Hyo-Kwang yet, they whispered, stunned by Han's feat. In other words, even among the official knights, many have not even reached 4-star rank yet. Trang sat calmly on Luan's shoulder, expression unreadable, while Luan showed no sign of stopping. After all, the match was already over. Even if he was still stunned, Luan was determined to watch a little longer. Deep down, he thought, finally, it is back. That look in Hansen's eyes, steadfast and burning with barely concealed anger. Mentep forced himself up, grabbing the sword lying on the ground. No way am I accepting this. He charged forward like a madman, shouting, I will never accept this. You are just a pathetic commoner. And now you dare claim you can wield a radiant aura. 2 wooden swords clashed fiercely. Hansen blocked the strike, shocked by Mintapeep's words. No way, there is no way a weakling like you could stand toe-to-toe with me. The blow rattled Mintapeep's mind. Right now, all he could think was that Hansen had humiliated him, just a commoner, daring to match him. Mentep kept shouting, trying to intimidate him, get down and stay in your place. But Hansen still blocked his crazed strike. Hansen taunted, still clinging to that commoner's pride. Mentep was stunned and snapped back in disbelief, not expecting Hansen's comeback. That is when Hansen's anger surfaced. You are just a lucky kid born into a good family. A selfish, pathetic narcissist. That pushed Menheep over the edge. He twitched his lips, fighting while venting. You are crazy. He stomped the ground hard. Fine, hands. Then Mentep put all his strength into his wooden sword, blue aura flaring around it. If you want to die, I will make sure you do. He leapt high, swinging the sword at Hans, shouting with rage, Die. You bastard. Luan saw trouble and rushed over. Warning, Hans. Watch out. The crowd scrambled to help, and Uter could not hold back, cursing Mentep. A massive clash exploded, blue light bursting so brightly it blinded everyone around. Luan froze, eyes wide with shock, never expecting what was about to unfold. Right before everyone's eyes, Hans blocked Mintep's strike and slammed him backward, sending Mintep's sword flying out of his hand. Mintep could only curse, You bastard, as he was thrown back in a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, Hans landed safely in a solid stance, eyes locking onto Mintep like a victor watching a defeated foe desperately grasping at insults. 2 guys rushed over to Mintep. Calm down, man. Damn, is he unconscious? The crowd buzzed in confusion. What just happened? That was fast. Did Hans really beat Mintep? But Hans himself was a bit stunned by his own feat, clearly. He had not expected to pull it off. Lewin hurried over, anxiously asking, "Hands, are you okay?" Lewin then stood still, eyes narrowing as he looked at Hands and asked, "Look at your sword?" Following Lewin's gesture, Hands tearfully looked down at his weapon. "My sword." At that moment, the sword's aura shifted from blue to red, signaling Hands had become a level 5 swordsman. The sword's red glow blazed fiercely, matching the fiery spirit of its new master. That night in the castle throne room, as expected, "You truly are amazing." Lewin, Principal Ehat, strolled beside Lewin, unable to hold back his praise. "I had a feeling, but I never thought you would defeat a senior graduate." Lewin clenched his fist hearing this. "You only had a feeling." His blunt remark made EC-Net pause for a moment. Lewin pressed further. "You were the one who called jacking Gary Hill here from the start. Didn't you already foresee this outcome?" And CNET finally could not hide it anymore, sighing, "Oh man, you have caught me. I wanted to use this chance to teach him humility, but it seems I only fueled his hatred." Hearing this, Lewin wondered, is he really the one harboring the grudge? Ignit explained further rumors about this fight have already spread all the way to the capital. Since you defeated the Gary Hill here, the nobles are buzzing that this might be the downfall of that family. Rumors can travel hundreds of miles in a day, especially in the treacherous noble circles. Principal Ignit pictured Josh Manoy's face. Knowing Josh, Gary Hill would stop at nothing to restore his family's honor, which means you could be in serious danger soon. The two walked toward a dimly lit staircase. Ignit continued, "As principal, I can't let my student get hurt. That is why we are here." The staircase led down to the academy's basement, a dark, mysterious descent fitting of where it led. Breaking Lewin's silence, Ignit revealed, "A few days ago, King Graham woke up from his long slumber. The first thing he said was, 'I smell kin.'" Lewin stiffened, clenching his fists tight to hide any sign of worry. Seeing this, Ignit signaled, "Now all we have to do is go down. King Graham's waiting with a gift." They hesitated at the threshold. Why not ask about the gift? Ignit wondered. "Ask what?" Lewin boldly voiced his doubt. "I suddenly appeared with a goblin on my back. There is no magic like that in this world. Aren't you even a little curious?" Hearing Lewin's suspicion, Ignit just smiled confidently. "Whether I show up with a goblin on my back or dragging a goblin's head, it does not change a thing. Lewin Adele, the guy I know, is someone I trust. That is all I need." Comforted by the answer, Lewin smiled back. "Thanks, man." Ignit gave the signal. "Now, let us go down." King Graham had been waiting a long time. After a descent, Lewin finally reached a massive, dark door, summoning every ounce of courage. He stepped inside. The giant door shut automatically behind him after a few steps. Silence surrounded him, broken only by the slow, heavy sound of footsteps. A voice shattered the quiet. "Long time no see, little destroyer." Lewin smiled confidently. "Yeah, it has been a while." Alongside King Graham's name, a huge figure materialized before Lewin. It was a goblin with long ears and massive fangs. King Graham sat on a throne-like chair, watching Lewin approach. Still surprised, King Graham said, "I can't believe I actually smell the bloodline of my mountain ancestors in you. I can even feel the breath of my father and grandfather. If you tell me everything that has happened," King Graham urged. Lewin happily agreed. "I will tell you all." Then Lewin recounted everything about the mountain and how he crafted an artifact from the goblin's jawbone. After hearing it all, King Graham burst out laughing. "You arm-wrestled hundreds of goblins. That is reckless, crazy reckless." Lewin grinned proudly. "Not just arm-wrestled hundreds. I beat hundreds in arm wrestling." King Graham was thrilled. "That is right, your lineage must be had a good time back then. I thought I would be trapped in this artifact forever, fading away. But now I am getting news from my homeland. You little rascal. Truly. Thank you. You are my blessing." As King Graham's last words echoed, the system immediately sent Lewin a notification unlocking an achievement. He stared at the message, amazed. "Your titles have upgraded from Gobliness Friend to Goblin Lord. Power increased by 1,000. The embodiment of strength. Chang reached 5-star level. The ability to transform into a human is now unlocked. Your companion skill boosts power by another 500 points." At the same time, King Graham declared, "From now on, you are the embodiment of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the mountain goblin tribe. This is the gift I offer you." Lewin was still in shock. His power stat instantly hit 7,000, and Chang achieved 5-star status. Chang appeared in a larger form, grinning widely, thrilled to be feasting so well and surprised to hit 5 stars earlier than expected. While Lewin was still processing everything, Chang jumped to the ground and announced, "I am sick of being stuck in this tiny body for so long. Do you know how bored I have been? No sooner had he said that than dazzling beams of light burst from his entire body. The light burst forth like a tiny sun, flooding the space with blinding radiance. So intense that he had to shield his face just to stay standing. He was dying to know what on earth was going on with all this flashy nonsense. When the glow faded, a tall figure with long brown hair gracefully appeared. A charming girl spun around to Lewin and asked, "Amazing, right? Isn't it? Lewin, this is the moment I have been waiting for," she said with a sly smile, stepping straight toward him. And this is Sang's true human form. Since Lewin met King Graham, he had gained two special gifts. The first was the power to command, like a clan leader, able to order the goblin tribe as their lord, including their healing support. The second was the right to summon King Graham's healing aid. The man who had to remain at this academy for life, but this ability could only be used once. When parting with King Graham, he told Lewin that he could only be called upon in the direst moments, when life hung by a thread. But setting that aside, Lewin's face twisted into a grimace as someone's chuckling echoed nonstop. Sang, now fully in her female form, was singing and dancing wildly. She looked absolutely radiant in her human shape. Meanwhile, Tyrion was grilling Lewin. Who the heck is she? The moment Sang transformed into a human, everyone could see her. When Lewin saw Sang as a girl, he was stunned, speechless. Wait, she is really a girl? Sang snapped. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? Lewin stammered. Embarrassed? I thought you were messing with me. Tyrion bombarded him with questions. How one person went underground, then came back as two. And what is next? In Lewin's head, one thought screamed louder than anything. I am doomed. So he decided to spill everything that had happened, start to finish, to Tyrion. After hearing the whole story, Tyrion drew his own conclusion. With my limited knowledge, I would say she is some kind of spirit. Close enough, Sang replied cheekily. More accurately, I am a reincarnation. Lewin stood there, biting his lip, wondering if that explanation would even fly. Sang went on. We share a symbiotic bond. Inseparable. Lewin, standing behind her, could not stop his heart pounding and legs trembling. Hey, why you gotta talk back to the principal like that? That only made her sassier. I will outlive this old man any day. That line left Lewin speechless. He had to admit, she had a point. Tyrion looked thoughtful. Since you came here through King Graham and are a higher level incarnation of Lewin, I will arrange a place for you to stay at the academy. Hearing this, Sang boldly asked, got any cool plans for me? Tyrion slowly stroked his snowy white beard, smiled warmly, and said, of course I do. The scene shifted to the academy courtyard, where voices buzzed in astonishment. Everyone was freaking out over the arrival of a new character. Lewin, you mean, did you bring your cousin and that girl to transfer here today? Everyone was totally shocked, so this must be the principal's cunning plan. Sang, hopping on crutches, flashed a bright grin. Sang Adele at your service. Lewin stood awkwardly in the corner, shrinking back. Yeah? She is a senior student just like me. The crew was buzzing again, senior year vibes. But did not Lewin say she was younger than them? He mumbled. She skipped a grade. She is a genius. Then murmurs rippled through the crowd. A polite voice stepped forward to greet. Pleasure to meet you, madam. It was none other than Jason with his golden hair, and kneeling and introducing himself as Lewin's alter ego. If you are new here and have not toured the academy, want me to show you around? Sang replied sharply. Who is this? Lewin watched the scene helplessly, wondering what Jason was up to. Jason kept inviting Muxie Sang to hang out. Want to check out the cafeteria? They have got the best sandwiches at Chops. I am not a sandwich fan. Thanks. How about a beach view instead? They kept chatting away, totally oblivious to the shifting, pale expression on Lewin's face. Well, whatever, guess it is all good as long as it works out. Suddenly, someone called out his name, snapping him to attention. Lewin recognized it was Han. Oh right. Today's your big day, is not? Han cheerfully replied, that is right. I am here to say goodbye. You felt a twinge of regret as you both said your farewells once more. You promised to visit Foreign someday. And Han, of course, was thrilled and assured you would always be welcome there. Actually, Han had a favor to ask. Lewin, once I graduate from the training center, I will come to a deal, she said with a smile. You replied just as warmly. Of course. You are welcome anytime. But Han's tone grew serious. It is not just about visiting. I want to become a knight in a deal. Lewin was caught off guard. Are you serious about that? Han's voice stayed firm. Yeah. I want to do something meaningful like protecting the city of a deal. And with you leading there, please. I hope you will allow me. Lewin's heart swelled with pride for his friend. He smiled warmly and said, absolutely. Thanks, Han. Suddenly, the mood was broken by someone's voice. Oh la la. You two were gonna keep this secret from me. Jasun grabbed Lewin playfully, shouting, count me in too. I want to come to a deal. I will handle logistics, dishwashing, and cleaning. Plus, I will room with the ladies of the manor. Lewin gave Jasun a cold glare. I never said you could come. He snapped, leaving Jasun speechless. Then Jasun whined loudly. Hey, that is harsh. You are joking, right? Everyone burst out laughing, but deep down, Lewin felt a strange unease creeping in. It seemed like all his friends would be heading to Adele after graduation. Whether it was a good idea or not, one thing was clear: the future at Adele was about to get a whole lot more exciting. The scene shifted to the capital city of Xyloden in Lead Ducey. A man was angrily shouting in desperation. This is a disaster. Do you know how much money I poured into this? Vengerers. And yet, some commoner knights still in training managed to defeat the top man. Even Gary Hill was beaten, yes. Even jacking Gary Hill, the eldest son. That meant the era of the Gary Hills was effectively over. To understand the weight of this, the Gary Hill family had long been renowned as a royal magic lineage. While the Vengerers Jaren family was respected as the home of the empire, the strongest knights, their power stemmed largely from generations of noble support. But what happens when that backing suddenly vanishes? Despite the man boasting loudly that his family still reigns supreme now, when his son becomes a pillar of the kingdom, the golden age will surely come to an end. Another man, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Then the solution is clear: we have to switch sides. We must immediately shift our allegiance toward Adele. Suddenly, a new voice interrupted from the hall. But Deline Adele, the current head of the family, would never accept your money. Came a dissenting remark. Come on. Who does not like money? Look at the Gary Hills, said a cold, sharp voice. You mean me? The people inside gasped as they recognized the speaker, Commissioner Joss, with a stern expression. He asked, looks like everyone's having a lively chat. Now, just who exactly was planning to switch sides with whom? They all turned pale, stammering apologies. It was just a slip of the tongue. I did not mean for you to hear that. Joss pressed on. A slip of the tongue. So if I were not here, would you all just keep babbling about these nonsense plans all day? His brows furrowed deep as he spoke with a low voice. Listen carefully. Since the founding of Lead, the Gary Hill family has always held power. History never lies, so all this nonsense you are worried about, it will never happen. Hearing this, the two men who had been so fired up earlier quickly softened, scrambling to flatter him. Of course. Of course. We will always remember that. Joss saw right through their fake smiles and clenched his teeth, silently thinking of Lewin Adele. I plan to use his reputation as a stepping stone for those two, Jacqueline and Miko. But who knew he would end up trampling all over my honor like this? His face darkened with deadly resolve. I have to kill him, no matter what it takes. Back at the academy, everyone's on a train headed to the capital. It is the second semester, and this class is a big deal. A special lesson is about to happen: a direct visit to the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace. Students will get to observe and learn from the top mages of the era, which has everyone buzzing with excitement. He is really interested too, so he wonders aloud. We are finally going to meet Josh Gary Hill, right? Lewin sighs softly and replies, maybe. He knows the lesson's got two purposes. But lately, the Gary Hill family head has been seriously pissed at Lewin. Heading to the capital means entering enemy territory, where that old man can easily spy on the royal mages. Obviously, this puts Lewin at a huge disadvantage. While he is still mulling over the risks, Strang pipes up, is this Josh Gary Hill guy strong? Lewin is not sure, but from what he knows, the man's a 7th tier mage like the headmaster. Strang scoffs. 7th tier? Huh, back in my day, I would snap my fingers and fix that in a second. But Lewin is not about to underestimate anyone. Not sure how powerful Strang was before, but dealing with a 7th tier mage is never a walk in the park. The headmaster's power is 7th tier, and truth is, I can even see any details on him, even from a player's perspective. So one thing is clear. I can afford to drop my guard once we hit the capital. Moments later, an announcement echoes through the train. The next stop is Zeridian, the capital of the Ridian Kingdom. Soon, all the students catch sight of tall, beautiful buildings lined up endlessly, and their excitement skyrockets as the train pulls in. Everyone rushes off, barely able to contain their awe at the lavish and unfamiliar cityscapes. Only Lewin wears a worried expression, quietly murmuring, yeah, this is the capital all right. Deep down, Lewin smirks. Too flashy. Totally not a match for Cam in a country this small. While the three are still standing there, soaking it all in, a figure suddenly appears nearby and calls out, Headmaster, long time no see. Surprisingly, Tyrion's reaction is not happy at all. He even snaps back. What business brings you down here? Sir, it is Chairman Joss, the very guy Strang and Lewin kept talking about all along. Joss Gary Hill. Arriving with a whole entourage, Joss shows no fear, replying with a sharp edge, asking why I'm here. Isn't he that a bit harsh? The future generation of our kingdom comes to the capital to learn, and as their protector, it is only right I show up to greet them. But actually, there is another reason. He strides straight towards someone, standing right in front of Lewin. Joss speaks slowly. I want to see how well the young ones have grown to see if they can make my own children fail this miserably. You must be Lewin Adil. Joss' eyes blaze red with anger and determination as he stares daggers at Lewin. They lock eyes, sparks flying between them, especially from Lewin's side. He feels like a snake is coiling around him, squeezing tight. But then he notices something odd. According to Lewin's info, this guy's only a 6th-tier mage, so how did he fool everyone like that? Lewin's gaze darts to the mysterious artifacts Joss is wearing. Shocked, his suspicions start to solidify. Are those magical relics on his arms? So the apple does not fall far from the tree. Huh? Thinking that, Lewin can't help but grin. Joss notices Lewin's sly smile, with hostile eyes, narrows them suspiciously. What is so funny? Lewin ignored the furious old man standing there, turned his back, and replied curtly, nothing at all. I am leaving now. But just then, Joss grabbed Lewin's arm and cast a spell to stop him from leaving. His words carried a threat. Where do you think you are going? We are not done talking yet. Why are you laughing? He demanded. Lewin saw his fury but felt a spark of anger rising inside himself too. Suddenly, Tyrion interrupted. Chairman Joss, he is my student, so please stop. Trang standing next to him could not hold back either, silently cursing, that damn black dog. But Joss Gary Hove, who'd been holding it in for so long, was not about to back down. He glared fiercely, his tone sharp. Headmaster, I ask you to stay out of this. You may be the headmaster here, but your student is from the capital region. That means I have full authority and responsibility over him. Tyrion did not back down either. You should know this. If anyone abuses their power to bully my innocent students, I want to stand for it. I will bring my students back to the academy immediately. Hearing this, Joss laughed, snapping his fingers. So you plan to just walk away? Huh, typical of our revered headmaster. Always playing it that way. You think I do not know? You plan to humiliate my son in front of all the students by dragging that kid out like that. That is just some nasty, disgusting jealousy. Those words struck a nerve. Tyrion exploded, shouting Joss' name and unleashing his overwhelming power, clearly signaling war to the loudmouthed Joss Gary Ho. Everyone around could feel a roaring gale sweeping through the square. Though the source of that blazing energy, the headmaster Tyrion, remained unseen. Joss put on a look of disdain. So you want to go all out? Fine. Suddenly, Lewin, standing beside Joss, threw out a random comment that caught the old man off guard and lightly tickled his temper. Without flinching, Lewin smirked at him and said, I will answer your earlier question. I am laughing because I see something hilarious. I have never seen anyone wear as much bling as you. But my older brothers Mikko and Jack Gill also love their jewelry. Guess the rich all share the same taste. Hearing this, Joss Gary Hill's face paled slightly as he wondered if Lewin had uncovered something. After a moment, he hurriedly brushed it off. There is no reason here. Maybe we are all just careless and happen to wear a lot of jewelry. At that moment, he finally released Lewin's hand, and Lewin just nodded along, playing it cool with the excuse. Then Joss Gary Hill quickly changed the subject. By the way, Headmaster Tyrion, you better just watch this tour from the sidelines. From today on, I am in charge of all these classes. That bossy tone really rubbed Tyrion the wrong way, but he decided not to waste any more breath arguing. After saying that, Joss angrily spun on his heel and walked off, not waiting for anyone's response. And just like that, the capital tour barely felt like a tour anymore. Joss Gary Hill declared himself the sole scheduler for the trip and vanished without a trace as soon as the group stepped into the royal palace. Instead, an elder mage was assigned to guide them. Though the tour was not anything special, the overall vibe was not bad. Everyone seemed genuinely interested in admiring the grand architecture around them. But both Stott Chang and Lewin sensed the same thing. Lewin actually felt it the moment they stepped in. Those elders were not even trying to hide their constant surveillance of Lewin. After a long day of touring, all the students started heading back to the hotel, where they would be staying overnight. Lewin and Chang were watching from the window. Look over there, Chang, Lewin said, and to their surprise, a familiar figure had been standing there the whole time. Watching, Chang asked, "Isn't he that the old man who has been staring at us since morning?" "Yeah. He stayed there and followed us back here." Lewin replied. Chang looked at Lewin skeptically. "What? I have felt something weird all day. What is this old guy plotting?" But Lewin told him, "It is just an illusion." Chang was shocked. "An illusion spell?" Lewin explained patiently. "I can sense a faint mana energy around here. He must have created an illusion around this area, like the scenery outside. Even the people walking by right now all fake. But that is not all. He is also using magic barriers to isolate this place from the outside world." Chang listened and immediately felt torn up inside. "Man, this love stuff? And I did not even notice. That is just exhausting. Even after I successfully transformed into human form, my current power still falls way short compared to my original primal state." Lewin's face was twisted in a grimace. On high alert, he would known this scenario was coming before he arrived. But he did not expect old Josh to move this fast. Suddenly, the elder standing there took off running like crazy. Chang saw it and shouted, "Hey, he is running." But Lewin, having anticipated the situation, quickly realized the elder was just baiting him to come outside, because in a tight space like this, if it came down to a fight, Lewin definitely had the upper hand, and the old guy knew Lewin would not want his friends hurt. So any real fight would have to happen somewhere else. The elder's name, according to what Lewin read, was Hyzen Gary Hill, a 6th level mage who Lewin could probably handle solo, but creating such a massive illusion with that much magical energy. Definitely not just him alone. Lewin guessed the enemy force could be 2-3 strong, maybe even more, hiding and waiting for him, and if they are all 6th level mages, Lewin's chances of winning this fight are razor thin. Even worse if old Josh Gary Hill actually joins the battle. The more Lewin thought about it, the more a bad feeling crept in, and he seriously considered pulling out his ultimate move. Chang saw Lewin suddenly stand up and asked, "You are heading out now?" Lewin replied darkly, "Yeah, I gotta go down there." Burning with determination, Lewin strode off, leaving behind a warning. Tonight's probably gonna be one hell of a showdown. Flashback: a few hours earlier, someone slammed their fist on the table, growling fiercely. "What is wrong with you guys? I am the one running this meeting, and you are telling me only this many people showed up?" Josh's face burned with anger, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him whole. The guy sitting across stammered, trying to explain that everyone was deliberately avoiding the meeting, but Josh shot back immediately, questioning why they were still afraid of Lewin, even though he would already left today. He went on, complaining that this meeting room should be packed. But now only 4 stragglers were left. The long, empty table in front of him mocked his words. Inside, Josh cursed Lewin under his breath for ruining all his plans, grinding his teeth as rage threatened to explode. Then he sighed quietly and told himself those guys would regret this. After that, he assigned a mission to someone else, who responded that the night shift had changed, so any riot would be handled. Josh pressed for updates on the mission, and Vengris said they would send assassins after Lewin. According to Vengris, the plan was for the assassins to break into the mansion at night and take Lewin's head. The group then discussed Lewin's family's death, convinced Lewin would surely die at the hands of these henchmen. Among them, Vengris coldly declared with sharp resolve, "Bova Pet will have to disappear too." Elsewhere, under a starry night sky, cozy houses stood quiet, and a lone shadow stood motionless in the stillness. Bova was deep in thought, feeling oddly unsettled by the calm around him. Images of Lewin defeating Jekin flashed through his mind. He thought maybe that victory drew unwanted attention from the aristocrats, not to mention how the Gary Hugh family had been so easily wiped out. Then, Lewin's father's voice echoed in Bova's head, warning him to report immediately if he spotted anyone suspicious. That warning made Bova even more alert. Suddenly, Bova's train of thought was cut off as a servant walked past carrying something. Bova called out, and the servant replied he was just heading home. Bova asked if he would seen anyone suspicious today. The servant hesitated, thinking it over. Then he said he would seen a group of merchants who did not seem to be buying or selling anything, just lingering in one spot. He remembered they wore suspicious black cloaks. Hearing this, Bova immediately suspected those assassins had disguised themselves as merchants and vanished after entering the mansion. His face tightened with worry. Right after that, the servant warned nervously that those guys were armed with swords, so Bova needed to be extra careful. But before he could finish, in the blink of an eye, Bova had already dashed off, leaving him in the dust. The servant stood frozen, telling himself he did not have to worry anymore. At the Adele mansion, the night was deathly silent. Hidden in the bedroom, the assassins whispered their plans for the hit. One impatient assassin snapped back with a voice full of frustration. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the silence. Right before 2 assassins stood a fallen comrade sprawled on the floor. They froze, confused at first, then realized Bova was standing right at the bedroom door. his spear gleaming sharp, 1 foot crushing a defeated enemy like a god of war. His eyes flared with fierce intensity. Then his voice cut through cold as ice. Do you even know where you have just broken in? The assassins panicked, silently asking how Bova could have found them. With annoyed grumbles, they drew their swords knowing hiding was useless against him. But unlike the others' fear, one assassin confidently drew his blade, claiming this was their advantage, the chance to take Bova down. Then the whole gang charged at Bova, but he did not flinch. These were killers hired by Vengris, all at least 6-star level. Bova knew this well. He was a 7-star knight who hung up his sword long ago. People assumed his skills had faded. That was their fatal mistake. To prove it, Bova's spear blazed with blinding light. Alone, his silhouette faced off against the snarling assassins. Voice booming. Everyone, come at me, all of you, in a flash. Countless spear tips flickered like lightning. Bova danced through the assassins like a ghost, sending them flying. None could react. Every single one collapsed, eyes glazed over. A scream of agony ripped from one assassin's throat as he was slammed to the ground, shattering the stone beneath him. That assassin could not believe Bova was only 7-star. They would taken down more than 10 7-star knights of the Empire before, but this guy. Pathetic. While he was stunned, Bova approached and asked, "Do you know why I stopped training with the spear?" Seeing Bova, his eyes widened in horror. Slowly realizing Bova's true level, Bova stood tall and serious, saying his spear skills had been honed to perfection. The assassin's mind screamed, this guy must be at least 8-star. Suddenly, another assassin struck from behind, but with a single spear thrust. Blood poured like a waterfall. Each strike pierced that assassin's head. Bova held him suspended mid-air. The terrifying scene made the last assassin shudder in fear. He cursed Vengras for deceiving them about Bova's true power. If they would known, no amount of money could be convinced them to take this job. From that curse, Bova learned that Vengras was the mastermind. The assassin realized he would slipped up and muttered a curse under his breath. Before he could say more, Bova grabbed his throat and warned, "Go back and tell Vengras never set foot in Adele again." Bova's face was fierce as hell, and the assassin was frozen with fear. Elsewhere, streetlights glowed warmly. Footsteps echoed as a young man approached, a figure dressed in black. The man noticed him and sneered, mocking that in the end, he still chose to come here. Then the images of Luan and Chang, both in their firewoman forms, appeared. The black-clad man confirmed their identities, and the companions Luan brought through the gate. Luan told the man in black he did not want to die, but the man just sneered, saying that was only his own wish. In reality, the world never revolves around just one person. Suddenly, another group appeared, surrounding Luan's team. He glanced at them, counting about 7. That is quite a crowd. And Luan's face flickered with worry. Right in front of you, that guy in black was fueling the flames on his hand, arrogantly saying, "Let me give you some advice if you want to live long. Keep your mouth shut." No sooner had he finished speaking than flames erupted on the hands of the others too. Luan and Chang snapped to alert, eyes scanning, ready to throw down at a moment's notice. All the others took aggressive stances, their eyes locked dead on Luan. Meanwhile, the guy in black kept taunting, "You have got only one future left now." Luan Adele. His voice boomed like thunder, and suddenly Luan was engulfed in a blinding explosion, scorching everything in sight. The man in black laughed darkly, savoring the moment as if holding Luan's funeral right before his eyes. But then, in an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. There stood Luan and Strang, both supposed to be dead alive and unshaken, in front of him. The man in black was sure that attack would finish them off. Reality, however, had other plans. A smug smile curled on Luan's lips as he said, "There are asterisk creatures out there like you said, beings that just want to die." Under Luan's confident gaze, Strang's struggle to stand firm beside him became crystal clear. At the same time, a mental image of Strang in his bear cub form flashed in Luan's mind. Deep down, Luan thought about how that immortal form could only be neutralized by killing the one who made the pact himself. Then, he unleashed his signature skill to summon Kun Kan, a terrifying fire wielder, and threw a fierce punch at the group, making it clear he was not going down without a fight. Luan's punch, powered by Kun Kan's strength, hurtled toward the man in black so fast it made even Strang flinch and dodge. Punch packed the unstoppable force of Kun Kan himself, pure, devastating power. A deafening roar filled the air as Luan's icy, unwavering face focused. He told himself this was nothing he could not handle. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Luan snapped to attention, startled. Turning around, he realized someone had grabbed his leg, laughing like victory was already theirs. No matter how strong Lewin was, the face of the man in black appeared before Lewin. He had cast a curse on him, coldly declaring that Lewin's life would end here, instantly. The name of the spell echoed in Lewin's mind. Blackwater Seal. Images of cloaked figures bathed in eerie blue magic flickered, alongside a haunting thought. Those who practice forbidden dark magic are shunned by wizards and branded witches. Among these curses, the water seal born from the primal witch of the water realm is a life-draining spell, notorious and feared above all. In Lewin's mind, a terrifying black orb gripped by a witch appeared. Back in reality, Lewin clenched his teeth in pain. He never imagined he would fall prey to dark magic. Now the tables had turned. Lewin was trapped by these witches. Gritting his teeth, he saw their leader grinning wickedly, relishing Lewin's capture and coldly predicting his death. But that fake sympathy did not last long. The leader quickly dropped the act, revealing his true intent to kill Lewin all along. Lewin was pinned down by the leader's minions, helpless. After restraining Lewin, the leader sneered, convinced that his friends could no longer save him. That smugness made Lewin grit his teeth in fury. A sharp growl escaped Lewin's lips, his eyes cutting daggers like he wanted to rip the man apart. The leader stood casually before Strang and the captured Lewin, taunting him with the cruelest words. "Don't get your hopes up. You want to find peace in your next life, because by now, your father and sister are already dead." Those words hit Lewin like a knife, freezing him in place as his mind threatened to shatter. But the leader did not stop there. He kept twisting the knife. "If you had known, you would not be standing here wasting my time. What chance do you have against your own master? You are no match." He sounded so sure Lewin's life would end here, speaking without a hint of caution, oblivious to the fate heading his way. The leader was about to continue when Lewin's hand shot out, gripping his head with glowing magic, cutting off his words. In a flash, Lewin broke free from his restraints, and now, he was the one holding the leader's fate in his hands. He could not believe Lewin had dodged the water seal. His hands gripped Lewin's in desperate disbelief. Lewin's strength surged into his hands, silencing him completely. Only guttural cries of pain escaped, and bloodshot eyes revealed the excruciating agony he was enduring. With a terrifying crack, Lewin crushed his skull, blood splattering everywhere. Yet his face remained cold, consumed only by blazing fury. Witnessing that horrifying sight, the remaining foes froze in place, silently watching their leader fall, overshadowed by Lewin's chilling silhouette. Now, Lewin stared at his blood-soaked hands, as if he would just made a monumental decision to let go of something deep inside. Suddenly, a massive, dark blue foot slammed onto the ground, signaling Lewin had summoned his one and only skill. King Graham. King Graham's towering shadow cast over the battered remnants of the enemy, while Lewin's cold voice echoed in their ears. "You have crossed a line you should not have. Don't be sad, that is your choice." The imposing figures of King Graham and Lewin pressed down on them like a death sentence, their fate now completely in Lewin's hands. Amidst the witch's terror, Lewin's mind was locked on just one thing: slaughter. He was like Draka, the world-destroying force from the past, only wanting to annihilate everyone before him. King Graham's terrifying presence was the mirror of Lewin's own dark craving. King Graham's voice boomed, asking why Lewin had summoned him, his eyes glowing a sinister, ominous red. Consumed by rage, Lewin's only desire was to tear the witches apart, limb from limb. At Lewin's command, King Graham swung his massive sword with brutal force, charging to crush the witches. Before him, they were nothing but tiny prey with one option: run down. With a single powerful swing, King Graham seemed to tear reality itself, and Lewin surged forward like a storm on the hunt. He relentlessly chased the wounded witches, their screams fading beneath Lewin's unyielding fists. The witches could only flee, knowing death was closing in. Lewin mercilessly punched through a witch's gut, dragging him like a severed axe on a string. There was no mercy in his heart for these monsters. His sole intent was to kill them all. Reason had vanished from Lewin's eyes, replaced by cold-blooded carnage. He did not care what his fists destroyed, or whose magic he shattered. He only knew the thrill of killing. One by they crashed to the ground, victims to Lewin's wrath-fueled fury. Then, Chang's voice cut through the chaos, a woman's hands grabbing Lewin, trying to restrain his wild, uncontrollable rage. Behind them lay groans and countless bodies. Chang pleaded with Lewin to stop, saying enough was enough. Even as he neared death, a witch sneered, mocking Lewin for losing himself just like them. That insult only fueled Lewin's fury. He told Chang to get out of the way so he could kill the bastard. But unlike Lewin, Chang was far more rational. He explained Bova was far stronger than Lewin realized, and that nothing had happened to the Adil family. Chang warned Lewin that if he lost control, he would share Draka's grim fate, and his words managed to briefly calm Lewin's stormy mind. As Chang spoke, an image flashed in Lewin's head: a rampaging dragon, Draka, roaring over piles of corpses beneath his feet. That was Draka, driven mad by power. ultimately becoming the world's destroyer. Chang believed Lewin would not fall so far. But even he was not confident. His head bowed, avoiding Lewin's gaze. Seeing Chang's worry, Lewin fell silent, then apologized, finally regaining his senses. Once calm, Lewin forced the last survivor to confess what had happened at a deal. Chang watched coldly, but the man only warned that Lewin would regret hearing it. Despite his severe wounds, the man smiled cruelly. He said the assassins sent to Adele were an unstoppable force, all 6-star killers, and 5 more had been dispatched to Lewin's clan. He was certain all of Lewin's family were dead, but before he could finish, a spear pierced through him, ending his life instantly. From afar, Josh's shadow moved closer, while the figure who collapsed moments ago lay defeated before him. He wore a look of disappointment, stunned that Gary Hewlight's top lieutenant could not handle some no-name like Lewin. The moment Lewin saw him, anger flared. How dare he lay a hand on his family? But then, a chilling sensation ran down Lewin's spine, freezing him in place. Josh sneered, saying Lewin brought this on himself by running his mouth and provoking them instead of keeping quiet. Both Lewin and Chang dropped their guns under the crushing pressure. It was dark magic, unmistakably sinister. Lewin growled in furious disbelief. Josh dared to wield dark magic. If this leaked, he would be behind bars for sure. But Josh stayed utterly calm, stuffing his mouth as his hands clenched tightly, thinking that if Lewin died here, it would not faze him one bit. The situation was dire. Lewin could not move, and King Graham's cooldown was up. Lewin was utterly vulnerable now. Meanwhile, Josh laughed with contempt, summoning countless sharp spears from his magic circles, ready to finish Lewin off. As those spears shot forward like death sentences, Lewin could do nothing but watch helplessly. Dark magic had paralyzed him completely, yet deep inside, he refused to give up. His will burned fiercely bright. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, sending dust billowing everywhere. Lewin blinked, confused about what just happened, and looked ahead. Standing before Lewin and Chang was none other than the principal himself. He would conjured a shield to block Josh's attack and protect them both. Josh was utterly stunned by Tyrion's appearance. Unable to fathom how he got here, Tyrion called out Josh's name sharply. Backlit, his face was shadowed but radiated pure rage. Tyrion's entire being radiated a terrifying aura of magic that sent chills down Josh's spine. The surrounding space shimmered, distorted by Josh's illusion magic designed to confuse outsiders about what was really happening inside. But this illusion only fooled ordinary folks, not a mage like Tyrion, who could sense the man's true presence. Right now, Tyrion was burning with fury, and at the same time, the illusion's weak point showed any mage with higher power could shatter it instantly. And Josh's illusion was trembling violently. Cracks appeared on the illusionist's surface, accompanied by sharp creaking sounds. Still, Josh was not scared. He taunted Tyrion, knowing that if the illusion broke, the entire capital would be destroyed too. But Tyrion stayed calm and said only Josh would suffer the consequences here. He explained he created the shield to protect the city, then accused Josh of using dark magic and attacking his student. Josh's face drained of color, terrified and furious at Tyrion's words. Next, Tyrion raised his hand to deliver justice to the culprit Josh. He decided to punish him personally. With a sweeping motion, Tyrion unleashed a massive blast of magic like a shooting star toward Josh, who desperately raised his hands to block it. What Tyrion did made Josh so furious he ground his teeth. Nearly speechless, in a rage-fueled roar, Josh shouted Tyrion's name, refusing to back down. The spell hit right in front of him. There was no dodging it. In that instant, Josh's illusion shattered completely, the purple haze replaced by Tyrion's piercing blue magic. Chang spoke solemnly. Just as expected, the vast difference in their power levels made the fight's outcome crystal clear. Lewin nodded thoughtfully in agreement. The gap was simply on another level. Standing before them was Principal Tyrion, now at level 7, the highest tier. That confirmed it. Lewin knew this was a level far beyond what he dared to reach. He would thought he was strong, but there was still a long road ahead. Then Tyrion spoke, asking if Lewin was okay. Lewin politely replied, "Thanks to you, Principal, I am." Meanwhile, in the upper rooms, whispered chatter grew louder. What was all the commotion about? Just then, a slightly nervous male student stepped forward, trying to confirm. "Is that our principal?" "But why is Councilman Josh acting like that?" At that moment, someone shouted from behind, "We are here." Fodder was the first to speak up. "We came right after hearing Gary Hugh took control of Anninkendel." A crosster added, "And the target was you." Lewin, seeing their panic, Lewin quickly reassured them. "I am." But both of them were still on edge, saying all the way here they feared something bad was going down. Lewin's mind was stuck on just 3 words. "He is still the same." Then Crosster shifted focus. "The headmaster's here too." But Fodder's attention was locked on Lewin's words. "That guy is Josh Gary Hof. He tried to curse me with dark magic." But the headmaster stopped him. Crosster was furious. How dare he try to harm my beloved Lewin? This is a direct challenge to the crown and act of treason. I am going to see my father and have him arrested. Father also yelled. It is rare we agree on something, but this is treason. Since he has learned forbidden magic, the whole family should be locked up. Suddenly, Lewin cut. I have a request. Hearing this, Croster perked up. Name it, and I will grant it. Unexpectedly, Lewin said something else. I need to check on my father and sister in Adel. The truth is, getting news from there meant requesting updates from the trade city Monzo, which took half a day, and to Lewin, that felt like an eternity. After a long wait, the message finally arrived. We have received news from Monzo. Fortunately, they are all safe. That day, they had already guarded against potential assassins and managed us to subdue 5 killers completely. Plus, they uncovered who ordered the hit. Croster asked. Wasn't it Josh? But wait, there is more. A co-conspirator. The main culprit is Lord Van Grass, and apparently 2 other black-clad men were involved in the plot. Croster was deeply troubled. It is all rotten to the core. Right after, his younger brother shouted that Van Grass was stripped of his captaincy, and Josh lost his council seat and guardianship rights. Then Croster heard a report. Your Highness, since these 2 held key positions, replacements must be appointed. Without hesitation, he ordered the deputy captain to temporarily take over. As for Josh's council seat and guardianship, can the headmaster handle it for now? The headmaster gave him a slightly surprised look. Tyrion at least said, I am too detached for politics, making Croster respond, I know you are not into politics. His brother picked up the thread, but things are unstable. Until a successor is found, we beg for your help. Tyrion's tone grew serious as he pursed his lips. Knowing all the prince's efforts to bring him back to kingdom had become legendary nationwide, yet Tyrion kept refusing, insisting educators should not meddle in politics, turning down every offer so far. While pondering this, someone called out, Headmaster, please, I think you are perfect for the role. No one better. Tyrion hesitated, hearing those words. Please. Finally, he made up his mind. If the students trust this, then I will honor their wishes, but only until a successor is chosen. Cheers erupted into the night. We are counting on you. Kingdom will thrive even more. But Lewin guessed a new successor would soon appear. He set aside all worries for now. Relieved this ordeal was over. Best of all, once the kingdom tour ends, graduation exams will kick off, and the apprenticeship phase will soon be over. The tour felt shaky from the start, with rumors swirling that the rest might be cancelled. But in the end, everything went as planned, so they stayed a few more days. Scene change. Lewin spots 2 unfamiliar young men whispering. Did you hear? Miko from the Gary Hill clan is dropping out. Lewin's eyes never left them for a second. From then on, he knew the rumor had spread throughout the palace. Miko quit his apprenticeship. His father, Josh, is locked away in the darkest cell, and the mages of Gary Hill who once followed him have all vanished. Those guys are still chatting among themselves. And it seems J. Kim disappeared too. Heard he joined the rebel faction. Only Lewin keeps a quiet reverence. The name Gary Hill has completely faded away. They call that moment the fall of Gary Hill, alongside Adil's victory. These banners have popped up all over the capital. News spread not just among the nobles, but throughout the entire kingdom. Switching scenes. Right now someone's yelling inside the castle. I told you. No way, cut it out. But on the other side, it seems they are trying to calm things down, saying, just hold on a sec. Amid the chaos, a man suddenly appears. What is all this noise about? Black? The subordinate stammers, saying the man keeps insisting on getting inside. He hurriedly kneels down, apologizing for the sudden intrusion. I am Jeff, the eldest son of Gary Hill. The others kindly listen, honored to meet the crown prince. The person Jekin is expect to meet is Somerton, the crown prince of Renach. Jekin explains, though I acted rudely, please understand it was not intentional. Right after, Somerton speaks up, that is enough. So why have you come all this way? Jekin quickly replies, I have come to seek asylum from the Empire. Myself and about 40 others from my family want refuge, trying to muster even a shred of strength for the day, and for the Empire's endless glory. Somerton cuts him off. Spare me the drama. You are here to beg, are not you? Finally, Somerton asks, your family once held great power in that kingdom. Why abandon your homeland in disgrace to seek asylum here? Hearing Jekin's tale of assassination attempts, Somerton questions, you fought against the royal family over some petty squabble. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a royal member. Jekin, trembling, stammers, that is not true. He solemnly states, no matter how small a kingdom is, harboring a criminal goes against my principles. Helping such people brings no benefit. I see no reason to grant you asylum. Finally, Somerton commands, go on your way. I want to grant asylum, But I want to imprison you either. But then a name makes him freeze Lewin, Jekin emphasizes. We tried to assassinate Lewin a deal. Somerton's eyes flash with growing agitation. When Somerton tries to confirm, Jekin firmly asserts. It is the very person you know, immediately. Somerton suggests. I want to hear more about this assassination attempt. Let us have a drink and talk it over. Jekin's back stiffens. He is clearly rattled. Switching scenes again. Though many incidents have occurred, they seem minor. Time passes quietly after the visit to Kingdale. 3 months later, the new year arrives. And just like the thick winter snow, many nobles have gathered at the academy. The reason is simple. It is exam season. The graduation test. A quick note. It is where seniors showcase their skills to others, hoping to catch the eye of noble patrons. Today's the day of that exam, held right here at the academy. Lewin is sitting with his crew, taking a breather. His mind drifts. Once this exam ends, graduation will be just around the corner. 6 years have felt both endless and fleeting. Finally, it is almost over. Just then, Jiasian asks with concern, what is up? Nervous, Lewin relaxes and replies, not all. You have prepared loads for this exam. Have not you? He burst out laughing. Exams do not mean much to me. Anyway, I am heading down to Adele with you. But Lewin coolly shoots back. I never said I would take you anywhere. Just as they argue, a sleeve flutters over to their spot, and it seems Lewin's heart skips a beat. Quietly, he says, I heard you are safe, but seeing you in person puts my mind at ease. He steps forward and invites, thanks for coming. Nothing's happened since that day. Right? In the end, it was because of me that father was in danger. He nodded in agreement. You do not need to beat yourself up. I am genuinely proud that I did not compromise. Lewin relaxed a bit as they chatted. Thanks, Dad. And thank you too. Lord Bova. Hearing that, he humbly replied, it is nothing. I just did what had to be done. At this moment, Luna called out to his older brother. Turns out, the little girl was super curious. Silently wondering, who is this lady? He glanced their way, hesitating for just a moment because he felt awkward. He could not use that political charm here, so Lewin had to explain. She is just a friend. Inside Lewin, his thoughts shifted. Luckily, not only family showed up for his graduation test, Han, who had fulfilled his oath and officially became a knight, plus the bonds forged in the grand tournament were also present, standing as well-earned rewards. While Lewin greeted his friends, someone spotted them quickly. Instinctively, he turned around. Fodder and Croster smiled wide as they approached. We are here. Lewin felt a surge of excitement. They were the strongest ties in his circle, while the two princes joked around with him, set our side in admiration. No doubt. You are on a whole different level. Minutes later, an announcement echoed. The final year graduation test will begin shortly. Seniors, please gather in the arena hall. Lewin heard this and said, see you all afterward. Luna cheered for him on behalf of everyone. Good luck. We are all rooting for you. Lewin could not help but vow to himself. This final test, I will give it everything. I have got everyone's support. But after just a few steps, Lewin stopped. 2 others were blocking his way. His eyes instantly sharpened with suspicion. What is going on here? His focus locked tightly on those 2 figures. I have never seen them before, but they feel oddly familiar. Without hesitation, Lewin asked, those 2 look sketchy, right? Chang quickly answered, I know who they are. The guy on the left is King Tyran. Right now, he is dressed differently than usual. Then Chang added, the one on the right is the crown prince. Of course, Sumo had previously helped Chang dress appropriately. The prince was the one who had ascended to goathood. No magic can trick me. They might have changed their faces, but that strange aura, no way to hide it. But Lewin worried about something else. Why did they come here in person? If they wanted, the king could have appeared instead. Donnie, tell me it is just because of me. Are they trying to gauge how strong I have become through this test without getting caught? Thinking this was bad news, Lewin bit his lip. They are really lurking around. If they offer me the same deal as before, I will still say no, just like last time. But since they went through the trouble to show up here, I owe them a show. Let us see how much I have ground. Scene change. Let us break down the graduation test. First up, isolation. Then comes the so-called frozen river, a place filled with icy stone slabs, followed by the destruction phase. This is a time test. You have to clear all 3 stages fast. The isolation challenge requires escaping a locked room. Plus, there are people watching you directly. But honestly, there are tons of ways to get out. You can disable the lock with unlocking magic or craft a key from mana crystals, whatever works. At this moment, a critic's voice boomed. 7 mages from Group 6 all escaped almost simultaneously. That proves one thing: the key is just to get out. But starting from the next challenge, the difficulty spikes hard. From slaying the freezing beasts in the Frostbite River zone, the arena was filled with angry shouts, Why so tough? Turns out it is because you need your strongest magic to break down a solid wall in the final challenge, and if you manage to conquer it all, you will have passed the graduation test with flying colors. The host announced that Jia Zin had successfully taken the lead in Group 6's challenge in just 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Only 3 out of the 10 students in Group 6 passed the exam in the end. Lewin was itching to ask. He is acting all chill, but I bet he has been prepping like crazy. Has not he? Just 3 out of 10 made it through, most finishing with less than a minute left on the 15-minute clock. Better start planning how to find some instant noodles. Finally, the announcement came. Group 7. Step forward. Lewin could not help but think, it is my turn now. Whispers spread among the crowd. This is Lu and his group. The Academy is pride. Right? Rumor has it some VIP guests showed up just to watch Lu, and I am pretty curious to see what he has got. Even the old gang said, I am dying to see how strong he has gotten. What do you think? Godfather. But all they got back was the usual silence. Then Terran asked suspiciously, so what exactly are you planning to do? He straightforwardly brought up the reason for today's visit, calling it the last loose end. Right? The old gang admitted honestly. If he joins the faction, he would be a valuable asset. But if not, he is a threat that will have to be dealt with personally. As soon as Lewin entered the sealed room, the announcement came. Group 7's challenge has begun. He took a quick look and said, the principal must be put everything into this. Even with my strength, breaking through 1T be easy. Should I just unlock it like the others did? No way. That would be boring as hell. Didn't I learn this from the tournament? Nothing is perfect. Even if the wall seems solid, there's got to be a weak spot hidden somewhere. Time to use my steel-breaking skills. Nothing can stand in my way. Meanwhile, the crowd is buzzing, wondering how long Lewin will take. Let us hope he lives up to his rep. Suddenly, a massive blast of force bursts out from the sealed room. Everyone panics and shouts. What the hell was that? Wait, look over there. Seeing his silhouette, they hold their breath in disbelief. No way. The door that usually takes 5 minutes for a normal person to open, he blasted it wide open in a TikTok-worthy 13 seconds. According to the data, Lewin's making it clear this graduation exam is about to cement Jia Hai's legendary status once again. Every move sharp and decisive down to the last second. His face radiates the arrogance of a true powerhouse, no doubt. Lewin will win. The host's voice booms. Lewin crushed the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now, we can only wonder how fast he will take down the next one. Terran falls silent, thinking, I knew he was not ordinary when the guardian beast, as Fangs, reacted to him. But his growth speed is just insane. The commentator chimes back in. He is tackling the second gate with some slick moves. Even the ice beasts watching the flames seem terrified. The narrator adds, he is running with a fireball. At that size, no monster's brave enough to get close. The chatter does not distract him. He just keeps pushing forward. The old gang can't help but praise. What the hell? He is a madman beyond all imagination. Terran, on the other hand, stays grim and brooding. He's busy analyzing. He keeps pulling off these impossible feats. All right, I have seen enough of your skills. Now tell me, how are you going to break through the final gate? Lewin summons rolling thunder around his fists. His eyes narrow, cold and hard as steel. That caught Terran off guard. The energy was something else entirely. No doubt about it now. This is invisible magic. Formless. Striking with sonic waves so fast the naked eye can't catch it. Suddenly, shards of stone explode outward. Bathed in a radiant light, they call it the Wail of the Departed, a spectral lament for the fallen. The dazzling pillar of power shoots out like a laser beam. Terran wonders aloud. That magic. Only someone at level 6 could cast that. Right, Luda? You have already reached that level. Then everyone watches the rope slowly lower. The host cutting through the heavy breaths. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Lewin Adel from Group 7 unleashed a level 6 spell, nailing it perfectly in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. No doubt about it. That rope just now was the finish line torn apart in the chaos. Terran's starting to freak out. Level 6 is a milestone most mages struggle to reach, and Lewin hit it at just 16 years old. This is not good. Before he grows stronger and threatens my spot, no matter what it takes, I have got to crush him. Meanwhile, the two princes are over the moon. Long live Lewin, the kingdom's brightest hope. On Lewin's side, cheers and congrats, Fly, I knew you had it in you. Lewin drifts into thought right now. Everyone's celebrating him. Who would be imagined back then that he would graduate amid roaring applause? Then Jia-sun claps him on the shoulder. When did you hit level 6? Can't he believe my buddy's a high-level mage now? Honestly, even I did not think he would reach this level so soon. There is one essential thing today just can't he be missing, keeping everyone guessing a few seconds longer. That is what he is doing. Right? What he said showed up half an hour later, 2 glasses clinking together. Everyone's happily raising their drinks. Let us keep this party rolling. Around them, A bunch of rowdy guys join in the fun. Luin and Trang keep hearing laughter grown-ups now. Time to drink like there is no tomorrow. Meanwhile, he quietly tells himself, tomorrow's graduation day. This might be the last time we are all together like this. I bet everyone wants to make the most of it. Turning to Trang. He is a bit surprised, did not know avatars could get drunk too. A few minutes later, little Tyrion shows up. You enjoying the party? Luin beams back. Principal. Even Professor Hayden's here. Thanks for setting this up. He says, I am having a blast. The principal laughs along. It is graduation time to go all out. Finally, Luin speaks up. Since tomorrow's busy with the ceremony, I will say this now. Thank you, sir. And thanks to the professors too. Little Tyrion humbly replies, I am honored. Soon, whether you want to or not, we want to get to see each other. Then Luin and the principal make a promise. Luin will be guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Scene shifts outside now, and it is just Luin walking alone through the snowy wind. He rubs his head, groaning. Guess I drank too much, my head's killing me. Suddenly, someone spots him. Excuse me. Are you Luin Adil? I'm Rao, a merchant running a small trade company in the east. Can we talk privately? Even knowing he is lying, Luin agrees. Go ahead. But he still calls him by his real name, Prince Somerton. Taran can hold it in. How do you know that? You better answer properly. Luin coolly replies. You can hide your face, but not your presence. Your eyes remind me of the prince I once knew. You must be the Fire King. Long time no see. It is good to meet you. He raises his voice. You recognize me by my eyes. I am impressed. Somerton cuts in. Now listen. This is my final offer, no second chances. Come serve the Empire or refuse. And that is your last word. His aura truly presses down like a storm on those who face him, but Luin stands his ground. I refuse. Somerton tries to hold back. You really want to listen? Huh, I warned you, any gem I do not have, I will destroy. Surprisingly, Luin calmly retorts. I do not think you would go that far. He mocks him gently. The prince I knew would never stoop to sneaking around in disguise and ordering the murder of a mere student. Somerton laughs bitterly. You dare call yourself mere? Luin smirks back. Yeah? Well, our graduation's tomorrow anyway. Somerton mutters under his breath, not sure if that is courage or just reckless arrogance. Today, I will be stepping back, but mark my words, next time we meet, it will be as enemies. They left as coldly as they had arrived. Luin said nothing, just silently watched them go. Just minutes later, Jason found him and asked what he was doing. Not drinking. The party's no fun without you. Luin nodded faintly, feeling a bit out of place now. Little did he know, this pre-graduation party was about to unleash a disaster beyond anything he could imagine. Time quickly moved past that day. Now it was the next day of graduation week, with cups scattered across the table. Luin groaned. My head. Just then, someone softly spoke. You are awake. Feeling any better? Before he could answer, Irene asked, is the headache easing up? But Luin's posture remained stiff as ever. He hesitated. I probably should pace myself with the drinks. Irene chuckled softly. Looks like you are doing better than the others then. Don't you remember anything? She asked. Luin's face darkened. Then he suddenly yelled a scream that made Irene smile warmly. The starry kiss. Calmly, she explained. Jason slipped something into your beer. Then he suddenly stood up, declaring the whole group would be heading to Adele's. Luin could only curse his friend silently. What a jerk. But Irene's question snapped him back to reality. I should go down there too, right? She shyly brushed her hair back and continued. To Adele's. I have been there before. It is an amazing place. Like I said before, I need to get stronger to beat you. Luin quickly regained his confidence. It will be an honor. The lady always gets the royal treatment. On the surface, they joked like that. But anyone paying attention could see the truth. The real reason Lady Irene wanted to go to Adele's was not just about wanting to beat Luin. Hours later, a solemn tone rose. Surely all the graduates had felt it. No shortage of hardships. And I hope every experience meant something. May you all become the greatest mages of the future. That concludes my speech. Now, the student representative will share some words. Representing all students and top of the class, Ludel. The speaker could not hide his pride when announcing his name. Then Tyrion gently advised, don't be nervous. Just speak comfortably. Truth be told, Luin was a mess inside. Totally stressed out. Just the thought of being the center of attention in front of everyone freaked him out. He was so nervous. He forgot everything he had prepared. But it was okay. Forgetting the script did not matter, because he knew exactly what he wanted to say. Then his deep voice rang out. As you all know, I won the grand tournament, a feat achieved in just 1 year, but that journey was anything but easy. I suffered from a mana release disorder for 5 years. For a mage like me, Being unable to release mana is a nightmare. Worse yet, the way people looked at me, many wondered why I stayed. Why I did not give up even at the last moment. But I refused to quit. Because magic means everything to me. It is the only way I can protect myself, my family, and those I care about. That is why I fought until the very end. People talk about winners and losers, but I say let fate play out. I'm right. And if you are struggling, feeling like all your efforts have been for nothing, today I want to tell you, keep pushing forward. Even if you fall, stand back up. Even when no one's watching, someone out there will notice. As long as you do not give up, miracles will happen. Thank you all for your hard work over these 6 years. A long line of students sat quietly, moved by his heartfelt speech. After the ceremony, as the wheels kept turning, another carriage rolled ahead. From there came a clear voice echoing, "That speech was amazing. Everyone seemed to love it. You are always incredible, man." Like he just remembered something. Lewin asked, "So your friend showed up at a deal right away too?" All 4 of them came along. This all goes back to last night's drinking session. Hey, buddy, come be on my team. For now, Lewin could only give a quick rundown. No clue how things ended up like this. So right after graduation, they all headed to Adele together. Technically, Lewin was the one who hired them, and that is not all 3,000 soldiers are joining in too. Then he remembered why. The 2 princes promised reinforcements for the southern campaign, but he never imagined they would send this many troops. After a pause, Lewin curiously asked, "Once this campaign's over, are you planning to stay here for good?" He honestly replied, "Nah, our dad's still there anyway. I am thinking about traveling a bit afterward, but nothing's set in stone right now. We gotta focus on this campaign." While stretching his legs, Lewin said, "We will start by scouting the terrain." Worried, he asked if the plan's already set. Glancing around, Lewin muttered, "We better get everything prepped perfectly." But he also had to ask the others, "Where are you guys heading?" The guy shot back, "You probably already know this all has to do with your friend. One of our knights is going to duel your squire buddy." After processing that, Lewin shouted, "You mean hence dueling a fully fledged knight? And he just took his knight's oath recently." Snowflakes were softly drifting down all around. They chose dry branches as their final landing spots. But some tremors started shaking the ground. Something was swirling like a mini tornado. The 2 male knights stood locked in fierce combat on the cold snow. Then, unexpectedly, someone fearless stepped forward. Lewin panicked slightly, realizing it has already started. The crowd warned, "Easy, Velks. Do not get too rough. You do not want to look like a bully against a rookie who just swore his oath." Lewin caught on and asked why those 2 were dueling. The crowd shrugged. "No special reason. After lunch cleanup, we were bored, and since a junior was eager, I suggested a friendly match." Just then, Ba showed up too. "Is Thieu Day here?" Hearing Lewin's question, he replied, "Would I miss a scene like this?" The answer was clear. How could he skip such an entertaining spectacle? Lewin pondered. Boss love for fun interesting. Huh. If the knights here knew who you really are, their reactions would be just as entertaining. Then Lewin started chatting with him. "What do you think of this duel?" Ba replied bluntly, "Both are decent. That young knight, is he Thieu's friend?" Lewin honestly said, "His name's Han." Ba and his companion remarked, "Clearly, he is getting pushed back, but just holding his ground this long against a golden knight. Impressive?" Lewin blinked and asked, "Golden knight?" Ba lowered his voice. "I overheard this at lunch. Apparently, that guy's an elite in the kingdom, but I am not totally sure." While they talked, another tremor echoed from the forest. "You missed that," Ba continued, "and still has a long way to go before reaching that level." Hem was currently gasping, his sword having just been knocked away. Lewin was lost in thought. Sure enough, Lord Bova can really see Han's potential. Realizing this, he spoke up. "Lord Bova, if it is okay, could you teach Han a few moves? Because when Lord Bova teaches, he only needs 1 session. If a knight is destined for legend, Bova can elevate them in just 1 breath. That would be a huge win for Lewin, Han, and all of a deal." After considering, he said, "That is not up to me. You will have to ask the boy first." Lewin froze. Stunned, Bova did not seem to notice and added, "Just like when I taught you swordsmanship, I am pretty tough on my knights." After a moment, everyone got nervous hearing heavy breathing nearby. They purposely lowered their voices. Definitely a brutal training session. "Did he actually make that guy do it? I heard he is the commander of the Adil Knights." Bova turned to ask if it was really that tough, but Han quickly denied it. He is anything but kind. So no more slacking off. I told you to be ready." Lewin quietly thought. He said he would be strict. But this, didn't expect it to be this harsh. Starting to feel sorry for Han. Just minutes ago, Han was confidently saying, "I am sure I will succeed." Now, All Loin can do is sigh. He already gave Han the choice. Suddenly, another voice cuts through his thoughts. Over there, someone approaches Bova. May I have the honor of knowing your name? He did not expect silence in return. The guy next to him anxiously asks, why won't he answer? There is a rumor he wiped out the male assassin himself. Maybe I should ask about that. While they are confused, and rushes over. Sir Bova, all 10 wounds have been treated. Plus, he is still breathing heavily in gaps. Right then, a young man asks, wait, what did you just say? The crowd eyes him suspiciously. Did I hear that right? Who did you say is standing right here? Then, the convoy sets off again. Luna speaks up first. Hey, is he really that revered by the knights? From the back of the carriage, groans echo. This is my first time feeling this worn out just from breathing. Chill out. This is Bova's official training method. Inside the carriage, Lewin cautiously leans back. Sir Bova, summoning all his courage, he asks, is this training really effective? From what I see, it feels kind of rough. Calmly, Bova explains, it is not exactly a great method. If your posture is off, you will end up with chronic injuries first. Bova smirks and continues. There is not much to do on the way to Adil. I just want to toughen up the new recruits after all this time. The Lewin brothers decide to let the chilly atmosphere hang. Silently thinking, no wonder they call him the Tiger of Adil. Moments later, someone mutters, that is a lot. Lewin stares off into the distance with mixed feelings. Finally, we are here. He looks at the scene but does not feel like admiring it. The scarlet grasslands. Below lies a massive slimy, purplish goo. Actually, this land is south of the southern mountain and used to be Adele's territory. But ever since the Weeping tribe took over, the rulers changed from humans to weeping people, and because of their terrifying reproduction rate, the land looks like deep red fields from afar, hence the name Scarlet Grasslands. He decides to let the others head to Adil first. Lewin and Strang will scout the Scarlet Grasslands themselves. Right now, Strang suggests, how about we charge straight through the canyon near the shore? But Lewin shakes his head. They will attack us from the cliffs above. Strang asks worriedly, what if we put Bova on the front lines? He can lead and crush everything in his path. Lewin disagrees. No way. There are too many of them. The Weeping tribe has a core in their heads that normal attacks can break. Even Bova would struggle taking them down one by one. Now I get why all those pacification attempts failed. No path wide enough for a big army to pass. Then Strang asked, there is really no way. The distant mountain makes him hesitate. Maybe. Lewin hints at him. There is still one way. The next day, tension rises. Only one option remains. We have to go full frontal assault. Everyone else falls silent. Weighing the suggestion, Moro presses on. If we shy away from battle, how can we ever win? Direct confrontation is the best way. Melvin hesitates. True, but the expected losses are huge. Staying up late, he snaps back. If Kingdom's army was not backing us, would we even attempt a pacification campaign with just 300 people? Moro fired back. I am ready to take on all those guys. So why hesitate when we have a massive force? The reply came quick. Because this is not about numbers. To take out the mud people, we have to cross a narrow mountain pass, and those bastards won't let us through alive. No matter how many soldiers we have, it won't change a thing. In short, instead of charging into the pass, we need to lure them out. Moro argued back. But there was no solution. Just then, Lewin cut. Sounds solid to me. Then pipes up. Dad just gave the right answer. Do not push in. Pull them out. I have got a better idea. We strike from the cliffs surrounding the pass. Mero immediately doubted him. No one can get up there. You want all of us to climb that? Lewin calmly explained. Doesn't he take many, just 1 or 2 mages to cast spells and draw them out? Mero started warming up to the idea. Not bad. But how do we get up there? You flying? Without hesitation, Lewin shoved his buddy forward. You can climb, right? The poor guy's covered in goosebumps. Thinking, no way I am climbing that. But Lewin gently reassured him. You got this. With a devilish angel grin, Lewin said, I will just toss you up there. Descend, unsure how to react to that ominous grin. Wait. What? Scene shift. Someone shouts. Finally, the day of battle is here. Ready. The crowd roars back. Let us. The call to arms answered by waving flags. Alive with energy, they line up in perfect rows. Standing with iron discipline, the commander yells, move out. And just like that, the campaign begins. Up front stand Commander Moro and the Golden Knights. Even Lewin's dad and Bova are armored up. At the rear, Lewin and his friends hold their ground. After driving for a bit, a command comes through. Halt. All right. Everyone gather round. Time for one last run through of the plan. Down below, all they hear are descend screams. Meanwhile, He is transformed into a balloon soaring away. Descent's eyes burn with bitterness, feeling like his heart stopped and death is near. But then he realizes he is being held up by a few magic ropes. That confirmed it, this magic is sharp. No need for feet or ropes anymore. Miss Irene, your skills still pack a punch. After leaving the cliff's edge, Descent finally breathes out. Alright, now. I just have to nail my part. What is this? Looks like tens of thousands. Just looking. I can't even count them. How's he supposed to pull all these guys out? I can't do this. There is no way. Just when despair hits, a voice cheers him on. Dason, you have got this. You are my friend, at least handle this many. Right above, he clenches his fists. I won't let Lewin down, especially after he trusted me to come here. Finally, a ball of fire slowly forms. A beam of light cuts through the snowy clouds. Suddenly, countless stars seem to fall from the sky. The sparks create a dazzling meteor shower in the snowy night. What is this? Looks like there are tens of thousands. I can't even count just by looking. How's he planning to take all these guys down? I can't do it. How could I? Just when despair hit, a voice of encouragement rang in my ear. The sun can do it. You are my friend, so at least you can handle this many. Right? Now go hit those sad sacks hard. Up above, he clenched his fists tight. I can't let Lewin down. He trusted me enough to bring me here. Finally, a fireball began slowly forming. A beam of light peeked through the snowy clouds. Then suddenly, countless sparks started falling, but the sparks created a rain effect amidst the snowstorm. Lewin saw it and smilingly, Dason, you are doing great. What everyone's witnessing is called Fire Dance, a powerful level 3 spell. Dason's level is not very high yet, so the cloud is not much bigger than usual. But even as they were dozing off, that was enough to snap them wide awake. Lewin grabs the chance to announce, now's the time. I am handing it over to him. Irene quickly urges, let us move out. Things look steady. The sad ones are regrouping at a single spot to dodge Sun's strikes. In that spot, the narrow side exit of the canyon. Lewin can't help but smirk, but he knows he can't just let them slip out of the canyon so easily from now on. The flame-throwing machine roars to life. Bring it on. Marking the start of the battle, the machine declares with fire in its eyes, I will burn every last one of them to ashes. It transforms into a high-powered flamethrower. Right now, those sad ones are nothing but fuel for the furnace. Then, pumped up, he asks, how's my skill? I have leveled up big time. Right? Lewin replies bluntly, stronger than I expected, but I think it is still too early to get cocky. The sad ones are starting to regroup. Everyone realizes one thing: they are climbing the cliff walls. Jiao-san senses danger and yells, help me, below. Those sad monsters are still climbing up. Lewin's confused until Irene pipes up, hey, toss me up there too. He can't believe his ears. What? But her eyes say she is dead serious. For a moment, Lewin hesitates. And meanwhile, the sad ones are closing in fast. Jiao-san has fallen to the ground. Retreating. Step back. Damn it. I am not dying here. I have not even had a love life yet. I do not even have a girlfriend. For God's sake. Then, snowflakes start to fall. Silencing him, Irene seizes the moment. So you have never been loved before. Then, the cold air thickens, freezing into a solid block of ice. The ice pillar traps the sad ones inside. Afterwards, Irene checks in. You okay? Thanks to you, I learned something pretty interesting. But she quickly switches gears just like Lewis said. Everything's going according to plan. The sad ones can't escape through the side path or climb the cliffs, so they are retreating toward the shoreline. Before Jiao-san can think more, she cuts. Exactly. From here on out, it is time for Kingdo's army to step up as planned. They have been waiting there, fully equipped with shields and spears, but their faces are tense. They know the sad ones are coming. From afar, the pinkish hue of the sad ones is visible. The army revs up. They are coming. Seeing his troops nervous, the commander shouts, Don't retreat. You want to disgrace the kingdom's honor, or what? We will have mages backing us up soon. Our job is to hold the line as long as we can. Behind the king's sword, the spear blades gleam. Ready? Marlowe looks fiercer than ever. Under the king's command, fresh victories await. The cavalry charges forward, kicking off the battle. The soldiers are caught off guard by their leader's bold move. They grit their teeth, steeling themselves for what is next. Finally, the order rings out. Under the king's blade, fresh victories await. Ahead of them stand the top generals, ready for battle. But the sad ones are not backing down one bit. On this side, set our reports. I hear barricades being set up. Looks like the army and the sad ones are fortifying their positions. Lewin starts calculating. That means the number of sad ones here has dropped, so the rest must be pushed toward the beach. He quickly orders, hold the line here. I am going to go lend a hand. Setter smirks. Just say the word, I am on it. Lewin leaps into action. Thanks. He darts through the sad ones' encirclement in a flash. Then, Lewin races back to the battlefield, where the soldiers are fighting bravely. But then a flash of light cut through the mud. Marlowe's steel sword had come to their rescue. Nearby, the fierce Bova charged in on horseback, skewering the hated enemies with a spear. Their skills left the enemy soldiers frozen, questioning if they were even human. But very quickly, something unexpected happened. They looked around cautiously. Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? I am not exactly sure what is going down out there, but one thing's clear: someone's on the move. That someone is wiping out all those mud creatures. And suddenly the air feels eerily quiet. The mud beast growled suspiciously, and the humans dared not move a muscle. Finally, someone broke the silence. Lord Louis had arrived, bringing reinforcements from the Mage faction. Louis smashed through the enemy's body with a single, devastating punch. Bova grinned at him, exactly as expected from the young prince. Marlowe shouted, "Now's our chance. Charge, take down every mud creature one by one." Fired up by the cheers, Lou transformed into a piercing drill. His eyes burn cold. These beasts act on pure instinct and forget everything. But he remembers every detail. The truth was revealed. Adele was destroyed by them 10 years ago. Louis's people were attacked by those monsters, and his mother lost her life to them. The more he thought about it, the deeper his gaze became, fiery heat radiating through the snowy sky. He understood clearly now. These beasts have no reason, only raw instinct. Louis's fist clenched tighter. He would not stop. The moon rose high. He hesitated, then declared, "Next, I will finish off these evil mud fiends. Mountain Skin here will wipe you out." Loud and clear. "Hey, you listening? You sound like you are about to doze off." While Lou was busy talking big, the conquest of the plains had already ended. Over 1,500 wounded, but no casualties after more than 2 hours of battle. Humanity claimed a complete victory. Even Marlowe was satisfied, saying the princes would be thrilled with this outcome. Lou felt relieved. He seemed content. A few minutes later, someone softly called Louis's name. "Honestly, tomorrow I am heading back to Oyota. You won't believe it, but the Holy Saint has been searching for me nonstop. I am actually a promising mage." Lai smiled. "I know. You have gotten way stronger." Then the other replied, "Just wait one day. I will pay you back for everything you did to me." Scene change. The story shifts to a room. Lou quietly closed the door behind him as he stepped inside. But at that moment, the person across from him noticed young Lord. Hearing Lee ask about his father's whereabouts, Butler Baekjin responded, "He is on the rooftop." "Young Lord. He seems burdened with worries, so I thought it best to give him some privacy." Lai's mind was stuck on that, his father carrying heavy thoughts. Just then, Baekjin softly called again. "Young Lord, sincerely," he said, "I have lived here a long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life. Once again, thank you. What you did today no one in this manner will ever forget." As Lee was about to speak, the butler continued, "You should go in now. Perhaps your father is waiting for you." Just as he touched the doorknob, he thought today's victory is truly worth celebrating. But not everyone can wear a smile. Like the memory of losing his mother years ago still burning deep inside, surely his father is remembering that day too. His father must be reliving those days. Even amidst today's triumphs, suddenly called by name, Louis spoke up. "Father, you knew I was here. Sorry. I did not mean to disturb you." But his father just quietly commanded, "Come here. Want to try the wine I have prepared?" Polite. Lou replied, "Yes. Thank you." Melvin began. "This wine has been aged for 17 years. It is called Selvrock. But Maria and I once gave it a different name." His eyes welled up as he heard the name, his mother's name. Melvin continued softly, "We used to call this wine Amoros Lewin, which means beloved Lewin. On the day you were born, I made this wine and promised that you and I would drink it together on a day when you would be happier than that day. Even though I can't keep my promise to drink it with you and your mom, just being here with you now feels like I am sharing a drink with Maria herself." Lewin finally speaks up. "Well, this flavor is incredible." Then Melvin asks directly, "What is your next move?" Without hesitation, Lewin shares, "I am expanding our territory. Now that the campaign's over, we will start cultivating the mountain pass." But suddenly, his face freezes because the system window pops up out of nowhere, and Lewin shrinks back in pure shock. His lips twitch nervously. Inside the system window flashes a strange message. His avatar appears. "Reporting urgently. Something's wrong. I think something's happened to Kingram." He hesitates, then adds, "I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we need to get to the academy fast." Panic floods Lewin as he interrogates the system. "Who wants me to take down this threat heading to the academy? What is going on with Kingram?" Finally, Lewin looks to his father and says sincerely, "I am But I have to leave for a while. All he hears is his father's pained voice. Why now? Why would this happen all of a sudden? But Melvin quickly accepts it. If you are serious, then there must be a reason. As Lewin rushes off the balcony, he fumes. Why now? Seriously. Why at this exact moment? Why does this mission pop up right after we crushed the campaign? Lewin grits his teeth, boiling with anger. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, on the other side, a figure in black robes is wielding some kind of power. Completely clueless about the incident with the demon, Lewin just asks, what is happening at the academy? King Graham, struggling through pain, retorts, unbelievable. Why would someone suddenly attack me? Are they crazy? I have heard rumors about you from the academy. Firekin, Tyrion stays calm despite being named by his opponent. After a moment, Tyrion mutters, everything's weird. Right from the moment Lewin was chosen by the army's commander, how could he wield power on par with an Oxer? I started investigating and cracked the mystery. That ancient Oxer king. King Graham, what did he do to Lewin? Just then, someone else arrives. No matter why they came, I will make sure they pay. Tyrion smirks at the newcomer Tyrion, Ignis recognizing the difference instantly. But Tyrion snaps back. Who is going to take the fall for this mess? Tyrion repeats sharply. The consequences. Tyrion grows even more arrogant. If I cared about that, I would not be doing any of this. I sensed this during Lewin's graduation exam. If he keeps growing, my position's in danger. Tyrion's words haunt Lewin's face like a nightmare. After a pause, Tyrion continues. If I wipe out all the key targets here, that worry's gone. Then I will find Lewin and end this for good. Suddenly, a shout cuts through. King Graham. The whole room freezes and turns toward the door. Lewin freezes to Fire King. And the principal. What the hell is going on here? Tyrion's sinister laugh echoes. Thanks to you, I do not have to go looking myself. Lewin Idle. What is going on here? How did you even find out and track me down here? Tyrion moves like a Hellfire King. Swaggering straight toward Lewin, he snarls. Whether you answer or not today does not matter. Either way, you are gonna die right here. At that moment, Tyrion's voice cracks. Lewin, get out of here now. He conjures a magical barrier for protection. Then he warns, listen, you can T-handle this guy, but suddenly, the room shakes violently. Lewin screams in terror. Principal. Tyrion's avatar appears behind Lewin. Now you are dead. His words snap Lewin around instantly. Meanwhile, King Graham growls like a beast. Suddenly, the glass cabinets in the room started glowing, as if answering King Graham's call. Right in front of Tyrion, a blinding light burst forth. Tyrion roared in rage. You damn! Just before shattering, he cursed. You guardian scum! All that was left were shards of glass, stained red like blood. The light from before gradually shrank, and the force of the blow sent Lewin crashing to the ground. He could not help but mutter. What the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here worse? Why King Graham himself? But then King Graham's scroll cut through his anger. Right now, I'm just as furious. Even sacrificing all the artifacts underground, I can only expel our enemies. Sorry. In the end, I dragged you into danger, but Lewin denied it. Dunny say that I could not have done anything anyway. On the other side, Tyrion at least reassured everyone. But Lewin, I can sense Tyrion's energy because I am close by. You are in Adelma, how did you detect it? King Graham shared the same thought. I want to hear that explanation too. I have to warn you all, what I am about to say might sound unbelievable. But please understand, after everyone grasped the system's nature, Lewin finally apologized for not explaining sooner. Then Tyrion spoke up. The Fire King can know about this. But given your growth speed and his nature, he won't let it slide. He already sees you as a threat. Lewin felt the chill of fear. Looks like the Fire King really has his sights set on me. I am nowhere near strong enough to beat him yet. Just then, the system appeared. Mission complete. You can now break King Graham's contract. Breaking the contract could unlock immense new power. A quick history lesson. Centuries ago, after losing to the principal's ancestor, King Graham was sealed into an artifact and forced to serve the academy for life. Lewin immediately asked, King Graham, what does breaking this contract actually mean? He hesitated but replied, it means I will return to my original form and leave this place. A player artifact can break it. Lewin answered honestly, yes, it is a reward for this event. He looked worried again. To break the contract, you need the curse's consent. Tyrion Ignat stood silent, knowing they were talking about him. After a moment, he said, you really need my approval. Lewin's will is my will. Lewin looked at him gratefully. Thank you, sir. Then let us get out of here. King Graham. The power flows are starting to escape, the system announced. The contract between Froyaniknit and King Graham has been broken. Light poured out from him completely. Finally, King Graham emotionally declared, even a player can break the contract. His eyes glistened. Thank you all. You seem eager for the challenges ahead. Huh, Lewin honestly replied. I am too weak to face Tyrion. King Graham hinted. Good. I just thought of a very effective method, but to test it out, this place probably is not suitable. What do you say? Want to come with me to Qian's son? Lewin seemed unable to believe what he just heard. Cut to a new scene. People are running. Guards are shouting. The prison's under attack. Prisoners are breaking out. Someone else asked. Who the hell attacks a prison? Any description of the suspects? The reply was shaky. We do not know. They look like mages. Finally, someone dared to speak up. So far, only one prisoner has been identified. One of them is George Gary Hill. The old man spoke with a low voice. Truly an honor, sir, that you personally saved someone like me. So Merton replied coolly. Don't he get the wrong idea? It is not like I am especially fond of you. I just see it as a bit of entertainment. Setting that aside, let us move on to a new land. This place is home to a large community of Oxers living together. Just then, someone called out. Almarat. Village chief. Cheers of welcome erupted. The great warrior of humanity. Once again, the great warrior of humanity returns to Theon's son. But who is the figure standing behind the great warrior? Almarat and Hakon both lit up with excitement. They gazed at the newcomer in awe. King Graham, you have finally come back, he responded calmly. Yes, I have returned back to my homeland, Hakon joyfully declared. Two great warriors appearing at once calls for a celebration, Almarat warned nervously. King Graham, your hand, but the king cut him off quickly. I will explain that later, turning to Hakon. He said, sorry for the sudden request, but there is something I need to discuss. What King Graham asked for shocked them. The rare elven elixir, reserved for our dear friend, the little destroyer. Can you craft that potion? It is a secret treasure of the elven tribe, so precious that it is used to nurture young elves into adulthood. But now, Lewin has seen it with his own eyes. Hesitantly, he asked, do I really have to drink this? The answer was blunt. You have to. Didn't you say you needed power to take down the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving this to you, so you must drink it. Lewin began to reassure himself. If King Graham insists, there must be a good reason. He shut his eyes and grabbed the whole ladle. But the moment the potion touched his lips, Lewin's whole body reacted. He panicked and set the ladle back down. Swallowing took all his effort. It was brutal. Afterward, Lewin was brutally honest. This is the worst thing I have ever choked down. King Graham only cared about one thing. You do not feel anything different. Lewin was a bit confused. What do you mean? But soon after, horror dawned on him. What is this? His strength surged by 100 points after just one bowl. Then he hurriedly asked, is this even normal? Can elves just get stronger like this? King Graham explained honestly. For elves, one dose is it. After that, it loses effect. Hearing that, Lewin asked fearfully, what about me? If I keep drinking, will my strength keep increasing? King Graham hinted. Why do you think Draka has been here for 100 years? It is all because of this elixir. A sudden thought hit him. Could it be that there is no more left? I could drink as much as I want, as long as you still have it. The truth came out, it was the very last batch in stock. To brew more, we would need ingredients. But do not worry about that. King Graham explained to Louis that when he said to help him, everyone chipped in, from heart fruits to sacred stones and more. They all wanted to personally deliver the ingredients to you. Little destroyer. Louis' face was flooded with emotion. Realizing how far everyone went for him, King Graham quickly snapped him back to reality but mentioned one last ingredient they could not find near love. Seeing Lou's worry, he reassured him immediately. Don't sweat it. That damn Fire King already prepared it for us. Lou did not quite get what he meant. King Graham said coldly. Use this. Just this one arm of mine alone can brew dozens of soul elixirs. A flash of horror crossed Leah's face. But this was, King Graham firmly told him. Don't refuse. Consider it my thanks for freeing me from that oath. Then, Lou finally dropped his hesitation and said, thank you, sir. But King Graham had another worry. Drinking too much would strain the body. Even Draka needed 100 years. How long it would take you is anyone's guess. Hearing this, Loy stammered. So what am I supposed to do? Right now, the Fire King Terran is hunting me. I have to deal with him. King Graham reassured him again. Don't worry about that. I have got a plan. We are covered. King Graham continued. Remember when we used the artifact's power to push the Fire King outside? Among the artifact's powers, there is a magic tied to time and the right to use it is still active. Long story short, we are going to use that magic. He began weaving a magical veil right before their eyes. Everything was slowly drifting outside its proper time flow. King Graham was casting a spell on the cave entrance on the other side. His goal To slow down time inside the cave, so from now on, time inside will pass slower than outside. Little Destroyer, you ready for this? You are about to go through hell. Next to him, Lewis nodded firmly. Ready. I have steeled myself for this. Without hesitation, he strode forward. I am heading out. Chang and King Graham watched him nervously. Chang finally asked, You are sure about this? Even Lewis needed a long time to handle it. He added, 1 hour outside equals 15 inside the cave. He could not hide his worry. No, aging inside does not mean it is not a brutal challenge. I am a manifestation, so it is fine. But Lewis is just human. King Graham pondered, then said, Little Destroyer will get through it. Now, let us get back. We still have things to sort out. Just then, someone asked him, Where are you off to in such a hurry? A foot suddenly stepped out from inside the cave. King Graham hesitated. Little Destroyer. Lewis' clothes were smeared with mud and dirt. What puzzled him more? Did you really finish all of that? How long has it been inside? Lewis caught his breath. Not sure. I counted about a week. Then I stopped. Anyway, I finally got to do what I wanted. He paused. Then asked, What was it you always wanted to do? Flashback a few minutes earlier. Lewis lay amidst a pile of bottles. He struggled under his own weight, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. Lewis told them straight. Every day I promised myself, if I get out of here, get out of this damn cave, I swear I will destroy it. No matter what. Then, he triggered a massive explosion right at the cave's entrance. The blast shockwave slammed into Chang and King Graham. Lewis relaxed and said, That feels better. They both stood frozen. Stunned by his display, Lewis casually asked, Shall we go? System check complete. Power level 20,000. Lewis' mind was already on one person, the Fire King Tyrion. You made a chilling declaration to him. I am going to take down that bastard. Right here on the Stronghold's front lines. Another person raised his glass, saying, Once again, I thank the prince. Samem coldly replied, Like I said, no need for thanks. I just need someone to take my place at Lewis' school. Then George curiously asked, Where's the Fire King? Wasn't he always by your side? He answered, Not sure. He has been wandering around without a word. Even if he's my foster father, just roaming off like that is reckless. I will make sure he pays for this. Then he asked, You said you would deal with Lewis. What is the plan? George did not hesitate and reported, The preliminaries for the sword tournament are happening at the Empire. Right? Slowly, the truth came out. This tournament is no small event, almost as grand as the championship itself. I heard Lewis' sister will be competing, representing the Adele family. And since that guy dotes on his sister, he will definitely be there watching. That is when we, the magic users, will ambush and take him out. If it were not for that old headmaster last time, we would have finished him off already. This time, we won't fail. Saman made up his mind after hearing that. All right, I will take the risk. But his face quickly darkened. Don't let me down. Now, let us talk about the sword tournament. If the championship exists to honor mages, then the knights have their own grand tournament. This sword tournament is just that, held for young knights from across the continent. In the preliminaries, knights are chosen to represent their regions, and Luna was selected for a deal. Right now, Luna is feeling a bit jittery. Her nerves are through the roof. Melvin had said something about Luna having some trouble, so she won't be joining us at the tournament this time. Luna feels a little down, wishing her brother could come. He promised he would cheer her on. Just then, someone in the stands shouted down, You got this. Your sister and everyone else cheering for you. You have got to win. Whispers spread around. Is that Irene? Her connections are intense. Only Luna smiled quietly. Thanks, everyone. Finally, the sword was raised. She has made up her mind. I have to win. The referee is signaling now. Both fighters get ready. After a 3 count, he declared, Fight. His arm dropped quickly as per the rules, and cheers erupted from the stands, crashing onto the arena floor. Down here, Luna struck first with a swift attack. Both swordsmen simultaneously launched twin strikes forward, but it did not stop there. Countless flashes of blue blades clashed fiercely against the orange. Their figures shrank into a blur. Little do they know the prince is watching them. What is going on here? Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? I have searched the stands but can't find Lewin. Josh replied, sounding unsettled. Must be missed him. I will keep looking. But Sa'anetan cut in. No need to explain. I was wrong to seek you out. Your plan's already blown. Then I will take my leave. The old man snapped back. Sorry. We are retreating too. Right then, Sim-En had an idea. If we take out his sister, he will come looking for us himself. Let us let this plan run its course. Back at the match, Luna gripped her sword tightly. The opponent knight stayed on high alert, but chaos broke out in the stand's explosion. Run. Luna's supporters stared in shock toward the crowd. Melvin hesitated, calling out, turned back. He tried to call his daughter but was stopped. Sweat poured down his face. What is going on? Why now? When Luina's fighting, please. Please survive. My Luina. Meanwhile, Luna remained calm, checking on her opponent. You okay? But suspicion crept in. Why the explosion all of a sudden? Is this some kind of trap? Before she could react, the enemy struck. There you are. Perfect. Luna's sister is here too, just what we needed. But suddenly, someone steps in to stop us. Hold on. Wiping out that sister and leaving him broken is even better. He will blame himself for failing to protect her. Luna struggles to point her sword at them. Who are you? Why are you talking about eliminating me? Of course. She wanted to get an answer. Why waste explanations on someone about to die? But they made one thing clear. They bore a hatred that cut deeper than bone for him. As they prepared their spell, the girl trembled. Wait, her death sentence had already been passed long ago. Goodbye, Luna. And just saying that, the air thickened with pure malice. Luna's eyes darkened. Now, it was far too late to run. She had no choice but to shut her eyes tight. Please, please. Someone come save me. Just then, a wisp of white smoke rose up in the stands. Luna's father stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Somo-tung was thoroughly enjoying the show. Absolutely magnificent. Josh smirked with satisfaction. Good. At least the prince's mood had improved. But then, the old man suddenly stiffened. Wait a minute. The crowd's eyes widened in surprise as well. Lewin had appeared out of nowhere, standing between the girl and danger. With a soft voice, he gently reassured her. You are late. Brother, she heard that familiar voice and could not hold back her tears. Suddenly, a scolding voice rang out. Why are you just showing up now? Lewin apologized softly. Sorry. A lot happened on the way. Then he quickly regained his icy composure. After all, I heard the Fire King showed up, so I came to check it out. Didn't expect it to turn out like this. Then Jaquin smirked and added, perfect timing. Our father's gonna wipe you out. Lewin's voice dropped. Your father. So that bastard's behind all this? Right now, he did not expect you to move this fast. In a flash, Lewin lands a brutal strike. Jaquin gets slammed flat against the ground. His younger brother Miko Hong yells out, Bro. Wait, but Lewin cuts him off. Who gave you the right to mess with someone else's sister? And if you do not want to share their fate, you better answer me now. Josh Gary Hill, where the hell is that bastard right now? Lewin's voice echoes, clearly rattling those behind him. Suddenly, someone dares to call out, stepping forward clad lightly for the arena fight. The old man roars in fury. How dare you kill my son? A blazing spell flies through the air like a shooting star. The old man crashes down, but Lewin swiftly pulls back. Lewin mocks him. You came crawling here. Fine. I will give you what you want. Josh fumes. You bastard. Then a needle of golden light bursts from the old man's arm. He declares, I will personally kill you myself. A golden bow quickly materializes in his hands. Josh screams with all his hatred. Die. The arrow's trajectory is aimed straight for Lewin's life, but Lewin stays cool as hell. Smirking. Who said I am the one dying? The one who is gonna die today is not me. He summons mana to wrap around his knee strike after a powerful upward kick. He adds, it is the newcomer. His overwhelming force instantly deflects the old man's arrow. Josh is frozen in shock, unable to move. A few seconds later, he finally reacts. Barrier, but water stains begin to appear on his magical shield, weakening it. Josh's mind is burning with frustration. What the hell is happening? I used to handle him solo. In just a few months, the power gap has blown up this much. Despair floods his face. Lewin's cloak flutters with the force of his aura. He shoves the old man's head down hard. Everyone watching can feel the tension in the air. Even Miko, the remaining son, is terrified beyond words. Lewin keeps pressing down with his foot. Then Lewin's cold voice cuts through the silence with just one sentence. How could you escape prison and still carry the disgrace of Gary Hof? That should have been impossible. Now, he is nothing but a weak animal waiting to die. Trembling, Josh surrenders. I will confess everything, please spare my life. But Lewin cuts him off coldly. Forget it. It is all just the Fire King, or the Crown Prince anyway, just one of the two. Then Miko trembles as he shouts, Dad. That damn bastard first him. Now you. I will kill him. I swear I will. Everyone erupts. Protect him. He want to get away. If we do not kill him now, Gary Hughes doom. The henchmen launch their attack. Die. You bastard. Lewin says matter-of-factly. Still do not get it. Ash like you are not even worthy opponents anymore. A radiant orb flares, blinding anyone who looks at it. The flames scorch everything nearby. That fiery ring represents an 8th level spell, and it is called Meteor. Lewin's hoarse voice echoes. Goodbye. He hurls the meteor straight at his enemy Gary Hugh. Instantly, A blazing shockwave engulfs the area. Samritan watches the carnage alone. But no one can stop that furious blaze. The observation window shatters under the intense heat. Samritan suddenly laughs. You are insane. Lewin Adel. You truly are the strongest. Right then, Terran steps in. Samritan. What the hell are you doing? He calmly questioned again. Godfather. Why did you suddenly show up like this? Terran snapped back angrily. You are asking me. Do you think I do not know about the chaos in Anphi? How dare you act so recklessly? He asked coolly. Disappearing without a word and then shouting like that. He is practically reckless. Did not you see the magic board earlier and still talk like that? Samritan remained calm as ever. Impressed though. But what kind of spell could cause you to make such a big deal out of it? Unable to hold back, Terran finally spilled the beans. A level 8 meteorite. The truth is, level 8 is a realm only top-tier mages reach. In other words, Lewin now stands equal to or even beyond Fire King Terran himself. He snarled. Is this really the outcome the Crown Prince wanted? Letting trash from a collapsing nation rile him up. Samritan. Ever calm. Reassured. Why get so worked up? Just hear me out. He chuckled to himself. You can see it clearly now he has hit level 8. Unable to stand the disrespect? Terran roared. Samritan. Such unprecedented fury silenced even him. Terran continued to bark. The Crown Prince has made a grave mistake. Never underestimate him, he is cunning, and we'll find out who helped Gary Hill. But Samritan just smirked. Godfather, do you really think I tried to hide that from you? Why would you be so worried about him? You are the supreme mage ruling the continent. I am the crown prince of a mighty kingdom. And he is just a toy from a tiny country. Or is it that my godfather is scared of him? Terran finally lowered his voice. Crown Prince, you have always done things your way. Keep at it. His teacher looked flustered as he explained. I have nothing more to discuss with you. I will handle this personally. To the audience. Your Majesty the Emperor. Word spreading again in the palace, there is talk of a level 8 mage from a small country, apparently just 17 years old. Actually, their reaction is pretty straightforward. Ruin Adel from the Adel family reached level 8 at a young age, meaning his learning speed even surpassed the Fire King's. That is why Ruin, who is outshining Terran now, might be aiming for the 2 positions the Fire King holds. In short, the rumors are fueling predictions that the head of the Mage Tower should be replaced, and naturally, those rumors have reached the Emperor's ears. Titan's voice boomed solemnly. What do you all make of this? Mage from a small kingdom threatening Terran's status. I want to hear your thoughts on this. An opinion quickly came out. Your Majesty, there are many level 8 knights on the continent, but only one level 8 mage, the Fire King. Now there is a young level 8 mage too. Maybe the one with greater talent deserves to lead the Mage Tower. Just then, someone interrupted. Don't let their words shake you. The one entering the main hall was none other than Fire King Terran himself. Titan looked surprised at his arrival. I did not expect you to come personally. I want to hear your direct thoughts. Terran looked sincerely at his king. Do you really accept this situation? Lewin, who is said to have reached level 8, was far behind me in skill just days ago. So how could he hit level 8 so fast? He must have used forbidden power. No doubt about it, any trick in the book to grow this quickly. He even tapped into some strange power tied to demon love. Recently, the once respected Gary Hill family was massacred. He wiped out all the sons of the house. If someone like that becomes the tower's head, the empire will surely fall into chaos. Everyone quickly wavered if that is true. His rapid rise starts to make some sense. Titan pondered for a moment then said, but listen carefully, something is definitely off here. This issue is not just about the tower's leadership. It threatens the empire's stability. We might have to mobilize the army. Aaron grew more confident. Almost got it. With the emperor's forces, even that kid Lewin does not stand a chance. Just then, a sudden voice cut in. Father, you can do this, please stop. Terran instinctively turned toward the voice from the hall and said, right outside the main gate stood his godson. Terran was stunned but tried to keep his composure. What is up, Prince? Then Titan spoke up. You still have the nerve to show your face here. He denied everything again, saying, I do not understand what you are implying. Father, the old man snapped back angrily. You really think I do not know, and yet you dared to sabotage him for your own selfish feelings. A prince acting so reckless. He replied calmly, that is all in the past. Are you just here to scold me again? Father, Titan's tone softened slightly. If you are getting scolded, it means you still have some shame left. Anyway, what exactly do you mean by stop? Sama answered briefly. I have decided to kill him with my own hands. If he is gonna die, it will be by my hand alone. I am desperate to see him dead. Hearing that, the old man called out to his son. You are, suddenly. Titan felt a sharp pain in his throat in his frustration. Everyone quickly checked on him. Are you okay, sir? Once stable, he said, I know you have reached your limit. If that is how it is, Then make the best choice you can. This left Terran stunned. Was this really how it ended for Suka-Mim, just because of one word from the prince? Meanwhile, Sima had already called out to him. Godfather, you dragged my own father, who needs rest, into this just to chase him down. Are you really just that kind of person? His voice lost its gentleness. Father's illness is worsening. Even the divine healers have given up. Well then, I will take my leave first. Godfather, Terran was overwhelmed with confusion. When did everything spiral into this? I was supposed to be the wings supporting the prince, the future emperor. But since Lewin showed up, my wings have been shattered. No way. I can never forgive this. After the conversation, Terran returned to his private chamber and coldly called out, Doombram, his voice steady. What if you had beaten Lewin at the Great Sword Tournament? If I helped you win, would not history have taken a different turn? But it is pointless to dwell on it now. The Tower Master will change soon. No matter how much the prince resists, he can stop Lewin. So why have not you abandoned me yet? He answered cautiously. Because to me, the Tower Master can only be the Peace King. If Lewin is the root of all problems, I will handle him myself. Terran slowly straightened up. I understand. But with your current power, it is impossible. But maybe this time, things will be different. Terran radiated magical energy. This time, I will take the lead and be your strength. Doombram recoiled in fear, his eyes turning pitch black. Then a hand slapped his face. Don't worry. You have always wanted me to take you as my disciple. Doombram could not reply. Just stammered. Terran stared at him wildly. Isn't this the moment you have always dreamed of? So smile. Doombram. He returned to the grand tournament for the knights. Lewin stood alone in the battlefield full of traps. He was furious his enemy had crossed the line by dragging Looney and innocent civilians into this. Who is really behind this, the prince or the Fire King? But honestly, it did not seem to matter much anymore. Lewin's murderous intent flared. I will crush them both. A moment later, just as he started moving, he was called back. Where do you think you are going? Lewin explained. This is all set up by the Fire King or the prince. Both of them have openly targeted me. Seeing Irina's surprise, he stayed calm. But now that it has come to this, I have no choice but to see it through. Worried? She asked. What do you mean? He replied flatly. You see for yourself they dare to attack right in front of civilians. If we let them run wild, not just Adel but the entire empire will fall into chaos. Irene held back what she wanted to say. Surprised the Fire King would target him, but the overwhelming magic he is showing now has definitely reached level 8. You might be the only mage strong enough to face the Fire King now. But what exactly are you planning to do? Suddenly, Loon pushes her away, saying, Step aside. Please. Irene freezes mid-question. Baffled, what on earth is he talking about? Then the air thickens. Doombram stands right before them. Loon squares his stance immediately. Long time no see. Fire King sent you to kill me. Huh? Doombram snaps back angrily. Don't you dare drag up the past with that pathetic mouth of yours. Loon fires back just as sharp, locking horns with the Fire King's enforcer. Doombram fumes. Too mad to argue back, damn it. Then, he launches a brutal preemptive strike. Doombram. We'll never let you get close to the Fire King. Loon deflects calmly, still rocking that fanatical confidence. But then something else makes him flinch. What the hell is wrong with this Doombram? Flashback. Terran speaks slowly. Even if I grant you power, I know it is still not enough, so you have only one mission. By time that is your sole purpose. Doombram's gone mad from that command. Then he swings his sword wildly. A scorching slash cuts just behind Lewin. Next, a blade shoots straight at Irene. She dodges but trembles in shock, could not believe her eyes. Doombram was once one of the strongest among the 11 kids, but now, he is on a whole other level. What the hell is going on here? Her face betrays pure confusion. Then Irene warns, watch out, his form reminds me of something I read in a book. Doombram's gone through demonic corruption. That also reveals who is really behind this, no doubt. The Fire King is a total coward. Doombram's lost all sanity, probably doomed to lose himself to the demon inside. Alright, I know exactly what I have to do. Subdue him and help him regain his mind. Doombram keeps shouting. And this now. Lewin Adel. More sword strikes tear through the air. Doombram slams the ground with all his might. Then Lewin casually quips, almost had me there. You swung too hard. So I finally get to use something I have never been able to before. The system flashes. Unawakened. Steel break destroys any steel-based weapon unconditionally once. He smirks slyly, raising his pinky finger higher, followed by a cheeky declaration. Time to finish this. A sudden pillar of light bursts forth, all thanks to his counter on Lewin's broken sword strike. Then, in a flash, a fist rockets toward Doombram. Punch lands hard, but Lewin stays polite. Sorry about that. I will try to hit you without killing you, so hang in there till the end. Alright. Meanwhile, someone else is racing through the halls. He burst open the door. Your Highness, you must retreat immediately. The Fire King is outside. Before he can say more, a heavy object slammed to his face. Then, silence. No one disturbs them again. Sima thinks quietly. In the end, Dad really chose to play it this way. My godfather, the Fire King, he says, still arrogant facing him. Over here, Terran speaks calmly. Apologies, but I have no other choice left. Smirks faintly. So unfair. Why would you do this? You think getting rid of me will make you the Tower Lord? Terran's voice booms like hellfire. That is not enough anymore. I will seize overwhelming power, crushing Alduin with absolute force. Not just to be Tower Lord, but to rule the world, and that power comes from the hidden energy inside your Highness. The heir to the throne. Do you remember what I taught you when you were little? Never back down from your beliefs, and just like I told you, I will make sure everything goes exactly my way. So Motong panicked, thinking those words would make me give up. Soldiers, capture him. The guards quickly smiled and followed their master's orders. But Terran was not your average opponent. He fixed a pale glare on the enemy. Then, immediately, magic slammed into them like a battering ram. The guards were trapped by his powerful spell. Terran's ruthless determination showed clearly in his smirk. Come, he spoke. Have you finished talking? Your Highness. Sumotong smiled nervously, but despair crept in. Is this really how it ends? Try knocking Lewin down. Even if I die, I will curse you from beyond. Lewin and Irene stared intently below, looking at Doom Prime. Irene worried aloud. Is he okay? He has taken so many hits. You quickly reassured her. He is still breathing. Better to get punched than live as a demon. Just then, someone shouted. As expected, unable to stop you. You did well. Doom Prime, that platinum hair belongs to Terran. Terran spoke with satisfaction. You have played your role faithfully. Buying time as I commanded. Irene hesitated. Glancing toward the enemy, the Fire King, Lewin declared boldly. Finally showing your face. I swear I will destroy you. But then his eyes narrowed. Sensing something wrong, this power far exceeds the Fire King I knew, a force multiplied many times over. Then Terran smiled wickedly. Lewin Adel, you will never defeat me. Lewin sensed the deadly aura and shouted. Irene, get out of here. A second later, a massive explosion shattered part of the arena. Everyone was terrified by the sudden mutation. Only Lewin's family held their breath, praying for him. Luna realized it was her brother and Irene up above. From above, Lewin carried Irene and Doomgram. Flying away, he shouted a warning. Run. It is too dangerous here. Get the civilians out of here immediately. Lewin successfully set them down safely. Then he glared at the enemy. What do you think you are doing? Right in the middle of civilians. Bluntly asked again. Why care? The best people are the ones who should just die already. So Terran unleashed his next move with a devilish grin, the shockwave exploding rapidly. Shaking everything around, Lewin had to use both hands just to push back his blazing orb. Anger bubbled up inside him. What the hell was going on? He thought this was finally the moment to face this bastard, but this power was beyond limits. And the Fire King Terran's slaughter only grew louder. Yeah? Give it all you have got. Meanwhile, Lewin was panicking. What had he just done? Wait. He sensed a strange magical energy. This energy. No way. The Crown Prince. He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force. Terran did not realize he had been exposed and kept unleashing his power. Lewin was furious at him. Ambition really knows no limits. After stepping back, Terran suddenly spoke. Thanks for making me angry. It is like he finally became the devil himself. Now Lewin understood jealousy drove him to dare touch this forbidden power. This energy was terrifyingly overwhelming. He could not even tell how many besides the Crown Prince had been sacrificed. Ever? People like him should never exist. If he is allowed to do whatever he wants, this world will be swallowed by chaos. At that moment, Terran heard Lewin call out his full name. He spoke each word clearly, swearing to stop him no matter what. But obviously, Terran's devilish smile only deepened. Right then, the system pinged a mission, defeat the devil god and save the world. At the same time, a female voice screamed. Says Irene looked confused. So Liana explained. He asked me to lead the remaining civilians out of Kingdu, but just the two of us, one be enough. Says, what do we do now? All the girl could picture was Lewin. The groans grew heavier. He was fighting alone. Irene quickly placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Liana. But then a strange noise came from behind them. The people in front of them were twisting and staggering closer, but looking closer, Irene realized they were demons. So Doomgram was not the only one turned into a demon. They planned to wipe everything out from the start. And she urged, run. This place is a death trap. But Bava suddenly stopped her. Everyone, fall back now. This must be the place where it all ends. Irene demanded. Who will fight with me? But Bava shook his head. Knowing will only break your heart. Yet she cut in. I have made my decision. Meanwhile, the demon screams grew louder. Irene reaffirmed. If we can protect these people, I will regret it forever. A bright flame suddenly ignited before them. More precisely, fire magic erupted out of nowhere. A hoarse voice came from their side. We are late. Sorry. Everyone. It took longer than expected to gather enough forces. Then everyone sprang into action. We will fight alongside you. The blast heat sent demons flying. Humans were not scared and pushed forward. Skilled swordsmen drew their blades. They unleashed their best moves, cutting down the demons, especially Han, urging everyone to take them down fast and then help Lewin. Seeing Terran soaring high, Han frantically searched for Lewin, but Han's comrade was collapsed on the ground. Lewin gritted his teeth. I am not even a match for him anymore. All this training, only to end like this? I have to protect everyone. Then the enemy's cruel laughter echoed. A fitting end for you pathetic fools. Their desperate struggles were meaningless now. Her desperate struggles are meaningless now. One who has reached the realm of demons and gods will wipe you all out. His silhouette looks painfully lonely standing before him. On the other hand, Terran's stubbornness only grows stronger. Well then. Goodbye. His face shows not a shred of human emotion anymore. The heat from the fireball near the station was off the charts. Its target to crush. None other than Lewin down below. Irene anxiously stared at him without blinking, while little Luna called out in pure terror. Lewin's eyes had lost all hope. Was this really the end? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Protect them. Though I can do what you can. Chang sensed something off. This energy just can't be real. Suddenly, space itself began fading into a mysterious glow. Explosions erupted everywhere, the light blasting out fiercer by the second. Terran froze mid-action. Caught completely off guard, he screamed in panic. No way, how can anyone block a strike from the kneeling god? Lewin smirked slyly at his foe. Not before. But you fighting the kneeling god alone. That is just not fair. Now come at me. Terran. Lewin was radiating pure dominance. Terran could not help but glance up at the once weak beast before him. The ground beneath him was still soaked from the Kingdu storm.